We are back in Oslo for the third stop of the Champions Chess Tour. And as the players are getting ready, we are making our way to the studio. And here we've got James Canty. James, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I got the Magnus Puma. Are you kidding me? I'm doing number 1,000 right now.
Hasn't that for James? And here, David, Daniel, and Simon. Guys, are we ready?
Yes!
Under 1 minute now for Hikaru, and wow, what a move.
Alireza, look at him. He's biting his sweatshirt. He doesn't know what to do.
8 minutes and 59 seconds, beaten by 1 second.
Could he have swapped queens there?
Oh, Hikaru saw it immediately, and he shot. Oh! Magnus has had no struggles against Hikaru over the board. He should be happy.
It's over. We have a winner. Magnus Carlsen takes it. He wins the Air Things Masters, the very first event.
He's trading even more.
No.
Blunder is nice. It's time to go. Quick.
Oh my God, 2 seconds!
Oh my God.
Here we go.
Oh, look at him celebrating! Oh my God!
No more checks. Oh, and we see a reaction. Magnus is bounced.
Oh no!
Hikaru Nakamura.
It's over.
Yeah, he wins.
Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of the Chessable Masters. Fabiano Caruana resigns. What an Armageddon game by Hikaru. It's going to be a fierce battle at the ChessKid Cup. Established elite with players hungry to prove themselves. We are expecting a lot of decisive games, and to keep you on top of the action in the studio, as always, Grandmaster David Howell, FIDE Master James Canty.
Let's go.
And joining us for the ChessKid Cup is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel, it's your first time in Oslo, first time at the studio. What are you most looking forward to?
First time, but hopefully not my last, Tanya. It's great to be here. It's really an honor. I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm more excited than nervous. I'll do my very best, and I know I'm surrounded by the finest commentators in the world, so it'll be all good.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Daniel, we're so happy to have you with us. And what a tour it's been so far. David, you've had 2 different winners. Magnus Carlsen took the Airthings Masters. Hikaru Nakamura won the Chessable Masters. What are you expecting from this one?
Well, I'm expecting some drama. This time, we don't have the likes of Magnus Carlsen. We don't have some of those other kind of favorites of elite chess. However, we have a more open field, and there is Hikaru Nakamura that they all need to get past if they want to win. So it's going to be a great tournament. Some new names, hoping to etch their names in history.
It's going to be an exciting ChessKid Cup, but as David said, with Hikaru Nakamura, now it's hard to bet against him. Any tournament he plays, he is a favorite. He has been on fire. What a performance at the Pro Chess League as well. And James, you're a big Hikaru fan. I have to ask you, what's it going to take to get by him?
I got to be 100% honest with you, Tanya. We don't know that answer. We have no idea what that takes to beat Hikaru, but of course you just got to play the board and play exactly whatever the board gives you, right? Play the board, not the person. Easier said than done, but that's what it's going to try to take to beat Hikaru.
That's some great advice by James. Do not let Hikaru Nakamura get into your head, but as you said, it's easier said than done. Well, that's the task ahead of these 7 other players. Let's take a look at our roster. This is our play zone. We've got 8 players from different parts of the world. And the big breaking news has been the 3 last-minute replacement with Jules Moussad, Jordan Van Foreest, and Alexander Shimonov playing Division 1 of the ChessKid Cup. And I have to ask you, Daniel, you called the play-ins. The others can't be too displeased with this switch-up.
They're definitely not too displeased with it. I mean, Hikaru, Alireza, Fabi, they're kind of licking their chops looking at those Alexander Shimanovs, but those very same Alexander Shimanovs and Dmitry Kollars, they're not just there to gain experience, they're there to score some upsets. They want their name, as David said, etched into chess history. They want to be that guy who defeats Hikaru, who defeats Fabiano Caruana, so it ain't going to be an easy journey for the top guys.
It is indeed their moment to shine. Will they be up for it? David, it is a fresh field. Do you think it also makes it super unpredictable?
Yeah, this it's not just the field that's unpredictable, it's the format, Tanya. It's been really successful so far at showcasing fighting chess. Of course, those 2 favorites, Carlsen and Nakamura, have triumphed, but there have been surprises along the way, and I'm expecting more of the same with these lower-ranked players there to make their mark.
And that's exactly what we love about the Champions Chess Tour. It gives talents and grandmasters from across the world their platform to shine and to make sure that they get the opportunity to compete against the very best in the world. The Champions Chess Tour is a brand new format, and with $2 million on the line, this is the biggest season of the tour.
Each event in the Champions Chess Tour is broken up into 3 divisions, making the CCT even bigger than ever before as the best players in the world work to win their division and progress to higher divisions, hopefully securing a playoff spot, big prize money, and tour leaderboard points. Here's what's at stake in the 3 divisions in each event. The winner of Division 3 receives $5,000 and 20 tour points. Those with the most tour points at season's end will secure the wildcard slots for the playoffs and additional prize money. The winner of Division 2 claims $10,000, 50 tour points, and secures a coveted slot in the next event's Division 1. Finally, the winner of Division 1 receives $30,000, 150 tour points, and a guaranteed spot in the playoffs. At the end of the year, the playoffs will include 8 players that have qualified either by winning Division 1 or by earning enough tour points to claim one of the wildcard slots. Of these 8 players, 4 will advance to the live finals. In the end, only one champion will remain.
And to get to that season final, you either got to win one of the 6 events or score those crucial, critical tour points. And these are our standings going into the 3rd leg of the tour. Hikaru Nakamura so far has been absolutely tremendous. Runners-up in the Athens, winning the Chessable Masters. He leads. Behind him, Magnus Carlsen with 225 points. And of course, Fabiano Caruana, who yet is to qualify for the season final. Some big names there. But also the other side, look at that, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. All these players trying to get those critical tour points so that they can fight in the season final. You've also got Dan Laz there at the bottom of the table. Lots of exciting chess, and of course, in this format, it's also Division 2 and 3 action. And to give us all the updates on that, joining us in the studio will be Ginger GM, Grandmaster Simon Williams. Simon, welcome. How's it been in Oslo so far?
It's been great, yeah, absolutely fantastic. I mean, Oslo's a brilliant place, and look at the tournament, look at the names we had. It was a real who's who of chess there.
Absolutely. And Simon, we're going to get to the chess, but I have to ask you the most important question. Have you been to the Good Night yet?
I have. The Good Night is the world's first ever chess pub, and I've already popped down there. Of course I have, yeah. I must check it out. You must check it out.
The best chess pub in the world, and some of the best players are playing in Division 2 and 3. Simon, what stands out to you? There's so much on the line.
There is. So my job is to keep a look at these divisions and bring you any exciting news that comes along. So Division 2, we have some very strong players in there. And let's remind everyone, if you win Division 2, you get a place in Division 1, which is a fantastic prize. So each day we're going to take 2 players and just have a look at their games, see how they're getting on. And today we're going to have a look at Vladimir Fedosev versus the Shaq monster Mamedyarov. 2 extremely exciting players there.
It is going to be a big match as the big fish on Chess.com, Vladimir Fedosev, who has been on fire. He was the MVP at the Pro Chess League, takes on the Shaq attack. And I have to ask you, Simon, who is a favorite in your eyes to win Division 2 this time?
I'm going to go Mamedyarov. I love the way he plays. He's really exciting. He loves attacking. And yeah, I'd love to see him play in the top division.
Well, Simon will be our eyes and ears for Division 2 and 3. And there's Division 3 action as well with some big names.
There is indeed. So Division 3 has loads of talent as well. You've got lots of youngsters playing. I mean, just look at that list of names. The 2 players we're going to pick today are going to be Andrew Tang as our first player, the Blitz monster. This guy loves bullet chess. He loves playing very quick online chess, and he's playing another prodigy, Vincent Kamar of Germany. So that game, for my eyes, is the most tantalizing, but there's some other great lineups as well.
So many youngsters there. Give me one name that stands out to you, Simon.
Well, I mean, I'm going to go for Vincent Kamar again, just because he is a brilliant talent and he's been playing so well recently.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and while the chess action will be live in a few moments, we are super excited to announce, chat, that Magnus Carlsen's Clyde Chess are live on Puma. The shoes are out. This is your opportunity to go get your hands on them. Simon, great blue suit. You're a man of impeccable style. What do you think?
Well, I mean, look at these. They just look fantastic, don't they? They're lovely white. You've even got a cheeky little king at the start there, at the front. And yeah, I don't know if I'm on a chess channel or a shopping channel, but they're looking pretty cool, those things. What do you guys on the desk think about these bad boys?
I need those. I need Magnus. Let me get 10.5. My guy, I need those ASAP.
The real question is, what does Alireza Firouzja think about them?
Gucci Reza, that is.
That's right.
I love it. And speaking of Alireza, well, I'm sure he's going to love these as well. These are the shoes, and it is a limited drop. So while you rush to get your hands on the MCs. Let's also talk about a player who's been rushing his way through the world standings, 18-year-old Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He is the youngest ever World Rapid Champion, and he will be making his debut in Division 1 of the Champions Chess Tour, and it's been a hard-to-earn spot.
The Champions Chess Tour is not just about the top division. Oh no. Not only does the Division 2 winner advance to the top tier of the next event, but points to qualify for the final are available. Plus, the cash is nice. At the Chessable Masters, the second event of the tour, Division 2 was won by Nodirbek Abdusattorov. The 2021 World Rapid Champion started the knockout rounds with a quick sweep of Anish Giri.
This looks very over.
Next, the young grandmaster from Uzbekistan had to defeat two of his fellow teenage phenoms, Arjun Erigaisi and Denis Lazovic.
Lazovic in a lot of trouble. Very impressive by the young man.
French legend Maxime Vachier-Lecave was Abdusattorov's opponent for each of the team's last two rounds. In a classic battle of youth versus experience, youth won this time. As with Giri, Abdusattorov needed just 3 games to advance in their first match. MVL then had to earn the rematch by first defeating Giri himself in the losers final. But Abdusattorov held him off yet again to clinch the division. Having secured a Division 1 spot at the ChessKid Cup, how will Abdusattorov do there? And who will win the second division this time around? There's only one way to find out.
Nodirbek Abdusattorov had to overcome some big names and big challenges to make it to the ChessKid Cup, and today he will be taking on his first challenge. The quarterfinal brackets are matchups, and this is what we will be starting with. Nodirbek Abdusattorov's first challenge today will be the French grandmaster Jules Moussel. We see some big matchups there, and it can, of course, be super shaky as we get into round 1. David, I'm looking at the bracket, and the first thing that stands out to me is that perhaps there is a clear favorite in each of these matches.
On paper, yes, Tanya, Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza, Fabiano, Caruana, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov should be winning their matches, but their opponents will have something to say about that. This is a chance for a big breakthrough for them. This is one of the tournaments of their lives, and it's going to be no easy games.
Ambition and motivation will be at an all-time high. Now to start with, we will be focusing on Hikaru Nakamura taking on Jordan van Foreest. I want to start by you, Daniel. What are you expecting from Hikaru in the opening? It starts with white.
Well, Hikaru likes to be solid. For a while, he was playing knight f3 on move 1 almost exclusively in these tournaments. Recently, he switched more to e4. He can basically play anything. He likes to start solid. I don't even think he minds a draw that much in the first game. Jordan is the one who will really have to lean into his famed opening preparation, Tanya. Everything will have to go right for the Dutch prodigy if he wants to score a shock upset in round 1.
For the Dutch grandmaster, it is going to be a tough day in office, but Jordan van Foreest is known for his creative style, his offbeat openings, and that's what we're so excited to see. And guys, once again, I'm looking at the field, and James, I want to ask you, what are the chances of us getting another Hikaru-Fabi final in this one?
Oh, the chances are high, but of course, I mean, with this field, I mean, it's creative, it's lots of competition, it's hard. Everybody's going to be going at each other. I mean, we even see Magnus go down to Artemiev at one point, right? So we really can't call it all the way, but it's a good chance that we may see a Hikaru and Fabi final.
It is a big day of chess for the players. And speaking of Fabiano Caruana, he is fresh out of his win at the Superbet in Romania. He is in form. He takes on Shimanov. David, what are you expecting from that one?
Shimanov is super solid. He has a great repertoire, and he's actually a blitz and rapid specialist. He plays a lot online. He streams. It's not going to be easy for Fabiano, but if Fabiano strikes first, uphill struggle for his opponent.
Tour points on the line, the golden ticket to the in-person season final. And of course, the player who wins the ChessKid Cup will also win the Chess Champs Trophy. And chat, we've got big news for you. There will be 2 editions of the trophy. One for the winner and one will be the fan edition. This is the beautiful piece of digital art that will go out, and you can start your bid on chesscom.io. And this is the cool part. You get a VIP ticket to the in-person season final. Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen have already punched that ticket. James, how cool will it be to watch the in-person finals?
Oh, that's going to be great. In-person fight. It's the finals. In person, come on, right? That's going to be amazing. You want that kind of energy. You want that kind of chess, and you want to be a part of this on the side of the field.
Really is, and we can hear the clock ticking, which, you know what that means, that the games will be underway super soon. We see the players are ready. Hikaru Nakamura and Jordan van Foreest, they're looking pretty serious right now.
He looks delighted. Jordan is so happy to be here. He's happy with his easy round 1 pairing, Tanya.
Yeah, he looks stressed, just straight up
He's
stressed.
got lift off.
Knight f3, d5.
Yeah, and Daniel was right. Nakamura starting with knight f3. He tends to do this, but it has transposed to a queen pawn opening here. Symmetry so far. Any predictions? London system, Queen's Gambit. What do we think?
He's thinking, so
Not
he's
the London.
deciding.
Come on, b3.
Oh my God, it's on the board.
Tanya, it's your fault.
Oh, you've jinxed it, Tanya. The London system, which has experienced a surge in popularity. Ding Liren won a game at the World Championship with it. Everyone's playing it these days. What do we think? Jordan must have prepared this before. He studied with Magnus Carlsen, who tends to drop the London system from time to time. Any kind of surprises in the opening stages? What do we think?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Hikaru even playing in London. I've never, ever seen him play a London system. So here, it's definitely different. He can play anything, obviously, but it's going to be cool to see what he tries to come up with. Of course, he can play any type of position, Hikaru, that is, right? So, I mean, so far, so good. Very solid stuff, as we did see that surge from the World Championship of Ding winning that London game. So the London is perfectly playable for a win at any level here. So curious to see what happens in the rest of this game.
Yeah, this has been his MO in rapid tournaments in particular. He likes to get sort of semi-theoretical positions. He doesn't play stuff that's too offbeat, no Polish openings from Hikaru Nakamura, something in the middle, right? Something where he's got the flexibility to play a nice maneuvering game, but really the London has become very theoretical in recent years. You really can't call it an offbeat opening anymore, can you?
Yeah, there's so many forcing lines, often calculated out to move 20, even beyond. We've seen some of the top players in the world take this, turn it into a really dangerous weapon from the white side, and I am slightly surprised, I've got to say, of Jordan pausing to think. He must have 2 or 3 different ideas against the London, and eventually he has decided to bring his queen out. Pawn hunting, it's a dangerous profession in general, but Black neglecting development. If he goes and grabs that b2 pawn next, how will Nakamura decide to react? What do we think? Is he going to gambit a pawn? Is he going to maybe take a more solid approach, just defend that pawn on b2? Okay, meanwhile, we change games. Let's leave Hikaru to think about that one.
Wow. Well, Jordan Manfores does go for the most dynamic answer approach against the London. And while Hikaru handles that question of the b2 pawn hanging, we are getting action from Caruana, Fabiano Caruana, taking on Alexander Shimonov. And wow,
Whoa.
3 a6. Are you guys shocked?
No. Yes and no, Tanya. Shimonov does tend to avoid opening theory, I guess because he's not as active a player as some of these top guys. Actually, I was researching, he has barely played a classical game since before the pandemic. But it is risky to take Fabiano on, to kind of provoke him in this manner. This pawn move does not necessarily improve Black's position.
No, I mean, as chess fans, we're also jaded about opening now. And nothing surprises anymore. H5 on move 3, A6 on move 4. We're just basically immune to these types of moves because nowadays, you know, the computer makes anything possible. A6 is not an unknown waiting move. It's pretty popular against the move knight to d2, the Tarrasch variation. So I'm pretty sure that we're still well within some sort of opening theory. And here we see Fabi dropping his knight back, very common strategy as well in order to secure that pawn chain with c3.
Fabi's had some great success with the French here, especially with this line. I remember seeing moves, obviously, or games where he's played knight f4 here, h4, rook h3, believe it or not, and moving the bishop to e2 or d3 and putting the king on f1. There it is, knight f4. Immediately, the engine's like, what are you doing? That's like a move. That's crazy how the engine just didn't like it at all. But definitely, as we've seen this before, whoa, g5, relax. You're going to have to relax, my guy. This is the ChessKid Cup. We got kids watching. g5, Daniel, what is that?
I think Fabi missed this move. G5
Whoa.
is a knife right in the backside. That pawn isn't stopping there. It's going to G4, kicking the other knight away. Tanya, Fabi has to be careful not to lose his entire center. I mean, knight takes D4 is right up there. Fabi might have to drop his knight back to E2, and we got to get away from that game.
Yeah, Fabiano in trouble potentially, but now Firouzja against Dmitry Kolas, and this game has progressed as well. It's a Catalan opening. Black has grabbed a pawn. Black is temporarily a pawn up, but White has the bishop pair. White has the potential for a very strong pawn center. Early thoughts on this game?
What you thinking, Daniel? What you got here?
Yeah, it's one of those typical nondescript Catalan positions where White's given up the customary pawn, and he's got the bishop pair. He's got a little bit of a better center, but the issue is if you fall asleep, then what does Black want to do? Well, Black wants to play b7, b5, right? That's why he put the rook on b8 to get out of the pin. And if he deploys the bishop to b7, very often you look up and suddenly you don't really have compensation for the pawn. So it's the ball very much in Firouzja's court, and there we see him actively trying not to cooperate, preventing b5.
Yeah, it feels like a Faruja type of position, at least. It's got huge dynamic potential. Yes, he's a pawn down, but he's not too materialistic. And if black isn't able to kind of activate, unravel, and either maintain the pawn or get his pieces out sufficiently, then I think advantage white. So promising signs at this early game, at this early point in the game. And yeah, of the games we've seen so far, the opening positions, which one do you think has the most potential?
Definitely the G5 one. That G5, he played G5 casually. You know, he's sitting back in the chair, relaxing, just played G5 like it was nothing. Now, I did see it was a knight G5 and knight E6. Like, was that possible? Danya, of course, right? Knight G5, knight E6.
Me? I never sacrifice
you know
pieces, James. Come
exactly
on.
right. Of course,
I don't like what you're implying here. I do like what you're implying,
of course.
actually.
We're aggressive players ourselves here, so we definitely will talk about this type of stuff. Knight G5, I think, was there, knight E6, and knight to C7. Some crazy lines in that, but here, yeah, I think Faruja has obviously a great position. You have the Catalan with the bishop on G2. I mean, these positions that even Magnus has played all the way through, right? So, you know, it's a little bit of life here.
There is life all across the board. We're seeing so much opening action with Jordan going pawn hunting, G5 on another board, and in the last one as well, black is up a pawn already. And this is the fourth game that will be lifting off really soon as Nodirbek Abdusattorov takes on Jules Musa. Two aggressive fighters with the white pieces. Are we expecting Nodirbek to start with 1e4?
Before I tell you the answer to that question, you know what Jules likes with his burger?
What do you like?
Ketchup and mustard. All right.
Oh, wow.
We can talk about the chess now. I'll allow it. Nodirbek has played everything. He likes c4 on move 1 as well, but I think his first move will reveal his intentions in large part, David.
Yeah, completely agree. And very quickly there, we do see it is e4, an open Sicilian, and wow, add some spice to that mustard burger. Queen takes d4, coming out early, and okay, provocative stuff. This has experienced a bit of well, a lot of attention actually at the top levels lately, just bringing the queen out and aiming to just develop as quickly as possible. But a surprise for sure for Musard here. Abdusattorov, you mentioned the English opening and others. Anytime he kind of puts his stamp on an opening, it tends to really take off, and he must have come prepared with ideas. Just developing his bishop here, very calm stuff. Early days, but Musard, the first one to really tank, the first one to start thinking at this point in the Sicilian.
Yeah, this one's there's a straight, like the plans are very nice here. Pintala Gary Krishna actually likes to play this with white. He played this a lot, and actually he likes to play queen e3 after knight c6, bishop d2, ended up castling on the queen side there. So really quick development, castling and getting the rook to d1. Sometimes you can even just castle queen e3 and then put a rook on d1. So very, very fun, I think this is. Yeah, there's the queen e3 move, right? So very fun, I think it is from white's point of view, but black definitely is just pretty solid. I'm not even gonna lie. G6, bishop g7, move the queen, castle. Like, you don't have many problems here. So we're gonna see what Abdusattorov has up his sleeve in the next few moves here.
Yep, solid start to this game, looks like.
Yeah. They're still blitzing out the moves. Anti-Sicilian's more popular than ever as players are just trying to avoid theory. And this line, the theory of this line has really built up over the last couple of years. But Nodirbek just kind of trying to get a normal, standard strategic position, castling to safety on the king side. And Jules Musard, the first to take a bit of a think here.
But it's been amazing to see the kind of unique openings that we've been seeing at the very start on all these four boards. And how important is it to get your opponent to think early on in these formats?
It is important, and it's important to put your stamp on the mini-match, really in the very first game, because there's obviously the results, but there's also the psychological flow of the match, and especially if you're the lower-rated player, if you can catch your opponent off guard in game one, Tanya, that's exactly what Alexander Shimanov is doing. He's not playing e4, e5 and trying to make a grinded-out draw. He's playing for a win in game one, and I think that is the approach which gives you the best chances as the lower-rated player.
And meanwhile, we see Fabiano, Caruana, and this was the game. French defense, some quick moves there. We joined it a few moments ago when G5 landed on the board. Now look at Caruana's knights. They've undeveloped, they've retreated. Clumsy, ugly development for white, but has black overextended. I'm loving black's position, I've got to say. Queen's out, knights looking good. But what next? H3, Fabi's trying to develop his rooks. Rooks before knights and bishops, not conventional chess wisdom, but what do we think here? I'm skeptical for white.
I'll try this at home with the developing your rooks first, chat. But at the same time here, I'm actually a fan of black too as well here. I've been mentioning this lately a lot in the commentary. As you've been seeing a lot of French at high level, definitely Argent and the Indian teams as well in PCL. Been using the French a lot, but I have noticed that in French games, usually the middle games are the most tactical you'll ever see. In fact, even sometimes more tactical than Sicilians. So here, as you see, this is a wacky position. I mean, G-file open, F7 is weak. Like, where do you put the king for black? I mean, he plays E5. Like, this is a wild game. You would never think you would get that from a French defense, but in fact, it definitely is much so. So I definitely take black here, Daniel.
Yeah, me too. I mean, you don't even have to ask me. You know who I'm going to prefer to play here. But Alexander, he's following basic chess principles. When you've got the lead in development, strike in the center, try to open up files, and one more mistake, and Fabiano could very well get checkmated there in the center. There's no question that black is overextended himself. He's got a lot of weaknesses that could be revealed if white is able to complete his development. But, man, I don't think Fabi was expecting challenges of this kind 5 minutes into the first game with the white pieces.
Talking of 5 minutes, he's almost 5 minutes down on the clock. He's under 10 minutes. Fabi in danger already. Who would have expected this? I said it beforehand, Shimonov, don't write him off. He's so dangerous, and normally he's a more strategic positional player, but he's sensing the moment. He's going for a quick kill here as black. And I've never seen such a good French defense, I've got to admit, especially by move 10, 15 of a game. And yeah, you can tell body language as well. Fabi really struggling so far.
Very ambitious play there by Alexander Shimonov. He starts with the French defense, plays a 3, A6 on one side of the board, and then we saw him marching down with that G-pawn, really taking control of the squares for Fabi to develop his knight. And look at white's position. All the pieces still on the first rank. The only developed piece is that white knight, which has jumped around the board multiple times, and that hasn't helped Fabi's cause. He's down on the clock, and currently with the black pieces, it looks like Shimonov is in driving seat. A decision has been made to capture the E5 pawn, and now to me, it looks like the obvious choice would be to recapture with the knight. But Shimonov takes a little bit of a think. And David, what are you expecting? A queen E5 or a knight E5 from him?
Yeah, both look attractive to me, Tanya, I've got to say. Taking with the queen does have the benefit that it pins this black knight. The white knight on E2, meaning that it's harder for white to develop. You do have to calculate perhaps white's bishop coming out, but then the pawn would drop on B2, and to me, everything looks great for black. Likewise, taking with the knight does feel like you might get an opportunity later to drop in with a quick check if you can bring more pieces in to support the attack. So either way, it's looking good here for black. And at this point, I think Shimonov with a huge time advantage already. It makes sense for him to start thinking. Which way are we voting here? Dania, James?
I don't know, and I hate these situations, particularly against a high-rated. I've burned almost my entire clock. You have two options. Both of them look good. You start getting stressed out because you know that this is an early chance, right? You mess up now, you might not get a chance like this again in the black pieces. My vote, I don't know. I would say queen takes e5. That was my gut feeling to prevent the development of white's dark squared bishop, David, as you astutely pointed out, aiming at the b2 pawn. James?
Yeah, I
don't you dare disagree with me.
Okay, I have to go with queen because I was going to say knight, but I'm going to say queen because I cannot disagree with the prophet Danya. But at the same time, I did like knight takes e5 because there's just some random weird stuff like bishop f5, knight d3, like where do you move? I mean, I was also looking, of course, this is a long shot, but like knight f3 is mate. Now, of course, you can't get, it's going to be a hard thing to do, but like a strange line would be like, David, just to show it, g takes h3, right? Let's just say, or let's do h takes g, right? H takes g.
Oh, okay. Yep.
H takes G, right, and then something like, I don't know, we have to figure out how to get his knight to F3, right?
I'll just make one variation, and I'll take this.
Right, yeah, right. But I was also thinking queen F3, right, if he develops his knight at some point, and then knight F3.
It's getting hot in here.
Oh, yeah, of course. You know,
someone
we like
turn the AC on.
Right, queen F3 at some point. Like, if he develops his knight, we take... The idea is there, right? That's what we're seeing. That's why I like knight takes E5. It's very fun, but... Queen takes e5 probably is the move. And that's actually on the board, by the way.
Yeah, he went the other way. He took with the queen. And after pawn takes pawn, I'm expecting a quick recapture on g4 from black's bishop. And again, developing with tempo. I'm struggling to see Fabi's next few moves. I've got to admit, 4 pieces out against 1. Sometimes it's that
disgusting.
Simple.
I think knight f3 is an incredibly strong move, though, both positionally and tactically, because looks like black snaps off on f3, but that gives white sudden tactical chances. If black takes and castles queenside, there are some ideas where the light squared bishop can now develop to h3, and then the dark squared bishop from c1 to f4, and you can lose the lady here really, really quickly. So I think Shima might have underestimated this move, knight f3. It poses him with another dilemma, David. Now he's got to burn more clock to figure out if he gives up the bishop or not. Fabi getting back on his feet here.
Yeah, great move. And a lot of players at home, myself included, we would be thinking, okay, this is ugly. We allow a set of doubled pawns. What is our king doing in the center? What are these pawns long-term in the endgame? But sometimes you have to use these small tricks to gain time, to force your opponent to think. And at least white does have the long-term advantage of the bishop pair too. So really classy stuff. This is the current position. And yeah, at least one question, one difficult question actually for Shamanov to answer for the first time in this game.
And as we see, the clock situation is also getting level as Shamanov takes a think in this position. Fabi, with that trade, the minor piece trade, does intend to develop his pieces with tempo. That bishop landing on h3 with a check. The other bishop coming to attack the black queen. And it looks like Fabi can breathe a sigh of relief. And while he does just that, we've got action on in the Alireza Firouzja Collars board. And that's the one that I want to pull up and get your attention to. We did see a Catalan position where Dimitri did get greedy, picked up the c4 pawn. Alireza has managed to win it back. And how do we assess this? Because very often in the Catalan, if black gets a good e5 break, he solved all his problems.
Yeah, that's normally true, but here there are some extenuating circumstances. White's got the bishop pair, and Alireza's managed to recapture the c4 pawn, Tanya. So if you look at those queenside pawns on a6 and on c7, those pawns are weak. I think Alireza has not a huge advantage, but definitely a slight plus. This is exactly what you want out of a Catalan. And we see e takes d4, so we're going to get some more transformations and trades here. Maybe the black queen can come out to d5 and offer a queen trade, but Dimitri has to tread very carefully here, no question about it.
Yeah, quick move there from Dimitri, plonking his knight in the center of the board, aiming to reduce white's advantage potentially by capturing one of the bishops. But no, Firouzja instantly reacting by bringing his bishop to target the backward and isolated c7 pawn. And yeah, these two black knights, they look kind of nice, but they do feel clumsy at the same time. And Firouzja, I love the pace he's keeping. Both players playing very fast, actually, at this moment in time. And it looks like one-way traffic to me. Yes,
Absolutely.
You all have isolated pawns, but white has the easier targets.
Yeah, I think white has a huge practical advantage. I mean, Indians like, oh, yeah, white like white just a little bit, right? But practically, I mean, we have the bishops pointing at the queen side. You have everything you want in a Catalan. Now, of course, black does have the bishop opposing the light square bishop on g2. In the Catalan, the light square bishop on g2 is an absolute monster. But when you can oppose it with bishop b7 or sometimes the early bishop d7 to c6, even a move like this, knight b4, saying, yo, bro, we got to get that bishop off the board here. But what a move. Knight b4. He just put it right there out there like that. What happens if I take it, Tanya?
Well, Dimitri just taking the bull by the horns, or shall I say the position by the collar. Okay, forget I said anything. Queen takes b4. The idea is bishop b7 takes f3. That's what's called a discovered attack for newer players. That's when a piece moves out of the way and opens up an attack on another piece. In this case, the rook attacks the queen, so you can't take back on f3. The more trades, the less machinery white has to target those queenside pawns, the better black stands. So I think Alireza will have to find a way to restrict the mobility of that knight and prevent it from jumping to d3, Tanya.
Yeah. I love it. Knight b4, such a tactical way to try to solve problems. And as you're mentioning, there is the trick of capturing on f3, but not just that. There is a big threat on the board as well. That knight on b4 wants to land on the d3 square and just neutralize the bishop pair that we've been talking about. That is a big trump in Alireza's position. Some creative play there by Dimitri Collars with his last move. And one of the creative players in this field is Jordan van Foreest. He's playing against Hikaru Nakamura. There is hot action on that one as well. We do see a lot of trades. 1 second, where are we missing a queen
Where the
here?
queen? Where is his queen? Where is his queen?
Okay, guys, how good is your counting? We need to do some counting here. What is the material balance? Black has lost his queen, but in return has a rook, knight, and pawn, I think. So it looks like level material, if you do a bit of counting there, but what do we think? Actually, I quite like Jordan's position, I've got to say, as black. But great potential just to install knights in the center of the board and full blockade. The white queen lacking any activity at the moment.
This dream compensation for the queen, can he? Knights on f5 and d5. Wow. Hikaru could get crushed here on the first rank. I mean, Evalvar giving a very modest plus for black. But I like what I'm seeing here from Jordan.
Yeah, it's crazy. Very creative, as we think. We always plays very creative. G3, that is not a move. And just like, yo, that's Garbo. Start a new one immediately, actually. What is the move here? G3, maybe it's just knight d5. Or rook c3 hits g3. Okay, we move the queen.
I love it from Jordan. He's going to start switching his attention towards the white king side. Those white pawns really loose. Just plant a knight on d5. I don't think you need to even worry too much about those queenside pawns for black. And Hikaru, are you impressed by how calm he looks? I would be terrified here for white.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I would too.
I mean, he wins about 97.8% of these types of positions, so I think he already has the narrative established in his mind. He's going to get Jordan low on time. He's going to start getting nervous, and so important for Jordan to avoid that. Maybe go h5, h4. That's a Canty-like idea to break down white's pawns, or knight d5. But David, Hikaru asking some questions here and forcing Jordan to sacrifice some more pawns, which he does.
Yeah, h5 definitely happened, too. That's crazy. h5, h4, he's going for it. I mean, yeah, the problem here is that, okay, yes, I do have the extra queen, quotation marks here, but look at the piece, the quality. Bishop and knight look pretty gross. I'm just defending. I have a rook on d1 doing what exactly, right? Just defending the d4 pawn. It's not really active here. The queen's definitely going to have to be by herself in many cases here. Definitely black has huge compensation here. What a queen sack from Jordan here. Wow, creative, 100%.
Creative and effective here. Just, I mean, I'm dreaming of a knight landing on this square. It's never, ever going to get challenged. And I'm not even calculating here if I'm Jordan. I don't think he needs to. Just start motoring forward towards that white king. And there we go. The knight lands. You've got to be really worried now. This pawn push is going to break down the white defenses. This pawn is going to be gone. And what is white's queen doing off on a limb on her own? Terrible position for white, it looks like.
And that's the big question, right? You've got the queen on one side of the board, all the other pieces on the other end, the bishop on f2 not playing a role at all. If that bishop was on e5, we probably would have been singing to another tune. There would be activity, but it looks like it's Jordan who's got all the play in the position. And what I love is the speed with which he's playing. We don't often get to see Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces, the absolute beast, one of the best players in the world, down 2 minutes on the clock and facing the pressure. But let's not forget, this is one of the most resourceful, if not the most resilient player on the planet. He's not going to make it easy. Right now, a clear threat. He is delaying h4. He is hitting that rook on c3. And notice how that rook on c3 needs to stay connected to that other rook. Where do you move?
Good question, and a tricky move, as you say there, Tanya. I would never have this on my radar, retreating a bishop from a nice defensive post, but he is asking questions. And Jordan, maybe he just reinstalls his rook on the second rank. Rooks can be so deadly there. If you keep them connected, you could drop back and gain some time against the white queen, but there we go. He plants his rook on c2, and still the threats remain. Those black knights are hinting at jumping in already. And how does Nakamura react? How do you keep kind of prolonging this defensive setup?
I mean, he's got to try to get a pair of rooks off the board, but that's much easier said than done because rook d2 would be met with rook c1, and black will start picking those minor pieces off the first rank. Another idea that's causing angst is rook b8, and then the rooks could double on the second rank. h5, h4, that was the initial idea, and Hikaru says, I don't care about any of that. I literally don't care. He's just grabbing pawns and making Jordan prove it, and we're about to enter a very exciting phase of the game.
This is very dangerous. This is very dangerous for the chess kids at home, right? Maybe sure you close your eyes on this one. This is a family channel. This is definitely about to get crazy here. He went the bishop back to e1. Eval bar is all the way in black's favor here.
And bishop e1. The eval bar says this is a bad move in the position. Jordan playing for immediate compensation. Does he now double on the 7th rank?
Or knight h4. There's so many good-looking moves.
Yeah, so many here. You mentioned, Daniel, knight h4 looks brutal, just jumping in with some checkmating ideas.
Wow.
Evaluation bar still stays in black's camp, so this is extremely strong. You could jump the other way. You could jump into this square. This looks killer as well, I've got to say. You can start picking off pawns. This pawn is ripe to be plucked. And also, Daniel, you mentioned just doubling the rooks, bringing them to the second rank. You're spoiled for choice. Maybe that's the only potential hazard for Jordan. 5 minutes, but 5 or 6 good moves to choose from.
Dude, I've seen everything. I've seen Hikaru win every type of position, but this is completely winning, and 6 minutes is an eternity to figure out. These are obvious mating patterns. Now knight f3. Whichever way you run, you get mated. King h1, rook h2, Arabian mate, king f1, knight d5 to e3. Let's call it the Jordan Van Forest mate. And you don't need that rook on c8. You don't need that bishop. The knights and the other rook, they do the heavy lifting here, David. Oh, this is painful.
Wow.
Painful and so aesthetically pleasing. This is visually striking from Jordan so far. Queens, they are the strongest piece, but if she is so far away from the defense of her king like Hikaru's queen right now, then actually Yeah, they can't fight against the might of several pieces combined. And look at those two black knights.
This is gross. Look at these knights. As Hikaru says it himself, and it backfires, as these knights is definitely cooking right now in the White's camp here. Knight takes h3 is there. I mean, knight f3. I mean, anything 3. Rook b8 to b2. Like, it's so many moves here. Even sometimes even play f5, try to get rid of the knight. Some cases sack the bishop. There's so many things to do here. This is definitely difficult, even for a resourceful player like Hikaru.
James, with Hikaru, it's not over till it's over. Knight e4 does hit that bishop. We've seen big turnarounds, and he does make the impossible possible. But this position now for Jordan van Foers, it's so important to keep the pressure on the clock, to take those decisions quickly. But is this a good moment for him to slow down and calculate it till the very end, to pick the right choices? Does he jump with the f4 knight to h3? Does he land on f3 with a check? Is this time for Jordan to slow down a little?
It is, and he has to, because I've been looking at this position for a minute, and I don't actually see a super convincing move. Knight takes h3, king f1, and for the moment, White's king is dodging the biggest bullets. He gives a check with the other knight. The eval bar creeps up. This is what always seems to happen in Hikaru's games. You make one little mistake, and then you start feeling nervous. I think after king h1, that knight on f3 is in the queen's crosshairs. Knight e4 to f6 check, as well as knight takes bishop, become the threats. I think Jordan might be losing control already.
Wow.
Yeah. You do fear for Jordan here just because of Hikaru's track record, just because of the fact that now it's actually far narrower, the path towards victory. The margin for error for Black suddenly is high, and I would be blundering here against Hikaru for sure. One of the two black knights is going to drop off. The white queen is going to do some damage. Commentator's curse, I said it earlier. The white queen's doing nothing, but something feels a bit loose now for Jordan. Okay, he grabs a pawn, and Hikaru keeps some measure of control. He's very good at consolidating, Hikaru, just surviving, asking the opponent to find those difficult moves. And it looks ugly for White still, but this defensive setup for now is holding. What does Jordan have to do? Does he take a timeout? His bishop is attacked. You mentioned, Dania, this threat of knight f6 check, the white queen picking up the black knight on f3. Everything's really loose.
This is such a misleading eval bar, because bishop d6 to f8 would be like the move I'd play in a bullet game, but then knight f6 check and White picks off the knight on f3. You get a massive liquidation, and then at the end, White's got that passed a pawn, which could be really unpleasant in time pressure. I'm not seeing the knockout blow. This might be one of those positions, David, where you have to find a narrow path to victory, and if you don't find it, you're basically not even better.
Yeah. Engine like, look at that. You see this as rook c3?
Wow, rook to c3. I'm assuming it's this rook. No way is Jordan going to find that. Rook to c3, giving up his bishop. What is the idea? There must be a checkmate.
And the rook, too.
That's what I thought the same thing.
Oh, and the rook. Wow. Yeah. Okay, I didn't even see this one. It's this is crazy. Just giving up the rook so that you can capture this bishop, and either the white king has to walk forward. I'm assuming there's a knockout blow here, maybe to do with some nasty checkmate.
Oh,
wow.
Oh,
look at that mate.
H3. Put it on the...
And rook h2.
Oh, my goodness. Oh,
wow.
my goodness.
No chance Jordan's going to find this with 5 minutes, but this is beautiful stuff. So either you take this way, or you get checkmated in a different fashion, I guess. And 2 knights, 2 rooks against the lone white king. But this is incredibly difficult to spot. Do we think he's going to find it?
Oh, my God.
Engine says only one other move to maintain the advantage. That's difficult, too. Dropping your bishop into f4.
Yeah.
Looks like a bit of a nothing move. So margin for error now for Jordan, tiny. Is he going to find one of these 2 moves? Bishop f4, or even more powerful, rook c3?
You know, it's funny. I actually spotted rook c3, but I was like, I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just going to put the rook on c3. It looks great, but what do you do afterwards? You have to spot knight f2, knight back to h4, and that is ridiculous. That's just wicked calculation there after rook c3. Knight d6 is probably a little bit easier, but man, that knight c3 thing, and it's too much. It's a lot here for him to find, especially at the time right now, having thinking for 2 minutes, having 2.5 just under now, and bishop f4, the other move. What does that even do, right? It's just very difficult to figure this out here.
Yeah,
crazy.
2 minutes now for Jordan. He has to realize that this white knight is overloaded and actually cannot move in any effective way. But, okay, he didn't find this one. He's played his king to g7, and the game goes on now. Still a total mess. I guess his idea is to potentially swing his rook over to hit the white king. But Hikaru, according to the computer at least, is back in it.
Yeah.
Back in it. Yeah, I'm back in the game. Bro, where do you even move? What do I do? King g2? He hits both the knights, maybe? What is this?
Take the bishop, maybe?
Right. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, take the bishop. Just take the bishop, rook h8, and hope for the best.
Yeah, we saw the engine suggestions earlier. Maybe we can see them again. How many moves does Hikaru have to survive? He took the bishop. Super tempting, but now black winning again.
Oh my
Is this going to lead to checkmate?
Is there? So I thought rook takes f2 is very strong here, but then maybe black can actually take back on f2, allow the queen to capture on f7, and maybe somehow the king dodges all the checks through h6.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not sure though.
It's pretty gross.
That's it. Queen f4.
Okay.
And then king h5, and there are no checks. Look at that. Oh, but never mind.
But now this is defended, this check, so maybe we have...
Oh, you can take the other
take the
rook.
rook.
So you have to
Yikes.
play g5 first.
Okay.
And force the queen away from its defensive h2.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
And now
Check.
king h5.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Check, and you keep running forward.
Unbelievable.
Keep running forward, and where do we hide? Check.
Queen e4 and king g3.
Oh man.
And the queen takes the square away from the knight.
They studied.
This is crazy. So we could be seeing a king march here, but Jordan has to calculate this. Hikaru has to calculate this. This was definitely his plan, right, Dania? James, rook takes knight and going in for this variation, but the only option now is potentially to bring your king forward into the firing line of this black rook. Looks disastrous for white right now, gotta say. Moment of truth.
I mean, is there a mate after king g2? Like, king g2... Is there a mate? It has to be. I mean, but you have to find
at
it.
a minimum, black can play knight f2 to e4 and then pick off the knight on d6, and then it's target practice against white's king. So Jordan's got that in his pocket. I think Hikaru just calculated that line as reflected by him sitting back in disgust. But Jordan's got a lot of bullets to dodge, even if Hikaru takes on f2, David. The game's not over there.
Yeah, the game's not over, and you can tell Jordan looking very focused, leaning forward on his camera. He's still trying to work that out. He's hoping it works out for black, and we know from that variation, from the analysis, that it does work out for black, but Jordan, he's not going to be sure. Hikaru coming to that realization. What's he going to do? I think walking forward with the king loses in several ways. So you pretty much have to take that knight and just pray, just cross your fingers and hope. But Hikaru, devastated. He's realizing now that he is crashing to defeat with white in the first game of the day.
Yeah, that London
Hikaru Nakamura there shaking his head. He's down to a minute on the clock in a position that looks absolutely busted. And as you mentioned, the only move to go up with that king to g2. Will Jordan van Foreest find the killer blow? He seems to be doing everything right. What a great game with the black pieces so far. He will pick up that knight on d6, and the other rook comes into the attack. Is this game over?
Dang.
No.
If it wasn't Hikaru, we would say game over. But it is Hikaru Nakamura. And maybe he'll find one way to at least prolong the game, force some accuracy from Jordan. Dania, are you sure? It looks like game over to me.
King f4, and you still have to find that mating net. And I've been in this situation a million times where you're like, all chess principles tell you that there's 500 mates, but you're actually looking and you cannot find a single mating construction. Maybe f6 and g5 is the way to force the king onto the h file, but rook g1, rook f2, king g4, I mean, it's so easy to make that one wrong move. Yeah, it should be mate, but a couple more accurate moves required from Jordan.
Yeah, this is one thing I think everyone should note at home. Don't lead from the front with your king. You will get checkmated, especially if there are heavy pieces on the board. But Dania, you're right so far. Rook g1, he's prolonging the tension. No matter what the bar says, he still has to prove it, Jordan. Can he deliver the killing blow? I don't see it yet either, got to say. But Hikaru does.
G5 and king g6, I think, is mate.
And I think it's f5, right? f5, knight f7, rook h3. It's
There must be something
like that.
30 seconds for Hikaru. King g4 has been played. Jordan van Foreest is looking confident, and Hikaru looking like he's giving up. But you know, we all know that we can't get fooled by Hikaru's expression.
Well, actually, Tanya, Hikaru has resigned. He didn't even ask Jordan that final question. He didn't even ask him to deliver the checkmate. He just resigns and storms off.
Wow.
Hikaru Nakamura resigns in a position. Daniel, you said it's still game on. Are you surprised with this early abrupt ending?
Oh, it's just that Jordan has 2 minutes, and when I look at this a little more deep, I am surprised Hikaru resigned. I think he's just disgusted by the way the game went, but f5 check here forces the king onto a square where it can be checked by either the rook or the knight. At this point, I mean, it's almost impossible to mess this up for black, so I get it. Hikaru kept it close, but Jordan with nerves of steel, Tanya.
What an amazing game by Jordan van Foreest. And the other big favorite, Fabiano Caruana, it looks like he's the one in driving seat in this position. Look at that black king. That's got to be a checkmate soon.
Yeah, let him rook, chat. Let him rook. Okay, that man's cooking right now. That's about to be mate in like 2, right? Mate in 3, something like that. Queen f4, rook g7, and then like just hit the button. I mean, rook g1. Queen f4, rook g1, hit the button, which is the resign button.
Yeah.
But okay, queen f4, queen e5, even better. Queen f4 was queen f5. So queen e5, but now rook f3. Oh, wow, look at the precision, Mr. Calculator. That's Bobby for you. Of course, the most precise way to do it. GG.
This is amazing. And we see the 2 rooks and the queen, the power of the major pieces. And one of the majors here at the ChessKid Cup, Fabiano Caruana takes the first win in his match against Shimanov. It started super shaky for Fabi. Well, action is on the other boards as well. And we see our Evalbar, Dmitry Kolarz in a crushing position against Alireza Firouzja, while Abdusattorov looks like he's about to take the win. Where do you guys want to head to?
Definitely got to go to Gucci Reza there. And well, something happened. Not anymore. Evalbar just jumped there. It definitely jumped. Kolarz looked like he was winning based off the Evalbar once we get to the game. And now it's back to equal. Must be in some time scrambles here.
Wow, crazy stuff. Firouzja was actually a whole rook down in that game. I think we'll jump over there in a moment or two. Firouzja was a rook down, about to crash to defeat, but Kolarz panicked, maybe with little time on his clock, and it's level again. It's queen versus 2 rooks suddenly. And, okay, actually, we're in with Abdusattorov and Musard. And this one, if we do a quick count, white has 6 pawns, black has only 5. So white temporarily a pawn up, white with a safer king. Looks like winning for Abdusattorov this one. Actually, every game we've seen queen and heavy pieces, and often a checkmating attack. Maybe we'll see the same in this one too.
Smooth. This is just winning from all sides. White's up material. The king is permanently weak on h8. Queen is coming to e5. This one's game, set, match. Well, not game, set, match. Just game for now. But a good start for Abdusattorov.
Yeah, with that extra pawn and the weak king, you need 1 rook left. Either the d1 rook goes to d3 or the a1 rook goes to a3, joins the attack, and Abdusattorov definitely looking good on this one. He's also up on the clock, the extra pawn. It doesn't matter. Black's got to spend some time if he wants to pick that up, but that would mean danger for the king. Jules Musard trying to bring that rook into the defense. He's looking at covering the 7th rank and maybe going rook g7, trying to hide that king, block it. Do you think it's going to be enough?
Hiding your king is one thing. You're also a pawn down temporarily. You're going to get kind of left with ruinous pawns. I'm assuming white's just going to trade in the center here, take on d5 with your pawn, and you're left with 4 isolated little guys there, which are going to be weak, are going to be targeted. So it feels like everything is wrong. And even if you survive to an endgame, you will lose there too. First, a check from Abdusattorov, and next move, he'll get ready to start picking some more pawns off the board.
Absolutely. Position is just collapsing here. Trying to figure out what's the most accurate way. I mean, you can even do rook a6. You also can do pawn takes d5 here. Of course, it may be a queen b6, but then we have a pass pawn again, which is by pushing the d6 pawn. Just pushing it up. We can then go rook a3 to g3. Queen is centralized. Black has no real play here. Very tough game. Also 39 seconds. This one is a wrap.
I like the look of c5 to deflect the queen off that long diagonal and then take on a6.
I definitely like, so queen c5, rook a6, is that what you were thinking?
Yeah.
Okay, I was trying to figure out what happened on queen c5. Okay.
Exactly.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And b7 is also a threat. So many, all roads lead to Tashkent here, but, Nodirbek, this is easy clap. He's enjoying this.
Yeah, definitely.
And 2 minutes, more than enough time for the young Uzbek player here. He can play any move pretty much and win, pushing forward, taking this pawn, and he should have this one in the bag. Musard, tough start to the day for him as well. It looks like some very, very strong play from one of the 2 players in all of these matchups so far. Not going to say one-sided, but really inspired attacking play, especially. And yeah, it's hard to imagine Black surviving this one. I just can't imagine any world in which you cling on and even get to that endgame, get to a rook endgame. Rook takes pawn first of all, Danya. Looks just as good.
Yeah. I mean, Black's going to play d takes c4, and he's going to make a mate in 1 threat. Something tells me Nodirbek is going to see that, and he did. What a big surprise there.
Right.
And Musard's counterplay has been exhausted. Rook a7 is unstoppable. He'll probably try king g8, but rook a7 nonetheless. Rook d6, just lift a piece and put it on any square, and you're going to be winning.
White's queen is so dominant. This is just the most beautiful queen you will ever see. This is one thing to remember at home. Just centralize your queens in these heavy piece positions. Have the safer king, and things will work out in your favor. Okay, curling up into a ball here, Musard, just protecting everything, but won't last for long. Rook a7. What is the killer blow after queen takes pawn on b6? There must be one there.
Just rook g7, and the other rook comes to d7. Yeah. Oh, look at Jules, little dirty move there. He's just resigning.
Oh, but that rook coming to d8 would be game over after that trade, and Jules Musard in big trouble here. We've had 3 decisive games, and this looks like it's going to be the 4th decisive game. And with that one massive upset, Jordan Van Foreest taking his game against Hikaru Nakamura. So much action with 4 decisive results. David, take us through the big moment.
Well, I want to highlight the one moment from Jordan Van Foreest where he came up with a really inspired, really instructive queen sacrifice. It was here. The black queen was attacked. The black rook attacked as well, and he decided it's time to ditch the queen. After taking this knight, first of all, queen takes queen, he actually ignored the white queen. He simply captured, and if we fast forward, all of the black pieces came together. They dominated the white queen, and in this final position, white resigned, about to get checkmated after pawn to f5. Disastrous start for Hikaru Nakamura.
What a big win that is with the black pieces. Quite a start for Jordan van Fore's. Let's take a look at our results going into round 2 of Division 1 first match, and we see the big upset there. Jordan winning his games on the other 3 boards. It was the favorites who took the point, with Fabi defeating Shimanov, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. A great attack by the heavy pieces. Takes down Jules Moussard and Alireza Firouzja. Also made it look easy against Dimitri Kolas. It's been an exciting game, and this is what we predicted, right? With this playing field, it's going to be intense chess action, and more of that continues after this Twitch break.
ChessKid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And ChessKid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. ChessKid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. ChessKid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. ChessKid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. ChessKid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
At Magnus Academy, we've taught chess to 100,000 kids. With summer around the corner, we're gearing up for camps. At online chess camps, kids learn about chess in a safe, fun environment from a team of all-star coaches. Kids are grouped by skill level from beginners up to national champions. There are never more than 8 kids per coach, so every child gets plenty of attention. You might even get the chance to meet Magnus and ask him a question or challenge him to a game. Each week has a different theme, like opening traps, learning from your losses, or Magnus Carlsen's best games. Sign up by May 31st to get a $30 discount. Join the 100,000 kids and counting that have learned chess with Magnus Chess Academy.
For over 75 years, we've witnessed moments that will last forever. Records and trophies, firsts and onlys, game-changing innovations. From the heroes we admire to the joy of watching them play. Our history defines us, inspires us, and pushes us into the future. Celebrating 75 years of changing the game. Puma, forever faster.
A limited drop of the MCs, the Clyde Chess. It's live on Puma. Make sure to get your hands on them. They are the coolest chess shoes. And of course, we are super excited about this launch and about the ChessKid Cup. And we've got a very special guest joining us to talk more about ChessKid, the leading platform for kids to play chess and to learn. We've got Mike Klein with us. Mike, welcome. Firstly, where are you joining us from? What's going on there?
Hey, Tanya, really apologize for my connection, but joining to you from Madagascar. The sun goes down very early here.
I think we are having some issues with the sound there. We will try to get Mike back on as we fix those technical issues and hear more from him on the ChessKid. But for now, Mike, we'll try to have you back on. But for now, let's just quickly talk about the action that we just saw. Jordan van Fore's, that's got to be the game of the round.
Incredible. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Well, I mean, I don't think anybody expected that result. Hikaru with the white pieces, and he plays solidly. He almost never loses when he plays one knight f3. He was just trying to start off solid. Jordan with that queen sack, and then the nerves of steel. It was topsy-turvy. It wasn't easy, Tanya, but he gets the job done in the end. Huge game one, but that's just the tip of the iceberg when you're playing Nakamura. You got 3 more games, and now Hikaru's going to be mad.
Jordan's got to be feeling the pressure. The only thing worse than playing Hikaru is playing an angry Hikaru, James.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, right now, I mean, they call him Michael Jordan Van Forest, okay, right? But at the same time, when you have an angry Hikaru, like the Hawk, like, you don't like me when I'm angry. And that's just exactly what we got to see from Hikaru. 3 more games, he's about to swing. So Jordan needs to be very, very ready for this next one, for sure.
And the other favorites did make it look easy. And I have to ask you, David, what do the underdogs, well, at least the ones on the paper, what do they need to do to strike back?
Well, actually, it's different stories for some of those players. Jordan, the underdog, he's in the lead now. Dmitry Kolar's the underdog. He might have lost the first game, but he was in control. He was winning against Firouzja, so he just needs to do more of the same, but maybe with a bit more of a killer touch, a bit more confidence in closing the game out. For Shumanov and Jules Moussad, it's more difficult. They need something different. They need to maybe attack if they can in these next games.
A big round 2 coming up, and we are talking about the ChessKid Cup. The action is on. Now remember, every grandmaster was once a chess kid. And as we celebrate the big games, the big action that we're seeing, we're also celebrating with the ChessKid Cup the big talents across the world. And we had the opportunity to meet one such talent, Shreyas Royal. Take a look.
I think when I was 5-6 years old, I said, I want to be a grandmaster. Getting the title, the Grandmaster title, but also being the youngest to do it in the UK, that was a huge goal. It drove me throughout my entire childhood. It was all I could think about at times. My friends, they would be out playing football, out, hanging together, and I would just be at home studying chess, playing chess whenever I could, and it was all with that one specific title in mind. So when I got it, it was just, the feeling was incredible. I ran back from the tournament hall to meet my mum. She was crying with joy. It was, it was amazing. I felt that I had kind of repaid some of what my parents had sacrificed, bringing me around the world, around the country, every weekend.
The record has been mine for 16 years, but I'm about to lose it.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
You too.
I'm currently thinking about the Grandmaster record, which currently stands, I think, at 16 years and 1 month old, by the man who's sitting right opposite me. I would be the youngest English Grandmaster if I were to get the title before then, and I'm currently 14 years old, so I think I have pretty high chances. I could try to get it this year. I don't know how many records I've held, but this would be probably my biggest one so far. I got into chess through my father at the age of 6. He taught me the basic moves, and then I went to my local primary school and they had a chess club there. I guess my first major achievement was when I was 7 years old. I was feeling very happy. I felt I was good at something and I was better than a lot of other people.
But just as his chess career was starting out, his future life situation became uncertain.
Shreyas was essentially Britain's chess hope, and his father was here on a work visa. That work visa was running out, and essentially he was going to be deported.
The people in the country, the English Chess Federation, they didn't exactly want to lose me. I was also, really used to England. I liked being here. I had a lot of friends. I also wanted to stay, and I guess English Chess Federation and my family and some more important people also fought for my case.
We launched a PR campaign to try and keep Shreyas in the country, which gained an enormous amount of traction.
In the end, we got an unexpected call from the Home Office saying that our visa has been extended. It felt pretty good. I even got the British passport, so whenever I travel to tournaments, I can use the British passport and skip the long lines.
Recently, Shreyas Royal started working as an ambassador for ChessKid, this tournament sponsor, helping others learn the game.
I'm really happy to be working with ChessKid to help get more players in the UK playing chess. I do some shows with them, and I play every week on ChessKid against some of the players on the site.
Let's do this.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, one hand behind my back. No. So nervous. Okay.
38 seconds. Okay, but I have to mention there was one rule that you did not follow.
Oh, no.
Supposed to take one piece at a time, not two pieces.
Oh, 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh, 46 seconds.
I did 38 the last time.
But I was a bit naughty the way I did it. Well done.
So David, how would you feel about losing the record?
It's about time. It's been too long. I've held on to it too long, so I'm glad someone is about to take it. We have a bunch of young teenagers now who are breaking through, and if I can be the wise old man, kind of supporting them, helping them along, then I'll embrace that role.
I want to be a top-class grandmaster, hopefully 2750-ish, and that's pretty much my main goal.
I have a feeling we'll see him in the top 100 of the world within a few years, and from there, it's up to him whether he can hit the next level if he really dedicates himself to chess.
14-year-old international master Shreyas Royal from England with a big, bright future ahead of him. And right now, it is Hikaru Nakamura who is looking for that big, bright future as he is playing with the black pieces against Jordan. He's playing catch-up, not something that Hikaru is used to. Jordan gets the white pieces. What's going to be his approach, James? Will Jordan try to play solid, or are you expecting him to go for it with white?
Well, he's very creative, so I think he's just going to play his game, right? I think it's best to play what you know best. Don't play anything crazy, don't play anything weird, right? You just play what you know, and of course, crazy and weird is actually how he plays. But, of course, just play what you know. Here we got a modern. Whoa, Danya, modern?
Typical Hikaru. I mean, he's been playing this opening since the Civil War era. He knows the ins and outs of the modern, and he plays this when he needs that win on demand with black. So this isn't tilt. This is standard Hikaru fare. And even a lot of top grandmasters, David, they don't exactly review the modern. That's not on the top list of openings that you're reviewing. So Hikaru, I mean, he wants to get Jordan out of theory, but Jordan, as I like to say when I'm tilted, he knows everything, he sees everything.
You're right, Danya. Confession time. I've never studied this position. It's only move forward, but Jordan's on his own, and well, at least if he's not in his own, he will be forced to answer some very difficult questions. It's up to him now how to develop, and no opening theory in this one. You guys kind of highlighted that as one of Jordan's strengths before the game, before this match. And wow, provocative play by Nakamura, I've got to say. Pushing pawns on both sides of the board and neglecting development slightly.
That's 4 pawn moves out of the first 5 moves. But is that exactly what you expect from Hikaru when he needs to win to level the match?
Weirdly enough, this modern opening, the way that he's playing it too as well, you actually sometimes can get worse positions as white by making natural moves. So like knight f3 or even playing f4, knight e2. Like that's probably when I would go for f4, maybe knight e2 there just to get some space in the center. But lots of times you can just find yourself being in a worse position after making natural moves against the modern, usually because of the pawn breaks and the flexibility and the options that it gives you. Hikaru has a lot of options in this position.
Wow, and another pawn move. 5 out of 6 now from Hikaru Nakamura. I wonder how many more pawn moves he'll push before he decides to develop or castle his king. Don't try this at home, kids.
A couple, yeah. Hikaru, playing Hikaru chess, Tanya. But who's that guy? Fabiano Caruana. Can we get some famous players in here? Enough with the obscure amateurs.
Wow, Fabi with the first round win starts with the black pieces. Some crazy openings on the Hikaru board, but this one starts more sane. The knights are developed, so the more pieces coming out on the board. And we see perhaps an English, or is it going to be d4?
Yeah, ahead of this tournament, I did a bit of research on Shimanov. We're similar ages. I played him a few times when we were young, but in recent years, less familiar with his games, perhaps, he does tend to open games in this way. Tends to be something a bit offbeat, just something a bit quiet, risk-free with white. But now, looking off to the side there, Shimanov, he's just picking what to play. He goes for the fianchetto, very logical stuff. And I don't think it's his style, Shimanov, to kind of burn his bridges and go all-out attack from move 1. Despite the fact he's 1 point down in this match, still a long way to go. So sticking to his normal openings.
And he's fighting 2 enemies, right? The first is that he actually has a game to play. The second is that he had that great chance, apparently, with something like -2 out of the opening in the previous game. We've all been there. During an over-the-board game, you've got a position in front of you. All you're thinking about is that other position where you could have made that move, could have been 1-0 in your favor. So Shimanov has to push all of that aside. Right now, he's got to decide whether he plays d4 and transposes it into a Catalan or b3 and plays this reverse Benoni style, which is what he's going to do.
Yeah, the problem is Caruana has studied everything in this type of position, and if he's in a solid mood, it's going to be very hard to beat Fabi here.
So Shimanov, is he going to trade off pawns in the center? Is he just going to develop his dark squared bishop? Fianchetto that one too. Lots of questions, but early days and very balanced, very equal this type of position usually, if black knows what they're doing.
That's really interesting what you say, David, about Fabiano being one of the best prepared players in the world. Would you agree with that? I think I saw Hikaru mention something about Anish also being top there. What do you think, Anish or Fabi?
I'm gonna have to go with Anish there. I'm gonna have to go with Anish just because of he got some courses out. You know, I'm Mr. Chessable here. I know all this stuff. So he has a lot of courses out, a lot of coursework. But I mean, also Fabi did go to the World Championship based off prep. He even prepped for a year to beat the Nodirbek from MVL with the P-Sack. Waited a whole year just to unleash this prep on him. So definitely gonna have to go with Anish there. But Fabi's, I think, is a close second here. Fabi is prepped up. And look at this game here.
Wow, clearly the two best prepared players in the world. But right now, it's also Alireza and we've got a Petrov. What kind of preparation is that for this format?
Wow, Firouzja just playing the moment, playing the match. He's 1 point up, so why not just choose a solid symmetrical opening like the Petrov? Total symmetry almost right now, and it's going to be hard for Dmitry to whip something up other than going for theory. And has Firouzja done his homework? This tends to end up in very theoretical positions that have been deeply studied. So interesting choice there, Danya.
Yeah, and the Petrov, one of the oldest openings in existence, named after Alexander Petrov, who was the top Russian player in the 1850s. Yesterday, I was actually reading the Russian chess magazine, the first ever Russian language magazine. It was edited by Alexander Petrov, and I was curious to see how he referred to his own opening, and he referred to it as the Russian game. Then later, people started referring to it as the Petrov. Alireza doing what everybody seems to be doing now. That last game, David, it was a heartbreaker for Dmitry. He was up a rook, then it was a dead draw, then he blundered one rook, and then he blundered the other one, and now he's down a point in the match.
Yeah, chess can be brutal like that. And, OK, meanwhile, some pressure. It's all revolving around this black knight in the center, the knight on e4. And Dmitry Kolarz choosing a really creative way to try and break down that knight in the middle. I haven't seen this one before, I've got to admit, guys.
Never. I mean, he's actually swinging. I mean, very, I think, impressive, to say the least, with that knight b4 move that he made, was really nice in the last game. He was winning there. Knight g5, I have never actually seen this move. We always see c takes d5, followed by a knight c3, or even knight c3 immediately, sometimes even taking on e4. Knight g5? That one is going to make you think a little bit, as Firouzja is in a think tank here, and that is pretty nice. Loving his knight g5 move.
Yeah. Very creative stuff. And as you pointed out, we saw a similar motive by Dmitry in that last game. And of course, we've got action on our fourth board as well with Jules Musat currently trailing Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Jules starts with the white pieces. And once again, will Nodirbek take the Alireza path and decide to be solid with black? Or will we see fireworks in this one? Well, French, and James, you've always called it out with the French, that it starts slow, but it has all the potential to be a blowout.
Absolutely, of course. I mean, hey, the French defense is very solid. Of course, you have the bishop. Really, the only problem they have with the French is the bishop on c8. But that doesn't mean that the position isn't going to get aggressive and crazy. These positions get very razor sharp from both sides here, as we saw at that Fabi game. Of course, definitely Shimanov had some chances there, but Fabi was just able to win that game there. It happened. So let's see where he goes here with bishop b4, win hour. Very, very sharp stuff here, too, as well.
Yeah, not solid either, this stuff from back. I've got to say, Abdusattorov playing the French opening against the French champion. That is brave stuff. Wow. I would not have predicted this beforehand, and I don't think Jules Musat would have done either.
No, this is a bold choice by Nodirbek, but if you don't know this line, the win hour becomes the lose hour. Jules already revealing his intentions. He doesn't play e4, e5, which is by far the most popular move, but one of the hard things about playing the French, that there are all these tricky sidelines, and one of them is, in fact, knight g1 to e2, usually followed up by a3. And either to cling to the pawn, you have to give up the bishop pair and leave yourself with that bad canty bishop on c8. Or if you play bishop to a5, white could chase that bishop away from its pinning square and then recapture on e4.
Yeah, what do you think we'll see? Abdusattorov, from my experience at least, tends to love his bishops, a bit of a bishop fiend. So I think he'll be reluctant to capture this knight right now. Often black gives back the pawn, if possible, just to get developed. OK, he does take the knight, still one of the main lines. The knight comes out to c6, attacking white's pawn on d4. Still logical stuff, still well-known theory here. And Jules, I'm expecting him to either push that pawn forward or defend it right now. Lots of choice, but still early days in all of these games that we've seen so far. Yeah. Do we think some of the underdogs are going to bounce back?
That's exactly what they're looking for. Currently, one of them, Jules moves out. He starts with the white pieces. Will he develop that bishop to b5, bishop to e3? But he says he's going all out. Strikes in the center. Offers a queen trade, but if black does accept that, the knight jumps to the center of the board, puts pressure on the c7 pawn. We're seeing moves being blitzed out, and Jules has managed to recapture the e4 pawn. Players are in familiar territory right now. We will take this moment while this one heats up to jump over to the big game between Hikaru Nakamura and Jordan van Foreest. Jordan, the player who scored the first big upset, and we've got another crazy position out of the opening.
Wow, another crazy position. It took me a moment there to find my bearings. Looks like White has stacked up his bishops in the center. Hikaru has lost a bit of time with his queen. The last move has been retreating the queen back to her starting square. And I've got to say, I'm loving White's position here. Just feels like more space, easier, quicker development. What is that black knight doing? Black's pawns on the queen side, vulnerable, potentially. It's possible to attack those later. Hikaru setting up a threat, meanwhile, threatening to take the white knight. The white dark square bishop would be vulnerable in the center, but very loose play from Nakamura. It feels like he's really taking huge chances in his bid to strike back.
Taking some risk here. This is reminiscent a little bit of CGC Chess Global Championship with Wesley So actually beating Hikaru when it came to a modern. It was really a crush there. It was pretty tough, hard to see there. But here, I mean, it's definitely similar, I think, in those aspects of White just has the development. We got the pieces out. We're for choice here. We have a nice center. Pieces look good, right? Everything principled is very nice for White here. But, of course, Black still, I mean, hey, it's solid. Like, I don't have any real weaknesses, really. I mean, I can castle. I can play e6 at some point, develop my knight, right? And of course, the engine, oh, hold on,
yep.
e6.
Wow. There we go.
My goodness.
There we go.
Danya.
There we go.
Danya, talk to me, Danya.
Michael is on fire.
Michael Jordan van Foreest. It ain't game 7, but he's playing like it's a game 7.
Forest fire here from Jordan. And wow, this tactics, alarm bells must have been ringing as soon as Hikaru decided to delay castling his king. And let's talk through this variation. Sacrifice, but only temporarily. Nakamura, is he going to survive the next few moves? Is this the big question? Right now, of course, bishop takes knight is possible. Bishop takes bishop. There is a threat against Black's undefended bishop. And if we take this one, Danya, I think simply pawn takes pawn is
pawn takes pawn. This is terrible because if the king takes the pawn, it steps onto the mined square. You can take the bishop with check. That's all she wrote. If the king goes the other way, king d7, then you could just play down a bishop. Queen takes f3. Look at that king. Look at that pawn on f7, David. Bishop takes d4. Rook a d1 at a minimum. I mean, this is Hikaru will not touch this with a 10-foot pole. Now, if you take the bishop on d4 in the initial position, then White can just be calm and take back on d4. And even if Black castles, White will take on f7, ruin Black's structure. You can counter-strike with c4. I mean, Rook can come to d1. Jordan, he senses the moment, right? He senses that this is his moment. If he plays a couple more accurate moves, he can go up 2-0. That would be crazy. Hikaru has played f6, David. Now knight h4 has to be considered. You know, strike while the iron is hot.
Yeah, it looks really scary here. The Black King is going to be vulnerable no matter where it ends up. Another move that you mentioned earlier, Danya, just bring the rook across, yeah? Just eye up this Black Queen. There are some tricks here just to show one final one. Bishop takes knight does not win a piece for Black because after queen takes bishop, this queen is loose and you can jump out the way. Discovery tactic with a check, gain some time. Next move, the queen is captured. The queen falls and with it, Black would lose the game. Looking beautiful for Jordan, and just the fact that this pawn is landed on e6 is an huge thorn in the Black side. How is this knight ever going to develop? I hate it for Black.
Yeah, absolutely. Michael Jordan van Foreest right now. The man is playing very strong. That was sick. E6, and now the pawn is stuck on e6. He played bishop e4. Maybe try to trade one of the only pieces that can get rid of that pawn, of course, is the bishop, and maybe the queen that can maybe slide over to c8 to take the pawn on e6. So he says, oh, let's get rid of that bishop there, open up the file a little bit, put a rook on d1, pawn on f6. Like, oh my goodness, this is really gross. I mean, but of course, there is chess left. You do have to convert what you have here, or at least try to, against a very resourceful player like Hikaru here. So it is a task, but at the same time, he is definitely for choice in this game.
I'm loving what Jordan is doing, and he again keeps the clock advantage as well. He's up by almost 4 minutes on the clock. Again, something we're not used to seeing with Hikaru. Down on the clock, big pressure on the position. You can tell just looking at Hikaru. He's not loving the way this match has gone. It's not something that he expected. This last move, bishop e4, if Black was to capture that e6 pawn. White is threatening to either take on g6 or c6. Perhaps you want to take on g6, destroy that kingside pawn structure, and pick up that bishop on e6. You're not letting that Black king castle. That king is not going anywhere. is Hikaru in big trouble in this one?
He's in huge trouble. I mean, his back is against the wall. Obviously, if he loses the second one, the match isn't over, and he very well could win 2 games in a row to force Armageddon, but that would be walking, a tightrope of tightropes. 4 minutes down on the clock. I mean, this is unthinkable right now. Bishop e4, maybe not the best move, Tanya, but Jordan, from a position of strength, he's keeping his advantage. Man, oh man, this is crazy.
A practical decision there. You want to get the rooks to those central files. Bishop e4, and we see Hikaru Nakamura is going into a think in this critical moment. He really needs to bring out those defenses, and we will take this moment to check in with Ginger TM. Simon's with us in our corner studio. Simon, what's the big update?
Yeah, well, hi there. Some great games going on. I mean, I don't think anyone expected this match between Hikaru and Jordan to go this way, so we will keep a close eye on that. But going to Division 2, and remember, the person who wins Division 2 gets into Division 1. We were following the match between Mamedyarov, I have to get that right, and Fedosev. And so far, Mamedyarov has won the first game with black, but then Fedosev won the second game with black. So all black pieces are winning that so far, which is a bit of a surprise. And the other match we're looking at in Division 3 was between Andrew Tang and his young prodigy of opponent, Vincent Kmar. And Vincent Kmar just won the second round there to go 1 game up. So there's a lot to play for, lots of stuff going on, lots of excitement, and they're all trying to move up their divisions and get into the big boy division and to maybe face the likes of Hikaru.
Amazing. So much action and decisive games in Division 2 and 3. And Sai, before we let you go, I have to ask you about what we're seeing on the board. Can Hikaru make a comeback in this match? What's your prediction?
Well, if anyone can make a comeback, it's clearly Hikaru. He's just so slippery, isn't he? Like a slippery eel. He's very hard to track down and actually kill. But I'm just really impressed with the way that Jordan is playing. I mean, Jordan so far is playing fantastic chess, and he's kind of out-calculating Hikaru, and that's something which you don't really see or hear of. So all credit to Jordan at this moment in time.
Some amazing play there by Jordan. Thanks so much for those updates, Simon. We will check in with you in some moments. But David, we've got action. A few more moves have been made, and at least the eval bar confirms that Jordan keeps up the precision.
Yeah, the eval bar, sometimes we don't trust it. Sometimes we say, OK, it's misleading. In practical terms, it's extremely difficult. But here, I think we can trust the computer evaluation. Black has finally castled, but it's small solace here. Black's pieces just simply trapped on the back rank, dominated. White's rooks can gravitate towards the center. Already you can start thinking of picking off pawns. Really nice move there from Jordan, lining it up his white rook with the black queen. And wow, Nakamura needs a miracle here. He needs to somehow get the black knight onto a more active square, but even that alone will take several moves, and it's a luxury he won't have.
Yeah, you can tell Jordan woke up and chose violence today. I mean, this is the day that, like, everybody's like, oh, Hikaru's going to crush him, Hikaru this, Hikaru that, which it is. I mean, of course, he has the accolades, but today is not his day right now, especially as we might see an 0-2 from Hikaru in the first 2 of the ChessKid Cup today. This is actually really bizarre. But I mean, Jordan is very creative. If it's anybody that's very creative and to make things and pose problems, it's someone like creative and strange type of chess. Creative, we say, like Jordan. Very, very impressive.
And Jordan's got to keep this momentum going, right? Not let Hikaru's resilience get into his head, not get flustered by the math situation currently. And B4 on the board, you just compare White's pieces to Black's pieces. What is that knight on B8 doing? Far from developing. Currently, Hikaru's playing without the knight, without the rook, without the queen. He's shaking his head. He trades that bishop on C4. The only active bishop in Black's position is now off the board. And Hikaru trying for some counterplay, Daniel, on the queen side.
Yeah, and Jordan, he oversalted it on the queen side. I think he overcooked it a little bit. Maybe you should have brought the other rook to D1. I was going to say Hikaru's flight to D7 International Airport has been canceled, just like my flight from Newark to Oslo. Thanks, SAS. But you can go through A6, right? You can fly through a different route, and Jordan is trying to prevent that. His last move, rook B1, it X-rays the queen. So if you play knight A6 here, White will take on A5 and say thank you for the pawn. But Hikaru can avoid that. He can play A4 to close down the queen side, or he can take on B4. So the eval bar dropping a little bit, but David, I think you'll agree with this. Important not to overstate it. Very much still in control of the game. Is Jordan Ventforst. Queen A6 can be considered. Hikaru has to slither around on the sides, but also keep an eye on that E7 pawn, which is under fire as well.
Yeah, so many questions to answer for Hikaru. Like you say, Dania, one move, if you could get it for free, maybe reroute the knight, either capture this bishop or bring it round towards the center, then you have kind of at least some argument for the decent foundations of a position, a playable position. But right now, it's far, far from playable. Still, you have to decide what to do. And I'm struggling here after a5, rook b1. What do you... I mean, I don't want to open this. I don't really want to allow the white rook in. Even if you can try and exchange queens, it feels like at the very minimum you will lose this pawn at the very end. James, I'm struggling, I've got to say. I need help. Hikaru needs help.
Oh, yeah, he definitely needs some help right now. 100%. This is difficult here. I mean, he's facing it. I mean, look at the time, too, as well. You rarely ever see Hikaru down on time. That was both games he's been down time, by the way. Wow, fancy move there, huh, Daniel?
Too fancy. Knight A6, I think, well, Knight A6, he wants rook D7. That's his idea.
He smells
but
it,
something feels off about the way he's playing. It looks like Hikaru is close to untangling. He needs that one more resource. Maybe queen b5 or queen a6. Maybe give up the e7 pawn, because then you'll be able to go rook e8 in some circumstances and win the pawn back. But 4.5 minutes now for Nakamura, and one more mistake, he loses the game, regardless of what the eval bar says.
Yeah, and maybe we can ask for the computer's help here. How many moves does Hikaru have to unravel? Okay, one move minimizes the damage. Everything else looks like a huge advantage for white.
That was it.
Found it. Rook e8. Great move. This move, at first I was reluctant. I thought, oh, wow, I can plant a rook on d7 with the idea that if you take it, this is just a discover check, and I win the black rook. But of course, black will not get tempted by the material here and will simply trade the queens off. Suddenly, signs of life for Hikaru Nakamura.
Very resourceful, as we say, as always. If anyone can do it, it is Hikaru in these type of positions. He found rook e8, very tough move. Not the hardest to find, because you do understand, okay, e7's hanging, we do want to defend it, but the move order really matters there. Knight a6 was something you really wanted to play, but rook e8, of course, defends e7. Rook d7 is going to be answered with queen to b5 here. Hikaru shakes his head after the rook e8 move, but he always shakes his head. It was the best move on the board. Still shaking his head. Oh, I had this. No, you actually didn't. But rook e8 was the best move here, and he's trying to untangle here, but he is still down time, and he does have an uphill task to try to get the rest of these pieces out and develop and hopefully have some chances for some life.
I don't think anyone's surprised when Hikaru Nakamura finds the only good move in the position. He is known for his resistance and resourcefulness. It is an exciting game, but the other action that has caught my eye, David, Firouzja versus Dmitry. Look at that eval bar. It says that Firouzja is on the way to win, to get his second win in that match. And we're going to take this moment to jump over to Alireza versus Dmitry Kollars and get an update on that one. Let's try and pull that up. David, what's going on there?
So, as the evaluation bar says, Firouzja is winning. However, it is level material, and if he doesn't seize this moment, then Kollars is right back in the game. So just as we wait for that board to come up, yeah, Alireza Firouzja has a chance to land almost a knockout blow in that match, but he needs to be accurate. He needs to calculate well. I'm still not writing it off, that game, despite what the computer says. And here we see it, level material. Queen and knight versus queen and bishop is the imbalance right now. Both sides have rooks, pawns, of course, but killer blow. We need to find it. What can Firouzja play? Level time here, about 7 minutes each, so it will be well worth the investment if Firouzja spends 2 or 3 of those valuable minutes and finds a way to attack. Queen and knight, the ideal attacking combo here. Great duo when they can face off against the lone king, but I don't see it. It's not easy, gotta say.
I think I might be onto something. So if you go knight f4, which is begging to be played, that's not what Alireza's thinking about. But after g3, there might be some idea related to queen dropping back on the h file, queen h6.
Right.
G takes f4, queen h5, doesn't matter. Then queen h3 check, king g1, and I think the rook lift might decide the game. Rook e6 threatens both the checkmate on g6 as well as rook h6, which sets up further mate threats on h1 and maybe h2. So this path is indeed narrow, but I feel like Alireza's got the time to find it.
That's very nasty. In fact, I was trying to figure out what happens after king g1. I was like, yeah, you can sack the piece, obviously, but then king g1, rook e6 was the move that you have to spot there, and that's a hard one. Not the hardest to find, but you have to see it in calculation before you actually do this move.
He's made the first right move, James. Do you think he's going to find this piece, Sack?
Yeah, he probably found it now. He probably found it now.
Big moment there. G3 on the board. Will Alireza sacrifice the knight with this line that David shows, with the queen coming into the attack, followed by the rook lift, queen h5, a big move. That could be game over, but Alireza makes a mistake.
Whoa! Alireza.
I was going to say, this is very tempting as well, because now you're hitting the queen, hitting the pawn. It's easy to get tempted when you have such an attractive move. The other move was an instant kill, however. And now maybe white has chances of fighting back. Maybe you can use the fact that this black rook is slightly loose, so you can perhaps play... OK, he's beat me to it. Queen a3 on the board. And now you do not have time to take this pawn, because after knight takes a queen capture, you have been deflected away, and this rook will hang. Chance missed, and white's back in the game.
Not only that, but the knight on e2 is stranded. James, rook e1 is a huge threat.
Right.
This isn't just black having all the fun. White's having some fun too now, isn't he?
Absolutely. Of course, as we know, we like tactics here, tactinos for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. After knight e2, we do have a rook e1. That knight's looking trapped. e7. You have to be very accurate here. What do you even do? Maybe like a rook e6? Is that possible? Rook e1, and then we could take on g3. It's possible. Maybe we just move the rook up one. And then, yeah, that's probably the move here. So it is doable. Yeah, rook e6 is fine. Just maybe go f4 first, but then queen g4. Yeah, still some, we got some work to do. Definitely have some work to do with the white pieces.
Yeah, both sides have work to do here, and very much in the balance after a huge missed opportunity for Firouzja.
What a big miss. It could have potentially been game over had Alireza found that attacking idea with the queen transfer to the h file, giving up a piece, but falling for temptation there. Knight e2 looks so strong, but now he goes into a think, realizing that it's not as easy, and great call there by James. Rook e6 on the board. It looks like Dmitry Kolarz is on his way to make a comeback in this position. And of course, the big question also is, can Hikaru make a comeback in his position? We're going to take this moment to jump straight back to the action with Hikaru against Jordan. Hikaru currently down a point, and it looks like he's managed to salvage the opening disaster that this was.
He's back in the game. That black knight still on the edge of the board, but it can trade itself off for white's bishop at will. The whole queen side had disappeared. All of the pawns now on one side of the board. That means that at least there's less danger for Hikaru. And how is white ever going to break through towards that black king? Unclear. So, OK, still in the balance, this one. Anything could still happen. What do we think of the chances?
I think this is what he wanted. I think from a mindset, psychology standpoint, Hikaru's feeling much better. You can even see, like, he feels better. Usually you see this face when he's, like, focused in Title Tuesdays. He feels a lot better about the position right now. Also, I think the knight's going to reroute to c6, maybe more centralized of the knight there after he removed the queen here. It's pretty good. I think he feels much better. But I still actually like white here. We got the pawn on e6, h5. The like margin of error here is very, very small. You have to be careful still with black. But definitely he's feeling better. And pawns all on the same side, same amount of material here too as well. Definitely some errors there from Jordan. But he is up time, and it is up to Hikaru to make some things happen out of this position, especially with this pawn on e6. Still, white is definitely the one I would like to have here.
Yeah, I was going to say Jordan in the first game sacrificed his queen. Could he have left the queen on that square? Tried to sacrifice it again, but he is a point up in the match. He doesn't want risk, so the queens have come off. But this endgame, Hikaru tends to be so good at wriggling around here, and that white e6 pawn, I do fear for Jordan. If Hikaru does start attacking it, maybe long-term it might drop off. Bit of a weakness, do you think, Daniel?
I think Jordan needs to try to bail out and play bishop a3, and Hikaru could force a draw there with knight a6 to c7, and the e-pawn is traded for black's e-pawn. But, man, compared to what this was about 15 moves ago, you feel like you're winning if you're Hikaru. Now, you have to put things in perspective. If you're Jordan, okay, it's a draw, not the end of the world. I think Hikaru's playing for a win, because knight c7, David, that was a forced draw. I think rook c3 signals that Hikaru actually feels that he can pull this out. There might be some tactics here with bishop takes c7, but they have to be calculated. And white's bishop is not very comfortable. You don't want to go back to c1. You want to keep contact with that e7 pawn. So maybe the way to do it is to swing your rook to a5. But suddenly, Jordan's the one who's got to make some decisions here.
Yeah, big decision. You can defend it, as you say, Daniel, but then another attack, this time against your e-pawn. How do you control this? Again, do you want to put your piece on bad squares? Do you want to kind of tie down your own rook? Maybe you need to at some point. I think the dream now for Jordan is actually to get these guys traded off the board and make that draw, as you say. I'm not sure how you achieve this. OK, rook a7 played on the last turn. Very, very sensible, I think, there from Jordan. And the idea, of course, after knight takes, you can even capture with the rook. Everything off the board. And 3 versus 3, in terms of pawns on the same side, this will fizzle out to a draw. Oof, Jordan cutting it fine there. Hikaru still feeling ambitious. He does not want to bail out, though. He does not want to simplify down. Maybe there's no rush yet. Maybe as black, you can play a move or two, kind of wait a move or two before capturing on e6. But either way, feels like equality now.
100%. I mean, very impressive from Hikaru here. Of course, Jordan was, it's difficult. You know, you did have a great position early on. I mean, almost winning. I think the eval bar was almost like +3 at some point. But, I mean, having this position now, it is kind of like you with white, you're like, oh, man, it hurts, it sucks. But, hey, you're up in the match. If it's a draw, right, you just say it is what it is. It's a draw. We try to take our chances with the black pieces. Bishop F8, he literally doesn't care. Literally doesn't care. He just wants to go for the win at all costs, Tanya.
There's two people who would go for the win in that position. Magnus Carlsen is one. Hikaru Nakamura is the other. Everybody else, oh, thank God I made a draw. I'll take that E6 pawn, you know, faster than I'll shake Magnus's hand if he offers me a draw. But Hikaru, no. He's feeling it. He's down 50 seconds on the clock. But it's all about the trend of the game, David. That fact that Jordan is winning, he knows it, right? He's not blind to that fact, and that might be hampering him from playing this objectively. But Jordan, he is staying afloat. He's keeping his composure, and I love what he's doing here to try to force those pawns off the board. And Hikaru saying, not a chance.
Wow, that black knight is feeling so uncomfortable right now, but it is the glue holding together black's position. And yeah, I think that's what separates Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen from the rest of us mere mortals. No fear, willing to take chances, and momentum definitely on black's side. Okay, Jordan pushing his pawn forward. I like that, and I don't like it at the same time. It feels like he's playing for the attack still, when maybe there was something a bit more forcing for Jordan. Hikaru drops his rook back, controlling the white knight from jumping forward anywhere. Watch out for that black king to start advancing as well. Still, Jordan's a bit stuck. If any of his pieces move, that white e6 pawn will fall off the board. And it could well come down to a bullet game now, and we know how dangerous Hikaru is there.
That last pawn sacrifice with h5. If it would have been captured, white would have jumped with the knight forward, found its way to f5. But rook c4, nice move by Hikaru Nakamura, taking control of the 4th rank, making sure that white knight doesn't indeed find itself on the f5 square. Notice how the move g3 actually wanted to get that knight from h4 now, all the way to f5. So both players trying to get their initiative in the position. The one thing I don't like in black's position is that bishop on f8. Can we just talk about that bishop? What is it doing there?
Oh, that's a bishop, right? Yeah, exactly. I don't see one either.
Yeah.
What is that?
Do you see one? No, I don't. Okay.
No.
Well, the good news is that it defends the e7 pawn. So it might be a bad bishop, but it has a purpose. Now, Hikaru, as you're mentioning, senses the momentum for the first time in this match. He's the one who's up on the clock by 20 seconds. He's going to try to put pressure more on that time advantage. And now we see the move bishop to b2. Some pins on those diagonals. Potential knight jumps to g5. Can this ambitious play by Hikaru backfire?
Absolutely. Jordan's playing great right now. Bishop b2 using tactics. I mean, Hikaru is walking on hot coals. We're just so used to him doing it successfully that sometimes we forget how dangerous this strategy is, David.
Yeah, completely agree. And actually, we can just show that moment. You mentioned the tactics there, Danya. If black had got greedy, knight takes pawn, it looks like the white bishop has departed from its threat against e7. Then suddenly rook takes pawn would be a killer blow. You give up one rook, but you get 2 pieces in return. Next move, this knight would drop off when black replies to the check. Hikaru was forced to start bringing his king to the edge of the board. He did force this exchange, but now, okay, developments. And if we catch up with the current position, it is certainly Hikaru who's trying to change things. He's trying to wiggle around with his king and remove this pawn from the board. I said don't lead with your king from the front earlier, but now queens are off the board, the black king relatively safe, and Jordan is a bit stuck. The white rooks look nice and pretty, but they aren't doing too much, and the rest of your pieces also lacking a purpose. So, okay, white just waiting, hanging around. Can Hikaru do the business and keep improving? The clock time suddenly all in black's favour.
Wow. This is going to be a grind by the two players. Let's take this moment to jump to all the excitement that's happening on the Dmitry versus Alireza Firouzja board. Oh. We see there, the eval bar says that Dmitry is on the brink of victory, making his comeback. He's up a piece.
And he won that knight on e2. That knight that jumped to e2 incorrectly, it's gone.
Wow. This is the second time we should mention today that Kolas has been up a piece. In the first game, he was up a piece against Firouzja. He went down. He crashed to defeat. But surely this one looks like a safe version. Everything's protected for white. Simply a bishop for 2 pawns up, and those black pawns are not making a great impression. This one must be a victory for white.
Absolutely. It's looking very clean. You can do something, of course, even as simple as queen a7. I mean, even here, queen a7 and go back to d4. Like, what do you do? What do you have? What are you threatening? No, I don't really see it. We take a7. We come back. We go queen d4. We try to trade the pieces off. The rule is trade when you're up. Now, when you're down, everything's defended. It's a very nice game here. It's going to take a lot, or a blunder like what happened in the last game. Queen d4. Hey, however you want to do it. We're definitely winning here. We're up a piece. He's trying to convert.
Yeah, you can take the c4 pawn now, I think pretty safely. Just get greedy. Why not? Minimal threats. The only potential hazard is the black queen coming across, but wow, there we go.
That's nice.
Really nice geometry, just blocking off the black queen's attempted infiltration there. And again, Firouzja has to run away from that trade. Bishop down. No threats anymore for black. You can just slowly untangle this one. I think it's a matter of time. Dimitri as well, handling the clock so well. 3 minutes left. And it's just a matter of technique, as they say. Yeah. Anything else to add? It feels like a win for white. It's inevitable here, just a matter of time.
Wow. Dimitri Kolas is up a whole piece. It looks like he's going to be taking this point, but of course the action on the Hikaru board, that endgame was anyone's game with both players pushing for a win there. We also see Fabiano Caruana Shemanov has ended in a draw while as well as with Jules Musa drawing his game against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. This is where the action is. We can call this one out as Dimitri taking this point. Guys, what do you say? Should we switch to the Hikaru board?
Absolutely.
Let's switch. Barring a big blunder, this one is a win for white.
All right. Let's bring up the board. Hikaru Nakamura, will he be able to come back in this round 2? That pawn on e6, which was such a big strength for Jordan, has turned to be the big weakness in this endgame. Hikaru continues to push for it. Now that dark squared bishop is finding its activity.
I think Hikaru's going to win this game. Now he's flat out better. I mean, he's dominating the knight. Jordan with 10 seconds. Hikaru just doing Hikaru things. And F3, David, I can see your expression of disgust. Jordan now is the one walking the tightrope. Probably still a draw objectively, even if he loses that pawn. But you just know Hikaru's going to play that position for 700 moves.
Yeah. What else to say? It is going to be a long grind. Jordan also with under 10 seconds on the clock. I don't like where he's put his 2 white rooks. Okay, a pawn has dropped. He's begging for bishop versus knight trade now. I was going to say earlier, that black bishop on f8, even the worst bishop is sometimes as good as the best knight. And here it's definitely a case of that black bishop having sprung to life. And Jordan's just hopping around, hoping now, but the pawns are coming. Soon that white king is going to come under an attack.
Oh, my God!
E4.
Bring that bishop in.
Oh, goodbye.
Yikes.
End of the game.
C1 winning more material, and Hikaru Nakamura making it look easy in the endgame. That was actually incredible play by Hikaru.
Yeah, that was literal wizardry. I mean, that was, at some point, a completely winning position for Jordan. He started going a little bit wrong, overcooking it on the queen side there. But to win that endgame, you had a 3-on-3 where Jordan was dominating and Hikaru putting the finishing touches on that game. But at this point, there's nothing to say. It's over.
Yep. Simply those black pawns are going to march forward. The white knight cannot hold things together much longer. Jordan's ready to get out of there, just playing on out of inertia. But, wow, heartbreaking. This match has totally turned. If this game was a draw, it wouldn't have been the worst thing for Jordan.
Look at Hikaru!
Yeah, this one hurts. This one definitely hurts if I'm Jordan. That one definitely hurts. You have to, as even Hikaru says, he has a quote like, hey, when it comes to losses, you got to get over them very quickly. Short-term memory loss, because like this one is going to sting. You knew you were winning. You were doing better. You know, you were trying to clinch this match here. 0-2, 2-0 Hikaru here. To lose this one when you're winning, especially with the white pieces, is definitely a tough one.
And with that, Hikaru Nakamura wins the second game. What a phenomenal game by him in a difficult position. He played masterfully in that end game. This is why he is one of the best defenders in the world. Well, this one as well, we see Dimitri is about to make his comeback. He's up a piece, not even for a pawn, and I don't really see an attack for black. I don't see a way to create counterplay against white's king. Rooks are going to come off the board. Is this over? It is. And with that, on that call, we see that Dimitri Kolas scores a big win with the white pieces, leveling his match against Alireza Firouzja. Amazing, amazing chess all around. Big moments to pick out from. And David, what was the highlight for you?
The highlight, Tanya, has to be Hikaru Nakamura coming back, equalizing the score in his game, and it was such a good practical decision. Earlier we saw him just keep the game alive. At any moment he could have captured this pawn, just hoovered off all the pieces, and it would have been a draw. But just slowly edging forward, pushing this pawn, bringing his king around to try and gobble up white's pawn, just slow and steady, nerves of steel, and eventually he went on to win. I recommend everyone at home to go and play through this endgame in slow motion. There's a lot to learn.
So much inspiration and to learn for all the chess kids out there to not give up. We saw Hikaru with patience winning that pawn. What a phenomenal play in that endgame. He levels the match. Let's take a look at our scoreline going into the third round of the quarterfinals. We see Hikaru Nakamura strikes back in round 2. And not just him, Dmitry Kolarz against Alireza Firouzja also levels the match. Meanwhile, Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Fabiano Caruana continue to keep their lead. A lot of action, intense chess is on, and we will be back with more ChessKid action after this Twitch break.
An air of focus, concentration, performance. Airthings put you in control of air pollutants that cloud your work from home space, shifting your state with every breath. Find your air of clarity now.
This is your opportunity to get your hands on the Magnus Carlsen Clyde Chess limited drop on Puma. James, my favorite bit about the shoes has to be those kings on the laces. That's
I like those. Yeah, the king on the laces, guys, the shoes are absolutely amazing. I actually did 1,000 curls with them in the beginning of the show. So, of course, if you do 1,000, then you'll start to feel them. But the shoes were very nice. They even have a chess piece right on the tongue there. It's amazing. It's also on the lid there. I mean, it's everywhere. Like that's a very cool shoe. Hopefully, they got it in different colors, too. We can get some black ones, some white ones, some red ones. I'm gonna have to spend my whole check there, or ChessCom. Thank you for spending money to get these shoes for us. Those are amazing.
Great idea. There are more colors, but right now it is the classic black and white, and you can get your hands on these shoes on Puma right now. And of course, we also have a lot of fun with the chess action that we're seeing on day 1 of the ChessKid Cup. We've been seeing a lot of decisive games, some amazing matchups there. And I want to ask you, David, how difficult will it be for Jordan to let go of what happened in game 2, simply because he was better out of the opening?
Yeah, we've all been there when we've crashed to defeat, when we thought we had everything under control, and that is hard enough to recover from. To recover when you were completely winning, when you were already a point up in the match, when you saw the finishing line in sight, it's going to be extremely difficult. I'm not sure if anyone is up to that task. And Hikaru, he smells blood. He's going to be ready to pounce and really kick the boot in now. So Hikaru, big favorite.
Yeah, wow. Some amazing play by Hikaru. He bounces straight back in round 2, winning a difficult game with the white pieces. And of course, the other impressive performance was by Dmitry Kolarz, taking his win against Alireza Firouzja. That was some great chess, Daniel.
Man, and Dmitry showing incredible resolve, losing a heartbreaker in round 1, a game that he never should have lost. And then on the edge of defeat in game 2, Alireza had that winning line. We were predicting that he would play it, but maybe some of that rust showing, and Dmitry not giving Reza a second chance. It's 0-0. And if you're the lower-rated player, Tanya, you want this to go to the Armageddon, right? Because that raises the likelihood of something crazy happening.
Not just the players, the fans and us as commentators, we want to see those Armageddons. Now the clocks are ticking, which means that the players will have liftoff in just a few moments. Our focus will be on the Hikaru versus Jordan matchup. And guys, I have to ask you, we've got to do a little prediction here. Hikaru, will he try another London after the disaster of game 1?
No more London systems, please.
Yeah, unless it's a Joe Baba, Jar Jar Binks line. Come on,
yeah,
Daniel, you already know we like the Joe
GMT,
Baba, baby. Let's go. But if it's that, that's what we're doing.
I think he's going to play E4.
Hikaru head in hands, probably thinking about what he needs to start with, but I would agree that it would be an absolute shocker to see another London. It did not work out at all for the American champion, the 5-time speed chess champion Hikaru Nakamura in game 1. Daniel there predicting 1e4. It's also going to be interesting to see what Jordan comes up with. He is a player who's known for his offbeat opening ideas. Very unique preparation. 1e4 by Daniel. It's not the case. He starts with a reti structure.
Wow, that's pretty uncommon from Nakamura, who likes to develop his queen's bishop first. When he plays knight f3, he usually follows it with b3. David here clearly adhering to the same strategy, trying to avoid theory, and immediately settling into a think after g6, which is a very fashionable move.
Yeah, I've seen Jordan employ this before, and we should also mention Jordan's air quality not great. Adding perhaps to the fact that things have been spiraling a bit out of control over the last hour against Nakamura. And okay, opening white, he's got the center. Nakamura needs to fight against that. Often white now strikes, pushes a pawn forward. There we go. He's basically playing a King's Indian defense. Nakamura, remember, is one of the world's leading authorities on the King's Indian. He's playing it with reverse colors, however, white set up there, and it has allowed Jordan to simply get queens off the board at this early stage. Jordan, isn't necessarily his style. He doesn't really like getting queens off, kind of playing endgames. It does favor Nakamura, but objectively, I think a good choice. Objectively, this looks very balanced to me. James, thoughts on this? Disappointing to see the queens come off?
It is, and King's Indian, I mean, and even me and Danya are King's Indian, like, of course, we just love King's Indian defense. Like, it's very annoying when these queens come off like this. You do have your choices of c3, knight a3, rook d2, and I think even rook d3 are moves here in reverse. Yeah, the c3 move, which is the standard, but I mean, it just gets boring. It's very boring, and of course, yeah, okay, King's Indian, you don't really want those type of structures here, but he was kind of forced into it when he played the e4 move. He could have maybe went knight d2 first, then try an e4 just to mix it up a little bit. But at the same time here, I mean, Hikaru can play any position. This one is going to be a long game for sure.
And Jordan, with his expressions, seems to reflect what you're saying, James. He's not impressed with the queen trade either. It is a queenless endgame because all other pieces are still there, so there's still a lot to fight for. This is going to be a long grind, everything in control. Now, the other player who has been in control so far is Fabiano Caruana. He does lead his match against Shimanov, and they are ready to start their round 3. Fabi at 1.5 with the white pieces. He's got to be feeling good. What are we expecting?
Well, maybe another French defense.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, you know, Fabi actually, he always says, like, you know, I actually had time when CGC, when we were at CGC, and me and Daniel, and I asked him, like, yo, what do you like? You're playing E4, D4, like, what do you really like? He was like, yeah, mostly E4, right? So he's played a little bit of everything. I think E4 for sure. He loves this stuff. Even if you look at his repertoire, it's mostly E4. I'm 100% E4 here with Fabi.
Yeah. I mean, it's so hard to say whether Shimo is going to repeat that French line because Fabi wasn't born yesterday. He's not just going to walk into that same position. Either Fabi will deviate early with knight d2 instead of knight c3, or he used that break to look up the line. So Shimanov is a Caro-Kann player, I think, from birth. So he might resort to what he feels more comfortable with. A lot of questions here. We're about to find out.
Yeah, and Fabiano with slightly better air quality than we saw from Jordan. So will that help him? We know that players tend to play worse towards the end of the day as it gets later, as the air quality in their room gets worse. Open a window, everyone. Tends to help. We've seen it before on the tour plenty of times, and we've also seen this before, the French defense. And moment of truth, will Shimanov.
A6? Oh, a new one, a new third move here with bishop b4. So it is a classic Veneva.
Yep, mainline stuff, and Fabi knows knows a thing or two here. Bishop a5, though, slightly more rare, Danya.
Yeah, that's called the Armenian variation. It's named after a few OGs, Rafael Vaganyan, Simbat Laputian, two very strong Armenian GMs from the 90s who played this line religiously. It fell out of fashion because of this move b2, b4, which for a while was considered the refutation of the line. But nowadays, white has other options. I don't know how the theory of this line has developed. Shimanov adhering to the general strategy, right? Playing the French and then playing something offbeat, which he has researched better than Fabi. And Fabi takes on c5, took a little bit of time to remember his prep.
Yep, takes on c5. This is also a move, but perhaps not too popular because white was achieving a set of triple pawns there. And, OK, we are about to see Faruja as well kick off this game, aiming to strike back after defeat in the previous one.
Look at Faruja on the camera there with his head on hands. He is not pleased with the way the match has gone so far, but it could have been a lot worse for him. Dmitry Kolas was also better in game 1. He did strike back in game 2, and we have seen fireworks in this match so far. We expect more of that now for Faruja with the white pieces. And we've got action on. Wow, it is going to be another Catalan structure?
Yeah, another Catalan, just as it was in game 1 between these two, where Faruja did retain an advantage, but let it slip later on. And a bit of a roller coaster game, that one. First, this check. Very trendy stuff, one of the main lines of the Catalan. And Ferruggio, how will he block this with his knight or his bishop?
Bishop.
You think bishop?
I think knight, because it is
I think
more...
queen.
I think he'll move his king.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so
It
funny.
reminds me of that meme when it's like a picture of Hikaru, Fabi, and Anish.
Oh, yeah.
And it's that famous one, right? Where everybody's mating differently, and Anish has that
Queen G6.
smirk smile and Queen G6. Yeah.
With the smirk. That
Queen
was
D2.
great.
Tanya, I think, wins the bet. Blocks with the bishop. And the game goes on. No queen blunders, no king moves. It is just very standard Catalan stuff. This is standard fare. Often black is very solid, but white has more control over the centre, at least for now. What do we think? Gonna suit Ferruggio.
Let's go. I'm so hyped. Oh, my goodness.
This is the Catalan. We don't get to see H4, but what am I talking? We get to see H4 in every single opening now.
I love seeing H4. I don't care what it is. Of course, me being a Jar Jar Binks London, aka Joe Bava London expert, right, with another expert right next to me, we do love to see an H-pawn push, especially from the white side. H4, knight G5, something like G4 too. If you're going to go H4, you might as well go everything then. Knight G5 and G4 and just try to take his head off here. Is
Oh,
what he's
my
looking
God.
to do, it seems like.
That one's going to be a hot middle game. You get H4, and we live it. We live, as you say, James. H4 on the board. And this one, will we see more H4 action? Well, currently, Nodirbek Abdusattorov is leading the match 1.5 to half. And we see Jules Moussard. They are ready for liftoff. And again, it comes down to their opening approach. We've got another Queen's Pawn opening. And is it going to be a Queen's Gambit declined?
It looks that way, Tanya. Which variation is Moussard going to choose? OK, now he's fighting in the centre. This does tend to lead to very kind of sterile positions if white isn't in the mood for a fight. The Berlin of 1d4, as they say, the semi-Tarash here. And OK, Abdusattorov chooses to keep more tension in the centre. Now play transposes to the Queen's Gambit, accepted. And often black will try to expand on the Queen side as quickly as possible. Still very mainline stuff. I know Moussard has had this in his repertoire for a long time from the black side. The Queen's Gambit accepted. And, okay, who will this suit at an early stage? Abdusattorov, it feels like he's in the mood to fight. His first white game was very, very impressive, and he took the lead. He could end it here and now if he wins.
Yeah.
But, yeah, early days, of course, in this game.
Yeah, very early days here. I think the A6 move, of course. This is just a classic theory here. He's trying to figure out what he wants to do. A4, you can also just castle and allow B5 and back the bishop up. But he really just trying to figure out what he wants to do here, which is you have many options. Danya, what do you go for here?
Yeah, I mean, D takes C5 is also possible. I don't approve of that. And A4, as you said. Of course, the downside that weakens the B4 square, but you don't have to worry about B7, B5. So oftentimes black plays B6, which is compromise. I mean, still you need to eventually develop your bishop. Yeah, and this is still standard fare. I think E5 here is a move. And you get a lot of draws in this line, David, because there's a very high chance that the center basically liquidates. And there you see it.
Yeah. We will eventually reach a symmetrical position. White is likely to win the earlier sacrificed pawn back. But, yeah, as you say there, Danya, things do fizzle out slightly. It's also direct transposition to a variation of the Slav defense, but black has this extra move A6. And even without this move A6, which surely helps black, the position there tends to be acceptable for black. So looks like Moussard has got out the opening in a solid state. And is Abdusattorov happy with that? That's the question. He still leads, remember. And I don't think he'll want to risk too much unless he really has to with white.
And we are also getting a big update that the third round game between Hikaru Nakamura and Jordan Van Foreest after that queen trade has in fact ended in a draw. So it will go down to that fourth and final rapid game. Will we have an Armageddon? That is the big question. And we're seeing some trades on this one. There's action here, Daniel.
Whoa. And currently, white has temporarily sacrificed a piece. This is all theory, right? If you're seeing this for the first time, it may appear exciting, just like the Berlin with Queen D4 and Queen E4, until you find out. And this was played by Capablanca 8,000 years ago, and it's been well known ever since. Now, from an untrained eye, knight F3 check might seem sensible to give away the knight and ruin white's structure, but then black's king could get stranded in the center. So probably more wise here to prioritize the safety of your king. Castle, give the knight back up, and I mean, again, to my untrained eye, looks like white has an initiative, but I think it's probably objectively equal if black is careful.
Yeah, I remember actually studying if not this exact position, at least the position without the pawn on a6, and the key to solve your problems, as Musad has just shown there. Get the queens off the board. White's queen is nicely centralized. You're about to get hit in the center anyway. Swap the queens, force the queens off, and yes, White will regain the knight, but at the very end, you have a nice active bishop. And pawn structure almost symmetrical. This game is likely to end in a draw. So great opening preparation from Musad, but a decent result there for Abdusattorov, inching him closer to match victory.
Yeah, if this one ends in a draw, it means that Jules will have to go all out in that final round, but he will get the white pieces, and that very well could be his match strategy. And joining us in our studio once again is Ginger GM Simon Williams with more match strategy from Division 2 and 3. Simon, what's up?
Yeah, hi there, everyone. Well, I heard someone shout H4, and I thought I'd better come in the studio, basically. And we've got lots of updates in Division 3 and 2, and I'm just going to bring you some of the matches that ended in Division 2. Now, one player you should really keep an eye open for is Liam Lee. He's a fantastic player, and he won his match 3-0, which was a brilliant result against Baraf, so he's through to the next round. We also have Kirill Alexenko through. He beat George Mayer, and lots of the other matches still going on. They're quite close, but those people are through. And the next person who's through is Ranuk Sadwani, a young Indian player, and he won his match against Mamikon. So those players, they can relax a little bit. They're through to the next round. And, of course, the winner of Division 2 gets to play against these big guns here in Division 1. And that's where you want to be, isn't it? Division 1.
Inside, the player that we have on our screen, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he in fact made his way into the ChessKid Cup Division 1 by winning Division 2 of the Chess World Masters. So for these players, sure, the prize money, that's cool and all, but this is the big ticket that they're counting on.
Yeah, this is where you want to be. This is where all the action is. This is where you make your name. And this is where you can win, well, even bigger bucks as well. So it's a great situation to be in. He's a fantastic player anyway, you know, a young gun. And he's just going from strength to strength. But you've had some really exciting matches, haven't you? This Hikaru match against Jordan has to be the highlight of the day. And I've no idea what's going to happen in the last game of that. It's going to be very exciting.
And because of what you just mentioned, I'm going to put you on a spot and ask you to make a prediction here, because we are going into the final and the fourth rapid game between Hikaru and Jordan. The score is level. Sai, are we going to see an Armageddon in that one, or will it be decided in the rapid game?
I think the momentum is now going with Hikaru. I mean, Jordan had a chance to go 2-0 up, but I do want to see an Armageddon. So even if I think Hikaru is probably going to win, I'm going to say Armageddon. Come on, bring on some Armageddon for us.
I think we can all agree with that sentiment. Thank you so much, Simon, for all the updates, and we will catch up with you in some moments from now. Right now, it is back to Division 1 action. We see a lot of trades, a level position in this game. The Hikaru game has ended against Jordan, and I want to take our attention to the Fabiano board. He is up against Shimanov. Shimanov also needs to win a game to level that match. And let's bring up the Fabi board and get an update on that one, David.
Yeah, so we will get an update once we jump in. This game in front of us, Abdusattorov against Musad, looks very balanced, almost symmetrical. Look at the bishops just cancelling each other out. I think not too much to write home about here. But the other game, if we can bring it up, we actually see on the right side of our screen, Firouzja is the one with a big advantage. Caruana's bar jumps up as well on the white side there. Just as I say that. And this is the position. The computer not liking Black's last move at all, breaking kind of the rules. Conventional chess wisdom says don't plant your knight on the edge of the board. To me, this looks natural. It looks like Black is targeting some of the weaknesses, white structure compromised, but maybe it's because of this. Fabi sensing the moment, going forward, leaping forward with the white knight, clearing some squares for his queen to come out as well. Maybe this is a fearsome attack for white.
Very aggressive. I mean, that right up my alley here. I'm a very aggressive player here, hyper-aggressive, I like to call it here. I mean, this is very nice. What this looks like, it reminds me of a Milner-Berry Gambit in a way, where many times in the Milner-Berry Gambit, a very aggressive gambit, you can play against the French defense. You do have the pawn on e5. Knight g5 is a move. The bishops do sit on d3 and d2. You give up the usually you give up the d4 pawn there, but it's already gone. So giving up the c3 pawn is basically like the same thing. So we're going to bring our queen maybe even to h5. There's some sacrifices on f7, very possible. You can just feel the the aggressiveness here. Something's going to happen in the next few moves here. And you need to be very, very cautious. You can't even play h6 because there's a knight f7 in there. So you have to be very, very careful here. That knight is very sick on g5. So really cool stuff here from Fabi with knight g5.
And did you see that? Shimanov shaking his head. He hates the outcome of this French defense right out of the opening, feeling the pressure. Knight g5. Amazing move there by Fabi. You want to go short castle, but that just invites the queen jumping into h5. You're threatening a mate in one on h7 if black was to go castling. Also, all the sacrifices that we have been pointing at. It just doesn't seem that black has enough time instead to capture the c3 pawn, David. That would also invite the queen jumping on to f3. Now you're eyeing the f7 weakness and also x-raying the knight on c3 with threats like bishop g6, winning more material.
Yeah, this would be disastrous. Just to show this, Tanya, bishop takes knight now would unleash a discovered attack against this knight, and when black recaptures, white would win a piece. Instead, he's chosen a bit of an ugly, well, I shouldn't say ugly, a bit of a strange-looking move. Bishop to c6. What's the idea there? I guess he's just defending f7 with his queen. But now there's no longer a threat against this pawn from the black queen, and white does have an important tempo to get developed to start attacking. I'm feeling that this queen needs to come out. The question is where? Does she sit on this square, this square, this square? Plenty of choice for white.
Daniel, what you got here?
Oh, I think black wants to castle queenside, which is what I would call a positional threat. Like, if black can make that move, the king's not entirely safe on the queen side, but with white's pawns as ugly as they are, it's hard to use them as a coordinated pawn mass to shatter the queen side. So I would consider queen f3 to hold black down by the f7 pawn. There's other ways to attack. You can also send the f pawn down the board, f4, f5, and then even if black castles queenside, that may not solve all of black's problems in the center. So a lot of options for Fabi, but the most important thing here, I think, is whatever you do to account for the possibility of black castling queenside.
And he picks a third option. He puts the queen on the g4 square. So now it's a big moment for Shimanov to decide, will he go for that queenside castling, trying to get his king to safety? And while he does just that, we will take this moment to check in on the other big game, Alireza Firouzja, who has been shaky in his match against Dmitry Kolarz. And we see the eval bar says that Alireza is back to doing what he does best, getting an advantage. And how big is this? It just looks like white's the one who's created all these attacks on the king side, David.
Yeah, I see this position. I think of one word, or two words, James Canty. Where is the checkmate? It feels like all of white's pieces are perfectly centralized. It feels black's position is passive, loose. I'm seeing hanging pieces all over the place. And that h7 square, maybe there's a way to cash in. I don't see the immediate knockout blow, but at the very minimum, white can bring the final piece into the game. That white rook on h1 can just slide into the center. All of white's pieces are at work, at play. And black hanging by a thread here.
Is rook d7 a threat here?
That's the move, Tanya. Get him off the board!
Get
him off the board!
I think might survive for black.
Yeah,
wow.
Right.
You want to sacrifice?
I do. I want to sack him. But of course, bishop e4 is just like, he might be holding, right? You know, with bishop e4. The problem is if knight d7, you had knight d6. If queen d7, you have knight f6, right? That's why it's so nasty. I mean, it's such a sick move. But bishop e4 is like, then you have to take with the bishop, and then maybe he can take, you take on h7, and you now you have like, it's not there. It's not enough yet. It's not enough. It's very difficult here, so we got to keep looking, right? And the Firouzja in a think tank here. Let's see if we can figure this out, chat. Ooh,
He's thinking about rook d7.
I'm thinking too. Hold on, I'm in a think tank. Let me just.
Dude, it's so tempting, man.
Oh my goodness, what is this, bro? Where's the kill shot at?
So we need to remove this knight, and then it will be checkmate.
What you got?
But
well, maybe you just play like a Russian schoolboy. Knight takes f6, knight takes f6, and bishop e5.
Okay.
Was my idea, threatening
like
bishop f6, trying to force black to play g6, and then just attacking normally. Bishop takes bishop, and then h5. Like, there's always the option of playing without sacrificing, which is more tempting the older I get.
Right.
But of course, this is not ideal. I'm sure a killer blow exists. I can't find it either.
What's the engine say?
Wow.
What is this? Oh, bishop d6. Wow. What? Ain't nobody playing that, man. That's so hard to do.
That's Gucci.
Yeah. Bishop d6 such a hard move.
You guys got to explain this. Bishop d6, the strongest move by the engine. What's the point? It's so counterintuitive to exchange this bishop, David.
Yeah, I agree. I was looking at this bishop thinking it's a tactical target, it's loose. Why trade it when you can try and win it? That's why I was kind of inclined towards bringing my rook across, which I think is the second best move, but at least according to the computer. But bringing your bishop in, and now if it's captured, you're spoiled for choice. It's like we said earlier. You can choose with 2 pieces to recapture here. It's really tempting.
How do you recapture, David?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Maybe you take with the rook. Now you're threatening this kind of capture, this kind of destroying maneuver here just to crash through on h7. If black does play bishop takes e4, as we mentioned earlier, maybe you still take back. Valuation bar says it's winning. I don't think it's human.
Yes,
I don't think it's that natural, I've got to say. But you are very active, and black is stretched. So difficult, I've got to say, for Firouzja to find this one.
Time to wake up Mikhail Tal.
Grandfather Tal is what we call him. We are related, as you see me and Danya look exactly alike, exactly. And we are related to Tal. Grandfather.
Yeah, I'm sure Simon would find that move as well. He would have played h4 in a heartbeat. And, all of this forced, clearly.
He's happy to see Harry the H-pawn advance down the board. Can Alireza channel his inner Mikhail Tal right now and find the move bishop d6? Rookie one, David, you mentioned it's the first move that came to your mind. The second best move in the position, but there is a lot of difference between these 2 moves. One of them, close to winning. The other one gets closer to leveling the game.
Yeah, and it makes sense. If black is able to trade off a bunch of pieces, black is a pawn up, remember. So it feels like now or never. It was like that moment in the last game. Firouzja had 1 shot. He could have won on the spot, but he missed it, and things spiraled out of control. So key moment now. Firouzja should burn his time here, and he has been doing 5 minutes on this one move. I'm expecting to go even deeper.
Yes or no?
Bishop d6, that's so hard to find. And it really is. I'm going to say no, because bishop d6 is so hard. He is spending 5 minutes, though, so maybe he'll find it at the end of the day, but bishop d6 is so difficult. I mean, rook d7's for choice, like knight f6, bishop e5, like you mentioned. So many choices, right, Danya?
Yeah, it's not like bishop d6 itself is that hard to see. Like, it's on your radar. It's hard to understand why it's so much better than the other moves, right? I think the difficulty lies in distinguishing between all the tempting candidate moves, which is an infuriating type of difficulty, because you're sitting there, your eyes are jumping around at all the options. Then you look up and you've got 3 minutes on your clock. You've made no headway. 6 minutes for Alireza. Time to make a decision.
Now, what makes it so difficult is that you're always trying to trade those 2 knights, which are the defenders. It's not that easy to understand that what you need to trade is that bishop on e7 that guards that d6 square and get your rook into the attack. So again, not an easy move to find, but if Alireza does it, the victory will be in his hand. It is a big moment in the last game. Instead of finding the winning move, he played knight to e2. And that was a big disaster, giving the victory to Dmitry Kolarz. Bishop c6 on the board. Alireza, big think right now. He's down by 3 minutes on the clock.
It's really interesting. These top players, their instincts are just so good. He has tanked at the exact critical moment. It was the same in the last game. He paused. He knew. His senses were tingling. His spidey senses there. He knew there was a winning move. But finding it is another matter. Calculating it, especially in rapid games at speed chess. And yeah, I think if he had 45 minutes on his clock, he would spend most of it now and he'd find that win. He'd calculate his way to victory. But this one is touch and go. This one, anything could happen. If not bishop d6, momentum might turn a bit later on.
Deep.
Especially with the clock times.
Yeah, this is very sharp, chat. This is very sharp. Make sure you're doing your tactics at home. Okay, let's put your puzzle rush in the chat. What is your puzzle rush at home? Would you find bishop d6 if we didn't see it or we didn't have it there for you to see already? Would you have played bishop d6? What's your puzzle rush in the chat? Do your tactics at home as he's trying to calculate and figure this out.
And that's the thing, right, James? It's not direct tactics. It's not sack, and checkmate. It is sort of got this strategic foundation of getting rid of a piece that's sort of counterintuitive for white, trading that dark squared bishop. The more Alireza thinks, the more I can feel the tension. The difference between the best move and the second best move is so big right now.
Yeah, that's a huge difference. Crazy.
7.5 minutes on one move. That's literally half the time he started the game with. He better find this move, otherwise he will regret it a bit later on when the clocks tick down. Oof, such a big moment.
Huge moment. And now there's a sunk cost effect where if you don't find the move, you don't have all that much time to convert. So now you better find it. Alireza believes that he can win this position with potentially less than 3 minutes on the clock. And King B1, kicking the can down the road.
King B1, that one hurts. That one hurts to see, Danya, right? It was just so many other options.
It's a prophylactic move. He is kicking the can down there. I was going to use that pawn with Hikaru, but that's exactly what he's doing. He's just keeping the tension. Now, in certain variations, David, that king on C1, it could have been vulnerable. So I get what he's doing. He's just saying, hey, Dmitry, you've got a miserable position. Here, you find a move. And maybe Dmitry will spend 6 minutes figuring out a way to untangle here. So I wouldn't, castigate this move entirely, but definitely Alireza will be kicking himself for not playing bishop d6.
Yeah, and I think he would have had the same reaction inside to the reaction we had here in the studio. He would be like, oh, I don't want to play this, but time's ticking, the clock's ticking down. I have to do something. Why not play a move that's useful long term? And we do say if you castle on the long side, castle queen side, you should always spend an extra tempo tucking your king closer to the corner. It's just safer there in general when the tactics begin. So good kind of practical move, but just not the killer blow that we were expecting.
That's the thing, right? If you want to play King B1, you play it after 2 minutes. Burning 8 minutes on the clock and King B1 on the board, he decided not to play Bishop D6, not to play Rook E1. It feels like he's still finding his rhythm today. We've seen a shaky start from Alireza.
Yeah, no, it definitely is the case. I still think he's the heavy favorite in this game just because of how difficult this is to defend for Black in the long run. But, man, I mean, 2 games left, 4 minutes down on the clock. Alireza, you know, he better step it up at the final part of this game, because if he loses with the white pieces to win on demand with Black, that's going to be real difficult. And he's sped up. He's trading pieces. I think he's going to stick that dark squared bishop on E5, and the attack burns on.
On the board, great call there by Daniel. Bishop E5, big threat, David. You want to pick up that knight and give mate on 8-7.
Yep, big threat. So easy reply. Pretty much forced now. Just you have to block that white queen's diagonal towards the H7 pawn. It's not a move you want to play, of course. Pushing pawns in front of your king when you're getting attacked often leaves weaknesses behind, but needs must here. And it looks like the only move to me, unless I'm missing something. Dimitri most likely just calculating the consequences behind that decision. And it's still very forcing. Still anything could happen. I think in a blitz game, I would choose white here every time. But here, Black has a bit more time, still a pawn up, something to play with. And clearly momentum. Not necessarily on Farouja's side. So,
yeah, there it is. Joe Baba vibes, baby. Joe Baba London. Jar Jar Binks London.
I mean, this looks lost for Black. How is Black the one? Evo Bar is giving a slight edge for Black. It's so misleading. It might be because knight G4 puts a lot of white pieces under fire, but then there's like knight takes H7.
Oh, my goodness.
Only Alireza had those 5 minutes back to calculate all those lines.
Right. Yeah, this is definitely, as you see in the Joe Bava London, this is a huge theme. The bishop, we have the bishop, we got the queen, we got the knight, with the rook on the H file. You sacrifice it if knight H5. So this is definitely up White's alley. Lots of attacking chances here, looking good for White, even though the eval bar says it's equal. Practically, this is definitely a huge attack for White here. Huge chances and lots of chances for Black to go wrong.
Yeah, just to put some of those moves you said on the board, James. Knight takes pawn. Looks like you can grab a pawn, but simply rook takes knight, and you break open this diagonal again. Boom, checkmate on the board. So you cannot contemplate this one for Black. If you go back a few moves here, Dania, you mentioned knight to G4. Maybe this is the key.
It's on the board, David.
Wow, it's on the board.
He finds it.
Hitting this bishop, hitting this knight, and the evaluation bar doesn't react.
That's crazy.
It's a good move.
Best news in the world.
Chess players, that's the dream.
Bishop F4 on the key, you keep attacking.
Yeah, drop the bishop back, defend. Game goes on.
This is crazy, bro.
You mentioned another move, knight takes pawn. This looks like a killer. King takes knight, would walk into a discovered check, a double check. You're forced back and checkmate again. All of these lines lead to Rome. They all seem to lead to checkmate. But here, I guess you're not obliged to take back this knight. You could, for example, take back this bishop and the evaluation bar reacts. But the game goes on. It would end up with Black having 2 pieces for a rook. Looks good. So I think you're right, Dania. Just drop back and just, again, kick that can further down the road. Just keep the tension.
But H6 and G5. And once the king side dries up, I mean, Black is up a pawn, which I've actually forgotten about. I didn't even see that. So if Black consolidates that time advantage and that extra pawn, Alireza is now in serious danger of losing this game.
Jeez, man. Chess is brutal, man. I mean, what a wicked attack here. Looked great. And then Kolar, I mean, it's showing the strength of Kolar's. Winning the first, almost winning. He was up. He should have won the first game. Chess is brutal like that. He loses, right? Wins the second game. And this one defending like an absolute machine right now as he's defending this attack. Of course, Alireza had his chances. Missed Bishop D6. We don't blame him. It was an engine-like move there and an engine-like follow-up. You just had to find all the moves there. He didn't find it here. Now we have this position here where he's trying to figure out what to do here, and he's getting lower on time. As we keep talking, knight H7, he goes for it. Yikes.
And a mistake, according to the engine. Wow. Dimitri Kolar's just sitting back, taking a sip of water there. Really calm stuff. But Farouja, he's gambling now. He's going all in just because he feels momentum was turning. And, okay, knight takes bishop, I thought was the most natural move.
Yeah, what was the move? What else is there to do?
Yeah, that's a good question. Bishop F4 like David Puma.
I'll check this while you guys talk through what's happening now. But apparently Black missed a big opportunity. Okay, that was never going to be found. Moving the Black rook after knight takes H7 gave a decisive advantage, but never going to happen, chat. And now it is knight and bishop versus rook.
how weak is the black king? That's the big question.
Daniel, what you think? I don't think it's that weak no more, bro.
There's obviously Alireza is messed up. It's clear the black is in the driver's seat now. The problem is if you play h takes g6, black can recapture the queen. Nastiest news of all time. When the queens get off the board, then it's basically a 2-result game. So Alireza has to keep that pawn on the board, maybe play f4. He goes rook e1, tries to attack in the center. It's going to be a wild ride here the rest of this game.
Wow.
Going to be a wild ride. The problem is, where do you go after black drops the knight in, attacking this rook? I'm also seeing, not yet, but later on, the black knight plonking itself in the center of the board, dominating, closing lines as well. It definitely feels like the stakes are far higher for Firouzja than they are for Kolas. If Kolas can survive the next 5 moves, it might be just simply winning for black.
Big drama in the Alireza Dmitry board, but also we've got big update coming in from Fabi against Shimanov. This is their round 3, but if Fabi wins this game, it is match over. That position on the king side, it looks like it is heading there.
This mate in 6, easy. I mean, Eval Bar says something else, but this mate in 6. You got bishop f6, you got rook g, you got sack here. Like, whatever you want to do, you can do it in this game right here.
The rook's attacked right now, so do you just pick up the b7 pawn, or it's hard to imagine sacrificing the rook and going for the mate? That
Tanya, you might be able to do that.
Oh my
this
God.
position's so nice, you might be able to go bishop f6.
I have 2 words for you. Dark squares. That's it.
Right, dark squares, exactly.
Yeah, if you cut the board in half, if you just look at the kind of 4 rows on the right, E to H, white just has all the heavy pieces, black only has a king. Simple as that. The black queen is so far divorced from her king right now, she'll never be able to defend.
Yeah.
Just, I think, go up, take that b7 pawn, and
she ain't paying child support either.
Yeah.
It's actually hard to imagine any of the pieces coming to the black king's rescue. There's just nothing. The bishop on d7 can't contribute anything to the king side. The 2 rooks are on the queen side. The queen's super far away, hard to find its way back. And Fabiano Caruana on the brink of not just a game victory, but a match victory, making it look very smooth. He is taking a thing to put the finishing touches. He can't just simply grab the b7 pawn. And as Daniel, you mentioned, no need to rush, no need to start calculating all those sacrifices, because there's nothing in the world that's going to stop rook g3 and bishop f6 next.
No, and Fabi's enjoying this, right? He's not sipping his coffee because he doesn't seem to have a beverage next to him, but if he did, he'd be sipping it right now. He knows that there's about 7 paths that lead to victory. I think he's going to take on b7. Your ultimate allegiance is to winning the match, right? You're not trying to write a tactics book, as my coach used to say. You're trying to win the game, and Fabi's trying to find the most efficient way to do it. There we go.
Yep, he takes the pawn, and we saw Shimanov's body language a few moments ago. He was kind of rubbing his head, then he leaned back as if like, oh, why am I even playing chess? I have that feeling all the time these days. But yeah, he just needs to find one way to fight on. He does try and get the queens off the board. He takes the pawn back. Clever move, but the problem is this tension between the queens can simply be blocked, right? You can push the white d-pawn forward. No queen trade for you, and the attack will continue. There we go. Very kind of simple, sensible play there from Fabi. Still looks deadly. White's going to crash through very, very shortly.
It's also amazing to notice that how black can actually get both the queen and the rook to the first rank. You can give a check on c1, you can arrive with your queen to d1, but white's king is so safe on g3. There's absolutely no check once the king gets to g3. Meanwhile, the bishop on d7 hangs, bishop f6, queen g5 ideas always on the board, and it just looks like black's attack has no firepower.
Yeah, game over simply. He gives a check indeed, and when the white king moves, I think he doesn't resign yet, but he does drop his rook back. That pattern is going to emerge surely. White can just jump in with the bishop maybe. Well, maybe you have to be slightly careful here.
So rook g4, yeah. Bishop f6, rook takes d4, queen g5, rook g4.
Rook
really
g4.
Enough, yeah.
Maybe just rook d3.
Yeah.
It's a lazy man's move, so don't calculate. Rook f3 also looks good.
Oh, rook f3 is solid. I like that. Definitely a fan.
What about rook d7, bishop f6? Just trying to have some fun.
Ooh, Tanya just don't care about nothing. Sack it all. It's game over.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Feels like
all works.
Yeah, everything works now for Fabi, and he still has over 2 minutes against just 10 seconds for Shimanov. As long as he finds any sensible move here, Fabi will win.
I want to see rook d7 on the board. I don't know if it works or not, David, but it's so pretty.
It's so impractical, but so pretty at the same time.
Yeah, that is pretty. Rook d7.
Oh,
yeah, rook f3.
rook
It's
f3.
a solid, right?
Yeah, it's like when your TV is.
Oh, it's on the board!
Tanya for the win.
Let's
Put her in
go.
there. Sub her in. Chat sub.
Rook takes d4.
Wow, is he going to sacrifice his queen here?
No.
Oh, that is such a utilitarian move there. Rook e4, queen takes a7.
Yeah, just clean up shop here.
No time to win the white rook. Black's queen, if she went to take that white rook last move, the black rook would have dropped off. So now Fabi making a bit of a face there, maybe realizing it's not as easy as he thought it would be. Yeah, go and take that pawn. Defend your rook at the same time. Extra bishop and ongoing attack.
I wonder if queen c5 was a move there, Danya. And then if rook takes, you take on f8. Is there a mating idea there? Rook f7 after that. Maybe rook g7. Maybe just perpet. Something similar.
Definitely.
Was it possible? Takes, check. Oh, rook d8 would be mate there. Oh, my goodness.
No, but black's queen takes d7, though.
Oh, yeah, correct. Queen c5.
And that's
d7,
over.
right? So
Fabiano Caruana does win the first match of the quarterfinals. And what an end it's been in this game. Rook d7. We do see Alexander Shimonov. He is disappointed. It started bright and good for Shimonov, but Fabi kept it under control. Impressive play there by Fabi. And Shimonov, we see him on the camera. The first game, it could have been very different.
That's what's eating at him right now because, you know, he wins that first game. It's a completely different story. You're more in Jordan Van Forest territory. You know, he expects a lot of himself. These 2600s, yeah, they know that they're the underdogs, but that doesn't mean they're any less disappointed. Speaking of disappointed, Dimitri will be disappointed if he doesn't carry this upset through. He's got, along with Jordan, a great chance to score a massive upset. What is going on here? 16 seconds for Reza.
And a mad position. Look at that black king. It's absolutely in the wild.
Yeah, if the queens come off, black is winning. No doubt about that. The black knight and black bishop will be far superior to one of the white rooks. But with queens on the board, that black king is feeling really, really exposed. It doesn't have any clothes on right now. It's going to be hit by the white rooks, by the white queen. Okay, he's dropping back, trying to curl up into a ball defensively here. I don't see any knockout for white here. You want to line up your rooks.
Three.
Ooh, you got to move.
Just double the rooks. Wow, he made that with, wait. Few seconds on the clock. 6 seconds here. That's tough. It's very tough to do.
Yeah, great move. Queen h7 check is a paper tiger, but Alireza trying to use all available files. Now he's starting checkmate. Yep. Sort of. I mean, still the rook e8 meets with rook f8, so the king kind of sliding away.
Right.
But maybe rook e7 is worth playing here to get that pair of rooks off the board.
Yeah, you can. If you can trade pieces, you will be loving life. But right now, wow, there's a steal from Collars, calling white's bluff, saying there's no threat. And maybe he's right. The black king running out into the open. Now there's a threat of checkmate.
96 might be the only move.
Ooh, what a move there. That's sick. I love 96.
Oh, my God, 96. And if white picks up the knight, white's the one who gets checkmated on b2.
Made it.
Drop a threat in. Why not? Farouj only has 6 seconds to react.
Will he find it? It's on the board, David.
Oh, my God.
Threat. Queen takes pawn. The black queen on the diagonal, coming and taking the pawn in front of the white king. White's queen has to swoop back and defend.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
I don't like that move.
What
G5
happened?
maybe.
Ooh,
Get him off the board! What happened there? He blundered me. Oh, my goodness. It hurts.
And that's it. A one-move made blunder by Alireza Firouzja. And Dimitri Collars.
And he was winning, too. If he had played G5, white's in charge there.
Let's see that.
I think it was a mouse slip. I think he was bringing his queen to f5, maybe, and he would have been winning.
Oh, he wins a piece.
I think he wins a piece, but horrible, horrible mouse slip and heartbreak for Firouzja.
Because he did make the move queen to c2, defending that mate in one. And as David is pointing out, it could have been a big mouse slip. We do have action on one more board remaining. Abdusattorov going with that a-pawn. And to me, it looks like an unstoppable a-pawn.
Looks like it should be, but the black rook will come behind. And
the white rook will go forward.
Yeah, you push your pawn now, 1 square. If you could get your bishop and sacrifice it for that a-pawn somehow, you live to fight another day. The problem is the black bishop is so far away from hitting that white a-pawn. Yeah, I think you're right. Game over.
Rook d8 in the air, maybe even knight a5, rook a5 in the air. That a7 pawn is definitely getting to that square for promotion. We see on our scoreline, Fabiano Caruana has taken the match victory in 3 rounds. And a big disaster for Alireza Firouzja means that he has to win on demand the final game of the Rapid to level the score. And in this one, Nodirbek wins this, he wins the match.
Yep. I think we will see the first decided match, or the second decided match, I should say, in a moment after Caruana won his 2. Abdusattorov leaning back. He knows he's got this one in the bag. Just no source of counterplay for black.
Just one move too slow.
We just got to put it out there. I mean, he's been playing so good, guys. I mean, Abdusattorov has been playing. I mean, he's already, youngest, rapid champion ever. But, like, he really is playing out of his mind. And he's someone that people aren't really talking about as much. Of course, because you do have the heavy hitters here. But Abdusattorov is one that is coming for it all.
Yeah.
That's it.
We start getting ready to resign. You can see the body language. White's about to make a new queen. It will cost black his rook. And, okay, he goes pawn hunting.
Okay. Good move, actually. But I would just promote anyway. I mean...
Yeah, it happened.
Big deal, rook a4. You won a pawn, congrats.
Cute. No, that's
you
cute.
want a medal?
Yeah, I think we will see Jules hit the resign button now. Tough day for him. Just Abdusattorov looking so good, looking inspired. And the white rook will decide this game. Okay, he's fighting on. The white king's simply going to move towards the king side now, and those pawns are going nowhere.
Wow.
Game over any moment now.
And now we see knight d4. He's up an entire rook on the board, and Jules playing on seconds, but the clock doesn't matter. It is a dead loss position, but this loss would mean that the match is over, as Abdusattorov with 1.5 points will wrap it up in just 3 rounds. A check given if the king moves forward, the knight can start checking. Not much to fight for with black here. Those pawns are never getting down the board.
And I think he's just resigned because king e5, knight f3 picks off the g-pawn. Abdusattorov with just enough endgame technique to convert this very difficult endgame. You can find it in Dvoretsky's endgame manual, page 478.
That's correct.
He makes it happen. Nodirbek on form, on point. He's winning.
He has won in style as he wraps it up in 3 games, just like Fabiano Caruana. What a performance by him. We've seen some incredible moments in this one. Such amazing attack. David, you've got to tell us your highlight.
My highlight from this round was that game, that dramatic game between Firouzja and Kollars. It ended so abruptly, and we have to go in slow motion just to take you through what happened here. It looks like the black king is under attack, and indeed, Firouzja slid his rook across, threatening to bring his rook to e8. With a checkmate, the black king would be trapped. Instead, nasty counter threat, dropping the knight back, blocking that file, the e file, and threatening a checkmate of black's own on b2. Firouzja, of course, spotted this. Queen c2, rook e7, and this was the moment of heartbreak for Firouzja. I think, at least my theory is, that he wants to play queen to f5, pinning the black queen, and once the black queen is traded, white would win the black knight due to a pin on the e file too. But instead he mouse-looked, he dropped his queen on that diagonal. Now no defense to b2, and checkmate. The white king was the one that perished.
Big heartbreaking moment there for Alireza Firouzja. It means that he has to win the next game on demand, and he will be playing with the black pieces. These are the score lines going into the final rapid game. Hikaru Nakamura, Jordan Van Foreest level at 1.5 apiece. We could see an Armageddon in that one. And of course, we've got Alireza against Dimitri. Alireza has to win to force a playoff. He has to. That will be also a potential Armageddon, but before that, Alireza with the black pieces needs to score that win. The 2 players who have managed to wrap up their match 1 of the quarterfinals, Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And we are being joined by Fabi. Fabi, welcome. Congratulations.
Thanks, Tanya.
Amazing match today, terrific play. And I have to ask you, Fabi, Chessable Masters, you had such a great run in that one. You're just fresh out of a hot victory in Romania at the Grand Chess Tour, and you made it look easy today. You feeling good about the chess?
Yeah, well, today could have been very different, but overall, yeah, overall it's very, very, very good. I blundered g5 in the first game, so I had a very bad position after like 8 moves with the white pieces. And but then everything went very smoothly. I was a bit surprised. I thought I could easily get mated with my king on e1, kind of surrounded by my pieces, which can't move. But it somehow worked out. I won that game, and after that, it was pretty smooth. I wasn't too worried. I think I was also slightly worse in the third game, but never in real danger. And yeah, overall, that first game was really essential today.
And Fabi, in these formats, it's so important to feel confident. And are you feeling like you're playing some of your best chess these days?
Well, I don't know about that, but the last few tournaments have been pretty successful. I mean, if we're counting the ChessKid Masters and the Grand Chess Tour event in Romania, those were 2 quite successful events. But you never know how form is. It can go up, it can go down, and a lot of it is also based on circumstance. So let's say a few things change in a tournament, and you can either have one of your best tournaments or a tournament which doesn't go very well. A lot of it is really down to details that you that you kind of know if you're in the heat of it, but you might not see from the side. So I know how quickly fortunes can change.
And Fabi, how important is it for you to get that ticket into the season final? You are, of course, one of the favorites in the ChessKid Cup.
Yeah, it's really important because I haven't, let's say, I'm in a good position overall in the tour, but unfortunately last event in the Chessable Masters I didn't qualify directly to the final, but that's the ultimate goal. And in terms of points, I'm doing very well. So if I keep up consistency, then hopefully I might even make it on points. But it's still a bit early to say, and it's very important. Of course, I think Hikaru said that the most important thing is to get in the top 3 because that also books you a spot for the next event. And I think there's a lot of sense to that. Although ultimately the goal is to win, but it's a huge privilege, of course, if you can keep playing Division 1 time and time again, because that gets you guaranteed points.
Well, an awesome start there, Fabi. Congratulations for today, and we wish you all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Fabiano Caruana takes his match in just 3 games. And the other player to do that is Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And Nodirbek is joining us. And he's joining us from Stavanger.
Hello.
Hi, Nodirbek. Are you in Norway right now?
Yes.
Wow, and it seems to have worked out really well. Great match today. Tell us how you're feeling.
Yeah, it's very nice to start with a smooth victory. And I'm really looking forward to keep it. So,
Nodirbek, you are playing Division 1 after winning Division 2 of the Chessable Masters. Yes. How important is that to get this spot in the ChessKid Cup, and how do you see your chances going forward?
Oh, it's very important for me because it gives a chance to play against the top guys, which is very important to constantly playing against them is very helpful, and it's huge honor for me to play in Division 1, and I will try my best. And yeah, it's looking great, and I'm really looking forward to play good chess.
Well, Nodirbek, you're also playing in, of course, the Norway Chess Tournament. How excited are you for that tournament? What are your expectations, and what's next on your chess calendar after Norway Chess?
Oh yes, it's hugely important tournament for me, and I've prepared almost for a couple of months, and I'm really looking to play some interesting chess. And after Norway, I will play in Global Chess League. I think it will be a team championship. So yeah, I'll be playing there.
Nodirbek, congratulations. Tremendous first round here at the ChessKid Cup, and we wish you all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. We really appreciate your time. Nodirbek Abdusattorov and Fabiano Caruana taking it in just 3 games, but the other 2 matches, the action is still on, as you will see that 4th and final rapid game on the other side of this Twitch break.
ChessKid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And ChessKid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. ChessKid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. ChessKid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. ChessKid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. ChessKid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
At Magnus Academy, we've taught chess to 100,000 kids. With summer around the corner, we're gearing up for camps. At online chess camps, kids learn about chess in a safe, fun environment from a team of all-star coaches. Kids are grouped by skill level from beginners up to national champions. There are never more than 8 kids per coach, so every child gets plenty of attention. You might even get the chance to meet Magnus and ask him a question or challenge him to a game. Each week has a different theme, like opening traps, learning from your losses, or Magnus Carlsen's best games. Sign up by May 31st to get a $30 discount. Join the 100,000 kids and counting that have learned chess with Magnus Chess Academy.
An air of focus, concentration, performance. Airthings put you in control of air pollutants that cloud your work from home space, shifting your state with every breath. Find your air of clarity now.
Big action coming up as we are about to lift off the final rapid game. Hikaru Nakamura, Jordan van Foreest. The score is level. Meanwhile, in Alireza versus Dimitri, Alireza needs to win on demand to force an Armageddon. Daniel, prediction time. Are we going to see an Armageddon?
Man, I mean, that maiden one, that's going to be so hard to survive. And what made that doubly heartbreaking wasn't just the mouse up, it was that Queen F5 ended the game immediately, as David so astutely pointed out. I have no idea how Alireza is going to fight that demon. One thing is for certain, this is going to be awesome. What's stressful for the players is fascinating for the commentators. I can't wait for both of our games.
And the clocks are ticking. Hikaru Nakamura is ready to go in round 3 with the white pieces. He did decide to level it out, to shut down the play, but now Jordan van Foreest will start with white. James, are we expecting Jordan to be happy to take it to the Armageddon, or do you think he's going to try and push with white?
Yeah, I think he's going to try to push with white here, of course. I mean, we do want an Armageddon here, obviously. That's what we want, right? But I mean, it's all about what he wants. And you have to play some solid chess here. You are playing Hikaru Nakamura here. Hikaru is very, very strong. We do have the white pieces. We want to take the chances that we have. Be creative here, play our game, and hope for the best.
Yeah, he looks focused. He looks nice and focused, and anything could still happen. I like the fact that Jordan was able to kind of stabilize in that last game. Didn't look like the biggest opening success for Hikaru Nakamura, but Jordan has stabilized. And in terms of these small mini matches, that is so important. After you lose, the most important thing is to at least get on the scoreboard in the next one. And okay, we're off. And Nimzo Indian.
Nimzo Indian. Yeah, Hikaru kind of going for his main line. No modern, no C6 or G6. He's playing what he normally plays. And this is a very old school line. This 3 pawns in the center line, it's been very well known for several decades. There's a lot of forced draws in this line, so we might be going straight for an Armageddon here.
Wow. Did you see Hikaru's reaction as soon as E4 landed on the board? He just looked away. He was like, oh, not this again. He's had this so many times against Wesley So, but this time, slightly spicier version. This one is not heading towards any forced draws. As far as I know, at least Jordan van Foreest choosing a very ambitious line, and look at what he's done. He's parked his king on the F1 square. That black knight in the center of the board is actually pretty much trapped, but there is a way to keep it alive if white hits it now with the F pawn, which I think is going to be Jordan's next move.
Ooh, is it F3? Is it F5?
I think so.
Oh my goodness, this is sick. Ooh, spicy.
Tabasco sauce in there.
Wow, the green kind, like that green bottle is Tabasco sauce. The super hot stuff.
I agree.
F3 and F5. Huh?
Finally, someone who likes the green sauce over the red sauce.
Come on,
I do.
I know we look alike too, right? That's crazy.
And is it surprising that Jordan is thinking? He was the one who chose this opening variation. It's all been on white's terms so far. He's the one who forced this line. And now he's paused after Hikaru's last move. Is this rare? Is this opening theory still? As far as I know, it's still very standard stuff. Maybe Jordan just kind of thrown back that Hikaru's reacted instantly.
This is not the time or the place to freeze and show that you don't know what you're doing. You've dug your hole a little bit too deep. You should have played something like a London system if you didn't brush up on your theory. So danger time for Jordan, who plays 92 and prioritizes his development. And Hikaru, he's surprised at that move. He did the classic Hikaru looking to the side thing. Like, right. I think that might be wrong. That's not logical. Right, but I think that's probably a mistake by Jordan. He might be tilted.
That's a classic Hikaru here.
Yes, chat, definitely
classic, tilted. Classic.
And
there we go again.
Hikaru look 1-4-3. Meanwhile, another game starting.
In just a few seconds, we will have liftoff in this one as well. Dimitri Kolarz has definitely been more impressive today, James, than Alireza?
Oh, of course, Alireza being a favorite here, but I mean, first off, this is a C3 Sicilian. Me and Danya are hype right now. C3 and David Howell. Hold on, Big
All
David.
of us are Alpin players.
C3 Sicilian for the kill. Okay, now, of course, this is, I mean, very impressive from Dimitri here. He's also saying, you know, Firouzja was a big favorite, but right now, of course, he is on the back foot, and with this C3 Sicilian, it's an excellent choice. You can also play it very aggressively, even with the new chessable versions of stuff they have out here. It's pretty sick. The C3 Sicilian is a problem. Even Magnus has a tweet. You can Google it. It says that if you, got a pro tip here, play the Alpin. I hate facing it. The C3 Sicilian is a real thing.
Yeah. Everybody hates facing it. David, that's why we play it. Queen A5. I mean, it's hard to play for a win here. There are some dubious lines. Queen A5, D6. If you're Alireza, D5, ED, Knight F6, you might have to play something dubious just to get chances for a win here, because a draw doesn't cut it. He loses the match with a draw.
Exactly. If you follow any traditional paths, any opening theory, there will be ways for white to achieve a very solid position, and that will not suffice for Firouzja in the match. And, okay, already spending 1 minute on move 2.
Yeah.
He needs to do something.
He's trying to figure out what to do. He went the Knight F6 version, but that one's always draws. Like, or at least white has the fun here. I mean, white's just going to have all the fun, to say the least. I think he probably should have went with maybe the D5 option, or even some of the, like you mentioned, some of the sideline stuff. There's B6, there's Queen A5 there. But here, this is mainline stuff.
Is there something that I'm not aware of? Knight G8?
Surprising that first he takes his time with Knight F6, and now the normal move, you get that Knight to D5. But once again, Alireza slowing down. David, you mentioned it. He needs to do something. He literally needs to do something in this match. He has to win. James, Cecil for the kill. Dimitri doesn't even need to go for the kill. He just needs half a point to win this match.
Absolutely. And of course, lots of times with white, you actually you just get great positions with the C3 Sicilian. It is quite annoying to face from a Sicilian player's side. It's just, they get a solid position. They cut 2 pawns in the center when they go deep.
Whoa!
Danya the Prophet.
Oh my God.
I mean, he was thinking.
A winning attempt, Knight to G8.
He lost his absolute here on national television in front of all these kids. Knight G8 is not a move, but it is going to be to try for a win here.
He must have come up with that on the spot, because if he had prepared that beforehand, he would have played it immediately. I mean, Knight E4 lost the Knight, so I don't buy this. I'm calling BS on this.
Yeah, I don't know, big fella.
If he'd prepared it, he would have at least played it immediately. It might be a bad move, but if you play it immediately, it'll have surprise value, shock value. Knight G8. There is a kind of sister version of this in the Alekhine defense, where you play Knight F6 on move 1, E5, and then go back to G8. But here, just black's given white 2 free moves. White has space for free. You don't want to transpose into the French defense now by locking in your light squared bishop as black, because then you've essentially given white everything he could ever hope for. And yeah, bit of a dream position. Can Dimitri hold his nerve here? If he just plays sensible moves, develops, he's not going to be in any trouble anyway.
I think you have more experience here too, actually, I know you like Caro Kann here. This is Caro Kann-esque, very Caro Kann-like. Also maybe French too as well, but of course, if Knight F3, then you see Bishop G4, E6, and you have a great French or some type of Caro Kann position. So I think it's a pretty, it's practically, actually, he made a great choice after Knight G8. It was very strange. I've never seen this move ever, right? But Knight G8, okay, it's not that bad here. But for white, what do we do now? Maybe it's Bishop E3 or Bishop E2, maybe, to stop this Bishop development. Bishop's coming to F5, he's going to play E6, and we have ourselves some type of Caro Kann.
Yeah, I think you're right, James. We don't want to allow black's bishop to come out on an effective square, maybe pin any white knight. So now he's asking the question, that C8 bishop, it's all about that piece. Black wants to play E6 over the next 2 or 3 moves, but you don't want to lock in that piece. You have to pretty much bring it out now, or you're going to suffer, you're going to get cramped. And that could come with consequences. Daniel, you play the Caro Kann as well.
Yeah, unfortunately. The problem is Bishop F5 is what you wanted to play, but there was Queen B3 forking the B7 and D5. It's almost like you're playing this position down to tempi, like you put your knight on F6 and then brought it back to G8. He tries to bring it back to H6 French style, very French-influenced idea. Probably what you have to do, he has to also unbalance this game, because this type of structure, as solid as it is for white, I mean, he's got to produce winning chances somehow. I think knight H6 is the best that he can do.
And that is the explanation for the strange opening play that we are seeing by Alireza. He develops the knight to F6 and falls back to G8, and now takes it out on the edge of the board, aiming to try to get it closer to the center from that F5 square. That is a lot of knight moves. We are traditionally taught This is advice for ChessKid. Do not try this at home. You don't want to touch the same piece twice out of an opening. While Alireza does it 4 times, it is his attempt to create an imbalance in the position. And while action heats up in this one, let's use this opportunity to jump over to the other game. Jordan Manfurist with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. Now, it could potentially go into an Armageddon. We are seeing opposite color bishops, but black does seem to have the worst pawn structure.
Yeah, long term, black has the worst pawn structure, but short term, the white king may be a bit uncomfortable. And white's pawns in the center as well. Slightly, I mean, we would call them hanging pawns, I guess, slightly vulnerable potentially if black can arrange the right setup. So anything could happen here. Jordan does have the opportunity, if he wants to be greedy, to grab the pawn on e4, but I think that would have come with consequences. So first he tucks his king away. Watch out for h4 for the score. It's going to happen over the next few moves, James.
Oh, that's right, baby boy. h4 for the score, you already know. Yeah, h4, h5 looks good. Maybe rook h4 in that idea as well. You develop the rook via the h file. You see this a lot in French-type structures. h4, h5, you develop the rook to h4, you hit e4, and the king can actually hide on h2. It almost looks like you castled and rook lift somehow, some way. So, in fact, this is on his radar here. Black is going to try to stop that. I actually don't see how yet. These pawns on d4 and c4 are quite good. Yeah, rook c8 might be quite annoying there. I may have to go queen e2, get out of there because of bishop d5s and queen b5, bishop b5s and stuff like that. It's possible. I like both sides here. Actually, believe it or not, there's positions where you can like both sides here. So I do like white for the ideas of h4, h5 and rook lifting via the h file. But I also like black. Like we can double on the f file right now, and potentially even if we're able to move the f6 rook, move the knight somewhere, and maybe go knight g4. In some cases, there one day maybe even be a rook f3. Very extreme, but put something on f3 at some point with sacking possibilities. The queen's already on the 5th rank. They could swing over to the king side. Rook g6, nasty. Wow. Yeah, he's going for his king. h4 though?
What's happening here? Yeah, it looks like this is going to gain time for white's plan.
But that g4 square, so maybe it's worth playing h3. We're free. King h2, we're part of the crew. Rook h1, and we're done.
Tanya, I told you he was the same person.
h4 on the board, rook g4. That rook on g4 looks so artificial right now, but it can't be attacked for a long time.
Are we sure about that? It feels like queen e2 maybe hitting the rook. Maybe you cement it with the pawn. I was thinking knight f6. At some point, I could think about eliminating this knight. It does feel so weird, this rook on g4. It's either very strong or it's very bad.
Right.
That's the thing I'll say. Maybe it's very strong. Maybe Hikaru has seen deeper. But, yeah, risky stuff either way for black.
Yeah, super risky, especially for a 4th-round game where a result would mean one player wins. If this ends in a draw, we would have an Armageddon. But is it fair to say that draw in this position is the least likely outcome?
100%. 100%. This is a crazy... Well, okay, we did have that crazy modern game where we thought he was going to win, Jordan, that is. But he played h5. I like it. Stopping h5 himself. Knight f6, queen e2. Yeah. h6. What is going on?
Weird chess. I think we would need hours to dissect this one to fully understand it. Again, that black rook looks like it stands alone. But still, the idea here is to stop Jordan's rook, that white rook on h1, from entering the game. You mentioned it, James. If it could have slid up to the 4th rank, it could have activated kind of horizontally there. But yeah, hard to find a plan for white, I've got to say, if you can't activate that rook. Whose position would we choose here?
Yeah, Dan, what you thinking?
This is like the feeling I got in college, and I would open up the test booklet in math class. Like, okay, I can answer exactly 0 of these questions. I don't really understand anything that's going on here. I would just take black because I think his king is marginally safer. And this is the downside of pushing that Harry the H pawn all the way up to h5. If you play king h2, that king can be sent back on demand with rook h4 check. And the g4 square is a lasting weakness. One day, perhaps a knight could replace the rook. So Jordan trying to remedy that by pushing the rook up to h3 first and opening up that little envelope, that hiding space for his king, which doesn't need to move away from g1 yet, but you're playing Hikaru Nakamura. You can't be too safe.
Look at this strange maneuver. Knight f1, knight h2, because the the rook is trapped. Like, what a stupid maneuver, but it actually works. I mean, knight f1, and maybe, I mean, well, now he has knight h5 there, so that's a very good move, because now it's definitely going to trap this rook. Knight f1, knight h2, you have no squares, or you have to give it to exchange with rook g5. So now I don't have that plan, and I'm just trying to figure out how to untangle my pieces here.
Are we sure, James? Maybe you've just kind of stumbled across the jackpot there, stumbled across golden concept, because if you drop your knight back, yes, this pawn can be taken, but suddenly you can throw a pawn in the way, breaking the connection between... I've just realised that bishop a4 is here, and it gets super complicated.
Wow, but then you have queen e2. What is going on?
Knight f6, bishop e4, bishop h6.
It's crazy here. Black's rook is barely surviving.
Madness.
But wow, this is total madness. And like you say, maybe if you don't want to kind of reroute the knight yet, first you bring your queen across, and this idea is on tap for later. This rook trapped. But... just so complicated. He goes for it. Wow,
let's
initiating
go.
chaos.
Come on, Jordan. Hey, look, I'm a creative player myself. Creative players. I love that type of chess, right? Got the Richard Rapports, the Jordan Van Forests, the Daniel Naroditsky's, of course, right? So I love this type of chess. It's creative, very creative. Knight f1, knight h2, with the idea of trying to trap the rook, create a little bit of chaos here. He actually won a chaotic game like that, sacking his queen earlier, so right up his alley.
Yeah, do you think he played that one on feel, on instinct, or was it pure calculation? He played it relatively quickly. I would have tanked there for 5 minutes, I've got to say, before kind of going into such a forcing line.
Daniel, was it COE there, or was it intuition?
He's managed this time so well, and honestly, no matter how this match goes, just hats off to Jordan. He's played such inspired chess. Even the game that he lost, I mean, he was off with a bang. He was that close to winning it, and he hasn't let it get to him. He doesn't want this to go into an Armageddon. He wants to win with white. And, I mean, Hikaru, facing the threat of knight h2, if he loses that exchange, he basically loses the game. There's no compensation to be found, so he might have to take the plunge and snap that pawn off on h5. And he might have to change his pants there, but Hikaru often gets away with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and he's puzzled. He's puzzled. Is he puzzled? Is that a word? Suddenly it's such a weird position. I'm questioning everything. Yeah, he's struggling to come up with a way to kind of untrap that rook even, and I don't see it. I think he has to just bite the bullet and take off that white h-pawn and hope for the best.
And he voluntarily put it there with the rook to f6, rook g6, rook g4, kind of just getting self-trapped in the position. And great call, James, with that knight maneuver. We've been talking about Jordan Van Forests being one of the most creative players, well, at least in this field. He's really known for these ideas and just how quickly he found it. He keeps the pressure on the clock. Currently, a big threat on the board coming up with knight h2, targeting that black rook. Once again in this match, Hikaru Nakamura in big trouble. And I have to say, when we started the day, this was not an outcome that many of us could have predicted.
Yeah, not even close. I mean, Hikaru we definitely knew who Jordan's going to bring it to him here, but we didn't think it would be like this, of course, especially as Hikaru is being resourceful, so strong as he is, wins everything, sort of a bully in a way. But today, in fact, this is completely even, to say the least. Jordan is very impressive from him.
Amazing stuff by Jordan Van Forests. He does march down with Harry the H-pawn, gets the king, artificially castled on G1. Just some amazing play. And when we talk about Harry the H-pawn, we, of course, have to bring in Chinjajian. Simon, he's joining us. Simon, you've got another update for us from Division 2.
I do, yeah, and yeah, such an exciting game going on there, though. We won't take you away from it too much, and obviously always use Harry if you're in doubt. This is the key rule. And we have some more results from Division 2 coming through, and the big one we said at the start of the day was Fedosev versus Mamedyarov. Both of these players, incredibly strong players. They could easily win that group, and it went all the way down to Armageddon, and it went with Fedosev winning that game, winning a very important game to knock out Mamedyarov. So very hard news for Mamedyarov there. Very tough pairing for him, but Fedosev has won that result. Other results in that division, Pavel Ilyanov went through as well, the Ukrainian, against Volga Vashilov. And there's one playoff still going on with Dmitry Adriakin playing against Nyon. So they're getting near to the final results there. And Division 3, loads of games going on still. They're into the second round of the day there. So there's a lot to update, but I think we should probably get back to Harry the H-pawn and our big game over there shortly.
Thanks for that, Simon. Wow, Fedosev, the big fish, taking it in the Armageddon against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. I have to say, Daniel, that sounds more like a final matchup in an elite tournament than a first round of Division 2.
That was a brutal pairing for Fedosev, and he says, I'm going to take that pairing and I'm going to embrace it. And he defeats Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. That is an incredible result. Of course, just the first step on a very long journey, but what a first step it is.
And it also looks like Jordan van Foreest has taken all the right steps into staying in the winner's bracket. Currently, he is in driver's seat. Rook d8 has been the move of choice, and we see Jordan up by 4 minutes. Now, d4 is protected with that bishop on e3, and he continues with his plan. And there's an exchange sacrifice. Is this enough compensation?
Wow. And he gives it up for the bishop so that the d4 pawn is softened up, and so that when the queen recaptures on g5, he gets the threat of e3. So very smartly done by Hikaru, making the most out of a difficult situation, David, I think.
Yeah, really, really creative way of sacrificing and not panicking, actually, that he will go material down. As you say, Daniel, bishop takes rook, most likely move to happen. The queen will recapture. Suddenly, some hints at a threat against this g2 square. Not just that, but 2 pawns under fire. This d4 pawn no longer protected. And also, remember that this little guy, Harry, about to fall off the board too. If the black knight comes in, suddenly there could be danger for white. And yeah, white is one material, but what remains in the white position isn't too attractive, this rook not really playing a part. This rook feeling a bit clumsy suddenly, but it's actually the knight that's worst of all. It now needs to kind of trace its steps back to the center, and it does take a few tempi to reactivate that piece. So really clever stuff from Nakamura. I've got to say, I like it. Initially, I was very skeptical. I saw this position, I thought, nah, you're winning material with white. It's just going to be a mop-up job after that. Just kind of trade down and win with the extra material. But Nakamura, clever, clever stuff. Really sophisticated, as we're used to, well, we're kind of expect from him these days.
Yeah, one thing about Hikaru is that resourcefulness. Of course, yes, I'm going to lose some material here. Of course, I maybe have got too ambitious with the rook g4 thing and stuff, but knight h2, and then I lose my exchange. But I'm giving it back in a manner that gives me initiative and also practical chances. Of course, h5 is hanging. I do have pressure on g2 as well. He played d5. Wow. That's strong. That's real strong.
Another amazing move, because now you take on g5, and then you can play h6, and Harry the h-pawn lives to fight another day. Gary the g-pawn might be under some fire, and you've given up Desmond the d-pawn, but Kyle the king might be in some trouble there in the corner.
Well, it's David the d-pawn that's going to run through now and win the game for black. But yeah, really clever stuff, breaking the connection between the black queen and her rook. And I think, like you say, Daniel, just trade here. I think that last variation, I was a bit careless, kind of rushing through with the white pawn. First, trade off on d5, and next move, I'm not sure which way black recaptures, but you could think about pushing forward with Harry or finally reroute that knight, as previously mentioned. If the knight sits on the e3 square, it will be unbreakable, and I think white's extra material will eventually count.
Wow.
Classy stuff from Jordan. Both players playing extremely well in this game, gotta say.
I mean, d5 is an amazing move, right? He could have just simply picked up the rook, but first he disconnects the queen and the rook, and he wants to destroy that pawn structure. That is some super GM level chess that we're seeing. d5, love it. He's still up on the clock. And for Hikaru Nakamura, it is a tough moment, but he decides to keep going. Bishop a4 hits the queen, so white still doesn't have time to pick up that rook on g5. Do you simply sidestep with the queen to e2?
You sidestep somewhere. I'm not sure where the white queen goes. e2 does protect the h5 pawn. That could be very relevant a bit later on. The black rook might survive, though. The black rook could just sidestep. Oof. Might get trapped anyway. There we go. Queen e2 on the board. I'm wondering whether black can keep counterattacking at some point. I don't really see anything else here. Maybe you just have to sacrifice and hope for the best. Yeah, Tanya, you're right. Queen e2. The black rook is still trapped. Where to run to? Not looking good for Hikaru Nakamura right now. It's on the board and actually on the clock too.
Oh, tough situation here. Queen e2 defending that h5 pawn. It might be tempting to put black's queen on c3, hitting that rook on a1, but eventually once that rook moves, the queen on c3 will come under fire with that other rook on h3. So not going for that. Hikaru makes the move rook e5, and we see the eval bar creep further up for Jordan van Foreest. We do also get an update on his air quality. It says it's poor, but his chess has been fantastic.
Anything but poor. But now he's got a big... This is again what Hikaru does. He forces you to make decisions. So rook e5 isn't all bad. There's bishop d4. There's bishop f4. Jordan, though, he is on fire right now. Bishop d4. He might snap that knight off the board. Then e4 is going to fall. Hikaru is so close to collapsing here.
Yeah, I love the fact that it wasn't just anyone commenting on the air quality. It was Fabi, and Fabi says, bad air quality, but it seems fresh. And his play is just mind-boggling right now. Jordan van Foreest, despite the air quality, he is feeling inspired. Queen c7, oof, not the move you want to play. That rook is trapped now. You can take it, or you can maybe even delay a move or two. Is there anything better? Grab the material? Or?
Yeah, probably just grab the material. I am looking around here. I was trying to see if f4 works, but he just goes rook f5. He just takes it, yeah.
Don't blunder the rook in the corner.
No, and there it is. Rook E1, he gets out of the way. Yeah, white's just sub-material. I mean, wow. Great chess from Jordan today.
Yeah, black has just one pawn for the rook for bishop right now, the exchange, as we say. And I don't think it should be enough. There's plenty of open files. The white rooks will eventually find their way in. I really want to get that white knight into the game. I'm not sure if you spring it forward, try and trade off those white knights. That's the first move that comes to my mind. There might be some tactics there, though, to avoid.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, I did blunder, I think.
Some tactic, yeah.
Let's just show this on the board. Maybe the most natural move isn't always the best one. And I wanted to say knight g4. Why not trade things off? And then I realized, whoops, pieces on the same diagonal. This is how Jordan lost earlier in the day against Nakamura. He put his two rooks on the same diagonal.
You better stop talking about it, David, or you know what's going to happen.
Oh, commentators curse. Maybe bring it round the other way,
Yep.
if in doubt. You also have plenty of tempting moves. This one comes to mind, maybe trying to get the queen in behind, attacking the black bishop in the process. Looking good for white either way.
A lot of options, pleasant ones for Jordan van Foreest, but he needs to make sure he takes a decision and he does it in time. Currently, Hikaru is also putting pressure on that h5 pawn, knight h5, knight f4 ideas in the air. Knight f1 rerouting it to try to bring it to that e3 square, potentially just centralizing the pieces. It's interesting how that rook on h3 that white has, a creative way to develop, does become a strong piece. But my first question is, can black get greedy here? Can Hikaru pick up the h5 pawn with the knight?
That might be GG. It might be knight e3, and I'm hitting the rook. You got to be careful because I have a queen c4 check. So that might force a rook to c5 there.
Even queen takes c4, I think, is a simple option. I think Hikaru might go bishop d7 or bishop b5 and just play for a win here.
Yeah, drop the bishop back. Why not play for a win? We've seen him win from worse positions, Hikaru. But, OK, knight takes pawn, just to show that variation. Even queen takes e4, and at the very end, after the queens come off, this piece attacked, this piece attacked. Black struggling to survive. OK, he drops his bishop back the whole way. Tanya going for the same pawn.
Yeah, but I'm amazed at what Daniel just said, that Hikaru potentially could be trying for the win here. He's down in exchange, but we know Hikaru Nakamura, well, not bishop d7, but just one step more back. He does put pressure on h5, and now that rook on h3, well, it's kind of far away from getting active. So Hikaru still has the time to make more of his piece activity. There's definite compensation on the board.
Yeah, when it comes to Hikaru, I always just think stability. If he stabilizes a position, no matter what material count it is, no matter how bad it looks, he always finds a way to wriggle out, and the momentum turns, he outplays his opponent. And it could be one of those situations. Black, despite the material deficit, has stabilized. It feels like he's kind of controlled, defended everything for now. And it's definitely up to Jordan to kind of prove that he can hang with Hikaru when the tactics begin. And look at that white rook forced all the way home. That white king not happy. It looks like it castled, and then it's kind of uncastled. That white rook trapped. It does feel momentum black.
Right.
Putting the momentum and the pressure with bishop g4, hitting that queen as well. Now, the good news for Jordan is that he can start pinning that rook on d5. But we saw Jordan shaking his head. He's not happy with the last few moves and how this position is played out. Hikaru doing a little bishop dance. Bishop e8, bishop d7, bishop c6.
Black's better.
At least in practical terms. Yeah, looks beautiful. What does white even do? I don't even want to consider opening up this diagonal, taking that pawn in the center. It feels like something bad's going to happen there. That black bishop poised to strike. We can look at that if you want, guys.
Rook e5 in the end, at a minimum.
Absolute minimum.
Gross.
Let's just show this. Jordan, he's caught between a rock and a hard place right now. If he takes this pawn, disaster will likely strike. And this move unleashes the diagonal here. Queen takes rook, of course. This ends in checkmate, similar to the Fallujah game from a bit earlier. So you don't want to touch that. If you don't touch that, your rook is trapped, your knight is stuck, your pieces here a bit stuck too. Nakamura, he's so good.
It is. It's incredible to watch him play sometimes, especially when you're down in exchange. And you're like, oh, yeah, like you just feel like you're winning, but you're not. In fact, they say you have to beat these players many times in one game, right? So it's very difficult here. I mean, you even see like knight g4, e3 possibilities because the knight defends e3 in some cases, right? You're just trying to open up, loosen some things. You want to play e3 yourself here, not allow a queen takes e3. So I do like the idea of knight g4 pushing e3 at some point. But it's also very, very scary for the white pieces. Look at the rook on h1. Like, what do we do with this? Maybe rook h3, but then, okay, maybe we repeat and we go to Armageddon. But being up in exchange, that's kind of hurts, you know, especially white pieces. You hand over white to Hikaru into this Armageddon game. Right, knight f1.
What a repetition. I don't think Hikaru is even thinking about that right now. He's playing for the initiative, James. And you can feel with white when you make moves like rook h1, knight to f1, that things have gone wrong. What Jordan wants to do is plant that knight on e3. Once that knight gets there, you defend the g2 pawn. You put pressure on the d5 rook. Now, unfortunately, I don't think black has time to actually sack that e4 pawn. You want to develop your bishop, activate it. He gets greedy. Knight f4 is coming in. Daniel, you've been saying it for a while. Hikaru for the win in this one.
And that's the thing. Now he's got 2 pawns for the exchange, so he's not even really down material. What does that mean? That means that even if the queens are swapped, that isn't necessarily in white's favor any longer. So after like knight e3, knight f4, white could play queen g4. And in that situation, Hikaru could absolutely trade queens and still be playing for the win in that endgame. Moreover, the a3 pawn is a serious weakness. The attack could continue in the endgame. Something like rook a5 or rook d3, as David is indicating. I mean, all of a sudden, all these new doors have opened up for Hikaru now that he has 2 pawns for the exchange, and Jordan is suddenly on the ropes. How well do you have to play to beat this guy? It's crazy.
It's also on the board. Knight e3, knight f4 is on the board. His decision now is he going to trade? Is it forced? It doesn't look like it because g2 is defended. But, I mean, if we don't take it, I mean, that knight is menacing. I mean, even Gary Kasparov says a knight on f5 wins games. Now, of course, this in reverse is the f4 knight. This knight is very strong on f4. Luckily, we have the counter knight on e3 to defend g2. But, I mean, if you move the queen, probably you may go to a2 to try to pin the rook. And then there might be some rook d3, rook takes e3 options available at some point. I mean, really, do you trade the queens or not is the question here, Donald.
You do.
He does.
He goes for it.
He answers it for us.
Yep.
He is feeling the heat on the king side, goes for queen g4. Now, we know this is going to be a hot, intense fight, and it's a decisive one. We will come straight back to it, but there is also big action in the other game. Alireza Firouzja has to win on demand to force an Armageddon. And it does look like, has he created chances? Because he is up a pawn.
He's up 1 pawn. It might well be 2. There we go, Tanya. 2 pawns up for black. And you might argue that there are dark squared holes around the black king, but it's actually the white king that might feel the heat. Look, the black bishop, so powerful, so potent, hitting the g2 square. And it feels like Dmitry here, he's lost control. I don't see any threats against the black king that can't easily be parried. And if that black rook ever gets down to the second rank to d2, it's going to be game over. What do you think? Any chances here for white?
Slightly, especially because time's getting low. As we saw even with the game where Alireza was winning there, I mean, he just got low on time in that game. It was a heartbreaker game where he had to find bishop d6, but he got very low on time, spent that 7.5 minute think there, and got in trouble and lost the game there. So it is very possible for things to happen here. Especially as we mentioned, the dark squares are weak, right? So we can obviously poke some holes eventually if we're able to cover g2. Queen h4 could be an idea, and then maybe try to make the dark squares obviously weaker. Maybe even sack the exchange, put a knight on e4 and try to get a knight to f6. Many possibilities here for both sides, but it's not over yet.
Queen e2 played, and the one move that white cannot make is rook to f2. That would walk into a back rank mate. You have to count on these threats for black. The g2 pawn is a soft spot, but also back rank weaknesses. So Dmitry Kolarz is in trouble currently.
Yep, he is in trouble. He's just trying to initiate this kind of perpetual attack against the black queen, but the black queen will eventually find a safe square. There we go, pretty safe. Can't be attacked or harassed anymore. If you hit her with the white rook, the black queen is happy to capture that piece. And again, what do you do with white next? You're a bit tied up. The white queen is purely passive right now, defending g2. Black has huge threats. Rook d3 coming. Just push the black a pawn. Looks almost over to me.
Yeah, white is so hamstrung by the fact that he's got to keep g2 protected, he's got to keep the back ring protected, and he doesn't have access to the e4 square because the knight really wants to be on f6. That's the prime real estate. Can't get there. It'll be snapped off the board. Looks like Alireza's got this packed up, wrapped up. We're going to an Armageddon here, barring a miracle.
Oh, wow, I love it. And as we saw in our featured chat by Shiba there, that how did Alireza manage to get this after the opening that we saw? The knight turns, knight f6, knight g8, knight h6, well, desperate times calling for desperate measures, and it looks like it managed to confuse Dmitry, and Alireza in a driver seat right now, putting pressure on that g2 pawn. The a pawn has a clear path down the road. We will keep an eye out on this one, but it is likely to head into an Armageddon. Let's check back with the action on the Hikaru board. And Hikaru down an exchange when we left it last, continues to be so, but the pieces still really active. But with the queens off the board, has the danger minimized for Jordan?
Wow, I'm trying to do a quick scout here of the position. It feels like white has survived the worst, but can white be better potentially? Now there's no rooks on the board for black. White's rook could be the key piece.
Hikaru blundered horribly a couple of moves ago. He gave up a pawn on the king side, and with that, his whole position started to crumble. He was forced to exchange a pair of rooks, which always favors the side that's up in exchange, because the minor pieces now have to basically keep white's crazy rook at bay, and it can shuttle, trampoline from one side of the board to the other and attack black's pawns. I think the likeliest outcome is a draw, but if white coordinates his tandem well, get ready.
Yeah, I fully agree. And maybe, Daniel, just while these players think, just a quick recap of that blunder. Black here in full charge. Black, Hikaru was almost winning, actually. He brought his rook across, simply forgetting that rook takes pawn, won a pawn. This would have walked into a nasty knight fork. And now the momentum has changed. It's all about Jordan, and can he bring this king into the game? It looks like maybe this king can start creeping forward at some point. The white knight also trying to get in with a nasty check. I think white is a big favourite in this endgame. It feels like Hikaru is playing for a draw at best.
Yeah, absolutely. Practical chances for sure. I mean, white definitely has the exchange here, but of course we have seen things go wrong. And as time gets lower, things do go wrong. We do have a tricky knight for black. Don't blunder a fork. That one's going to hurt. But at the end of the day here, I mean, we do have to make sure that we, you know, make the best of our position. 95 I actually like. Maybe, is he going to take on c6? That might be, and then maybe play rook d4. Though.
Oh, e3.
Check. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, gets rid of the pawn. I think this is going to be a draw.
Ooh, the evaluation bar reacts hugely, though.
Oh, maybe not.
Is there a trick? Maybe the black knight will get caught on a bad circuit. White still will be left with one remaining pawn. Maybe that white a pawn will be the MVP and promote long term.
It's such a natural move, king to d4, but we see that it's a mistake as the eval bar creeps right back up. King d6 now hitting that knight, and perhaps if you trade on c6, black wants to recapture with the king, but I would be worried with that knight on g2.
That black knight, will there be a way home? That's the big question. And Jordan, yes, he does want to eliminate that black bishop, which holds everything together, but 2 versus 1 on the queen side. Black's g-pawn will fall. Let's forget about that one. I don't think it's enough to win.
No.
Yeah.
Are we having an Armageddon in this one as well? Oh, wow. Yes, by Daniel James?
Yes.
Ooh, David.
Yes. Looks very likely.
Potentially 2 Armageddons if this one ends in a draw and Alireza wins his match. We're in for more exciting chess. Well, King d6 has been played and players playing on seconds. So Jordan decides to keep the tension on the board. The minor pieces remain. He wants to come in with the rook to
He's
F8.
still trying to win.
He's also trying to trap that knight on g2.
Man.
Ooh, 18 seconds for Naka as well. Drops his bishop back to e8.
Maybe Armageddon in this position.
Wow, okay. Ooh, this feels loose. Black's pieces.
7. Yoy, the pawns start falling.
Is he holding? How is he holding?
He's so badly coordinated as well.
Oh, he's going to lose his knight, or is he? Knight c4, no.
Okay, is that knight trapped if you just take that black bishop? Oof. Feels like there's something in the air. The evaluation bar confirms it. I think we need a helping hand. What does Stockfish say? Is there?
It's not that.
It's not this.
It's not that. Now the black knight gets out.
Knight f5
don't blunder the fork.
Yeah, be careful. Big threat on the board.
King c5, maybe. Hide away.
Yeah, this one should be a draw now, however.
Still hard, though. a4, a5. I mean, man.
Yeah, this black knight. Need to get it back in the game. And there was a move where Jordan was winning. It was difficult, though, so we might have to backtrack on that one later. But still, under 20 seconds now for Hikaru. Let's stick with this current position. Can he get his knight back in the game? Can he liquidate here?
Ooh,
So close. He's on the brink. Knight attacking the white rook. Slide it. Yeah, knight b4 maybe a threat. Ooh, now you let the white king in. This feels...
yeah, that feels wrong, doesn't it? Definitely feels wrong. We have holes in the position. We can play this almost forever as long as we don't blunder a fork here, obviously. Check and moving fast.
But I feel like Hikaru's holding. I mean, his pawns are so well defended by the minor pieces. Jordan has to find some geometry here.
Yeah.
That somehow knocks black's pieces off to awkward squares. It's really hard to do with no time.
Yeah. Really good play, I've got to say, by Nakamura in the last few moves, defending when any slip would cost him the game. But now he drops back with his king. Maybe the white rook has to go round the other way. And, okay, just cut off that black king. Just put the rook on d8. Ooh.
Don't mouse slip and don't miss a fork.
That's it.
Jordan.
Those are 2 big ifs, especially.
King b6.
Wow,
How do you win
so
this?
tense.
Right. I mean, you just play forever and hope for a blunder. That's how these positions are.
When's the 50 move rule?
Are we there yet? 95 maybe? You know, that's the kind of trickery you have to put on the board to milk clock time off Hikaru's clock. But Jordan keeps trying to find new avenues for his knight.
But his rook's getting kicked away. Hikaru's still defending everything so far. Black king can start heading back soon.
Wow, look at Ivan Bar creep up like that.
Here it comes again. Knight A5 and king B6.
Yeah, you're right. Knight A5. There it is.
Pawn is dropping.
Oh my
Hikaru,
gosh.
17 seconds. This is literally a 30-second game, but under 30 seconds, obviously.
How do you hold things together? Maybe you can't. That pawn is threatened now.
Quickly B5.
And the A6 pawn is
Rook
super
A7.
weak.
And that's
He's
it.
losing.
Oh my goodness.
Now he needs a miracle.
Yeah.
Oh, slam.
I can see
Oh, you can see the anger. You can see the anger there.
Rook F6 would have been very strong as well, but this is just, looks like game over. Black king in huge, huge trouble, and the remaining black pawn falling now.
Oh.
Check.
Tough.
Just take it.
Tough.
House of cards.
Now it should be simple, just push that white A pawn forward, and Hikaru crashing to defeat on day one.
They call me Michael Jordan.
Not over yet. It's
Van
easy to blunder a
Forest.
fork, and if you trade the knights prematurely, there's some crazy theoretical positions here that could be a draw. Of course, it's totally winning. I've just seen too many Hikaru games.
Right, understandable.
I love what Jordan's done, though. He's kept his king and rook as far away apart as possible, literally as far away apart as possible, and therefore no forks. Now just
Don't
give a
push.
check. Be careful. Be careful.
Wow. I think this is the first time that we may see Hikaru knocked out. I mean, we was actually going to be with Fedoseev before. Fedoseev was very close, but he was able to win that match.
A good thing it's a double elimination bracket.
That's
and
right, he can
Hikaru
make it
gets
back through.
another life, but it will be his final life if he does lose this match. He will go down to the elimination bracket, and in fact, he has gone down to the elimination bracket. Jordan Van Forest takes it with some brilliant technique in the end. What a match this has been, and Jordan.
We should mention Hikaru hasn't actually clicked the resign button.
Ooh, he's just walked off.
left.
Oh, he just walked
still
away.
ticking down.
7, 6. He's just left it hanging.
2.
And that's it. Jordan Van Forest does take the match after that victory. Wow, what a game, what a performance. Not just the scoreline, but also the way Jordan did it.
I was unbelievable. The amount of times that he did what Hikaru normally does. I mean, that seemed to be in the bag for Nakamura once he got rid of that kingside pawn. I mean, his pawns were defended. Somehow Jordan, with the gymnastics where this piece has got his king through, got his knight through, didn't blunder a fork, kept his composure. Really an amazing day in Jordan's chess career.
What an amazing day. It's not easy to take down Hikaru Nakamura in the match format. David, what made it happen? Take us through the big moment.
Well, it was a bit of a roller coaster, up and down game, this one between Jordan Van Forest and Hikaru Nakamura. But I think it was decided in this one move. Hikaru had done everything right. He'd negotiated, navigated his way through complicated waters. And it was just here where Black has a huge advantage that he slipped up. Black, for example, could have pushed his pawn forward, b5, b4. This lone white pawn is an easy target. And actually, Black's knight dominates the whole board. Black has a decisive advantage, but rook to f5, clumsy square, allowing rook takes pawn, and suddenly the game was up for grabs. And we saw a few moves later, White was able to trade off these two rooks, and with his extra rook, was able to win the game.
What an amazing day of chess it's been. So many twists and turns. And let's take a look at our scoreline and where we stand. Well, we will have one Armageddon. Alireza Firouzja doing what needed to be done, winning that game with Black in that 4th round. That match is level. We will have the bids and we will see what happens in that big matchup. But of course, the big upset has to be Jordan Van Forest taking down Hikaru Nakamura, while Fabiano, Caruana and Nodirbek, Abdusattorov made it look easy, wrapping up their match in just 3 games. I have to ask you guys, Alireza, Dimitri, we got an Armageddon in that one. That's going to be fun.
Alireza's got to be feeling really good right now. You cannot emphasize how hard it is to win with Black on demand against an Alapin. He played knight g8. Dimitri, he's going to be kicking himself right now. He was that close to scoring the second crazy upset, but he's got to push all that aside. We're gonna have an Armageddon. This is gonna be awesome.
It's going to be super awesome. And the one player who's got to be feeling really awesome is Jordan Van Foreest. What a win when you take down a player like Hikaru Nakamura. That's a huge confidence boost, David.
Yeah, no matter how you play, as long as you get the win, as long as you get the result, especially against a giant of the game like Nakamura, you're going to be on top of the world. So Jordan, it was a bit of a bonus that he played well all day. He was able to hang with Nakamura, and just when he got his moment, he seized it. Yeah, he's going to be one to watch for the rest of the tournament now, riding high, Jordan Van Foreest.
Just amazing stuff. Definitely riding high. And we're going to take this moment to go into a short Twitch break. Don't go anywhere. Saturday, May 27th, your favorite streamers will battle it out in a 2-hour bullet arena with $2,500 on the line. It's going to be fast, it's going to be fun, and it's going to be crazy. Use the command BRAWL in chat for all the details. Welcome back, everyone. It's been a fantastic day of chess, and we've got more news coming in from Simon. Simon, what's going on?
Yeah, hi there. So we got lots of updates going on in Division 2 and 3, and we can bring up some graphics very shortly to have a look at what's actually happened there. So let's start with Division 2 and have a look at the winners there. And I think a big shock at the top there, Dmitry Adriakin, who must have been one of the favourites, has lost that one. So that is a big shock. And just going down the list, we see a favourite of Spain, David Anton, has gone through. Kirill Alexenko also going through, so it's really heating up there. Remember, it is double elimination in all these divisions, so it doesn't mean they are out. And maybe now we could have a look at Division 3 as well. And Division 3, we've had even more games, more players, and more games going on. And here's the first page, and pick your favourite player. We see another Norwegian, Arjan Tari, has managed to win that first game of the day there, beating Renito Terry. And the second page there, well, looking at names, Yu Yang Yi, a bit of a legend of the game. And one name I would like to mention is Valieko Pons there, because he is one of Ding's favourite players, the new world champion. When asked who his favourite players were, it was Valieko. And Valieko is as far down as Division 3, which is a bit shocking, really. You know, if he's Ding's favourite player, he should at least be in Division 2, but maybe he'll get there very soon. And dare I say, another legend of the game there, Gata Kamsky. And we know why he's a legend, don't we? And the last page for the winners, this is the next round. Valieko beating Gata Kamsky there. Vincent Kamar is at the moment 1-1 against Igor Lysy. Vincent won his first match. And Sam Sevion is also having a good time of it so far. So there's lots of stuff happening. There's so many games. And the last page here, cool, it goes on and on, doesn't it? Whoa! Keeping me on my feet. We have lots of interesting results. And Renito Terry may be a bit of a shock against one of India's strongest players. Well, nowadays they've got so many strong players there. And you have some of the strong Germans, Alexander Dongenchenko, winning a good match there. Bad day for Andrew Tang. We might see him on the bullet arena later somewhere, but lots of results going on everywhere there. So, yeah, exciting stuff. I mean, there's so much chess going on that you can pick from. So, yeah, Division 1 is good, but some of the names there, they were fantastic as well, weren't they? So, too much chess to follow even, really. Great stuff. But, yeah, what about that Hikaru match? That was obviously the match of the day. So, yeah.
Yeah, just amazing stuff. And some really big names there, Simon. Hari Krishna in the mix, the famous fun legend, Gata Kamsky, as you were talking about. And I have to say, does this just show the reflection? Is this just a reflection of the strength of the ChessKid Cup, the kind of names that we saw down in Division 3? It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many. There's such strength going through the divisions there. It's not just Division 1. So we have that Division 2, the Division 3, and they're all fighting for a place in this first division, because that's where you get all the glory, isn't it, really? So who will be there? We'll have to wait and see. There's plenty more days to come.
And speaking of glory, the one player who did get that side today has to be Jordan Van Foreest. He is a last-minute replacement here at the ChessKid Cup Division 1, and he takes down Hikaru Nakamura. What did you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, that was just fantastic. I mean, Jordan's a great player. He's won at Wake NZ, which is called the Wimbledon of chess before. And I kind of like how Hikaru resigned that game. He did, I think it's a Brandenburg, is something like that. It was this famous player in the Hastings tournament. I think it was in 1898, who lost, I think, to Steinitz. And while he lost, he had an hour and a half on his clock, and he just left the building. So it's like that's a statement. That is, it's like, I'm not going to resign. I'm just going to leave the building. But heartbreaking for Hikaru. But we've got to give Jordan so much credit there, because it was his great chess that won the match.
At the very end there, Hikaru literally left the chat, but of course he does have one more life left at the ChessKid Cup, and you can never rule him out. And action also continues with Alireza and Dmitry Kolarz going into Armageddon, and we do have the bids. Let's reveal the Armageddon bids, and there they're in. Wow, Alireza Firouzja winning the bid as he bid for 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Dmitry Kolarz 9 minutes and 29 seconds, which means that if Alireza does pick the black pieces, Dmitry will start with 15 minutes on the clock. What are you expecting? Will Alireza go for the black pieces here?
I think he will, especially given his success in the previous game. He had the lower bid. I think he's going to go with black. He seemed a lot happier in that photo than Dmitry does. He's a lot happier to be in the Armageddon than Dmitry is.
And we are getting an update that indeed Alireza Firouzja has chosen the black pieces, which means that Dmitry will start with 15 minutes on the clock. Alireza, 8 minutes and 28 seconds. But Alireza does have the draw odds. Dmitry has to win to take the match. And guys, I have to ask you, 8.5 minutes, almost 8.5 minutes, is that too low by Alireza?
How low can you go? That's the question. And 8 for me would be unthinkable. But Firouzja is super fast. He's super good at calculation, and he's riding on a high. He just won with black. So with the draw in hand, it feels like 8 should be enough.
Absolutely. I think eight's enough, especially he's very prepared. I mean, he knows really almost every opening as it is. He's been 2,800 before. So really, I think having that black, I'm always taking black every time in Armageddon, because I have the two options. I either win, I win. I draw, I win, right? So always going to take that.
Yeah, but the kind of chess that we've been seeing by these two, I don't think we've seen a single draw in their games. It's been 4 decisive results. I'd be shocked if we saw a draw in the Armageddon. 8.5 minutes, 8 minutes, 28 seconds for Alireza Firouzja. But he's such a beast in those time scrambles. We've seen him play online.
We've seen him play online. All those 30-second time scrambles will come in handy, because in Armageddon there is no increment. There's no time added per move, Tanya. So it's a completely different game. Flagging is very much on the table if you're Dmitry Kolarz. Got to get those bullet skills out, dust them off, and got to show them this game. Let's go.
Yeah, flagging is on the menu, and it's highly recommended in the Armageddon. Dmitry Kolarz starts with the white pieces, but he has to win on demand. He will have 15 minutes on the clock. David, what is your prediction? What's the strategy with white here to try and flag your opponent? How do you do that?
Good question, Tanya. It's the eternal dilemma. Do you go very direct? Do you try to knock your opponent out immediately and hope the fact that they don't have any time kind of backfires on them? They can't kind of calculate their way through the chaos? Or do you just keep the tension, prolong the game as long as possible, and at the right moment, speed up? And talking of speed up, they have sped off. And, okay, the Berlin rock solid from Firouzja.
How about a Berlin draw?
No Berlin draws. I assume he's going to say anti-Berlin, but no, okay, he castles. And what is he going to go for? The endgame? No, he goes for rook e1. Solid stuff. I'm surprised, I've got to say, Danya. James?
I don't like it.
Don't like it either. I mean, of course, it's very solid, and it's a great reputation from the black side with this opening here. Of course, white still has very solid play, but hey, I think we needed something a little bit more ambitious. He still can go very ambitious here with maybe some different move orders here. But, I mean, this stuff's already played out many different ways. It's probably going to be difficult for white for sure.
Yeah, very forcing lines. I was saying the second kind of approach would have been just keep pieces on the board and try to flag your opponent later when given the opportunity. The problem is here, pieces will fly off the board, and unless you gain an objective advantage, the clock is unlikely to play a factor. Yeah, I'm really surprised. I'm also curious what he has in store, Dmitry. He would have had these things on his mind, so he must have a specific idea up his sleeve. But yeah, Firouzja's come prepared.
Yeah. Alireza Firouzja with a very smart choice in the opening, going for the Berlin, and now Dimitri has to try to keep all the pieces on the board, keep the critical decisions for when Alireza's clock is really down on the minutes. Bishop c5 played, looking for activity along that diagonal. Some threats, some tactical ideas there. Bishop f2 in the air. You want to pick up that pawn. Once the king comes to f2, you can give it check on f6, win that rook. Well, Dimitri, of course, spots it, blocks it with the move bishop e3. But this is going to be difficult to try to get something with white out of the opening.
Yeah.
Yeah, simple as that. It's difficult.
An agreement here.
We all agree. Right.
Black's main move, I've had this position actually myself. Okay, I was going to say Black's main move was actually to push the d-pawn forward, attack that white rook in the centre. But Firouzja still very solid. And, okay, now he's just going to bring his black knight out, bring the black bishop out, and unless Dimitri can make use of his small space advantage, we will see an equal position. I think this one's still life left, though.
Yeah, there's some life left, but I mean, I do find that Black's just always fine in these lines. We've traded some pieces. I got the same as you. I mean, it's okay, you have the pawn on d5, but actually, I mean, it's not that strong because you are only defending it with the knight here. And of course, I don't have like many moves for white to actually try to create some things. I'm just trying to wait for you to make something wrong and do something wrong. Black can play bishop f5, queen d7, move the other rook to e8, and then trade everything off, and like we can shake hands, and I'm going to advance, right? So it's very difficult for white here to really create some chances here. He plays queen d4, maybe some rook g3, bishop g3 stuff. You got to go for it.
Yeah, but the black bishop, okay, I was going to say maybe comes out to f5, hits the undefended c2 pawn. Very kind of modest play here from Firouzja. White's rooks have doubled up.
Yeah, but there's a very annoying idea: rook takes e3 and then queen f8 and rook e8. But the problem is the a7 pawn hangs, and I know it's too early to talk about flagging, and chat's like, of course, Daniel noticed he's talking about flagging rather than discussing the position. He's looking at the clock. But these types of positions, they lend themselves to very long endgames, and you should not be shy. If you're Dimitri, you can go rook in 3 versus rook in 3, and Alireza has a minute to your 7. You know, you go for it.
Yeah, Daniel, what would be your strategy here in terms of playing on the clock? Obviously, rook and 3 versus rook and 3, that's kind of further down the line.
Yeah.
Do you keep the tension? Do you go for some tactics just to force your opponent to tank a bit?
Yeah, you ask some questions, but without sacrificing objectivity. So bishop d3 is a move that I would consider here. You make these slow, undefined moves to force your opponent into making a bunch of decisions. Exactly what Dimitri is doing. A4 is a nice Russian schoolboy move. Just grab some space, push that pawn up. Non-committal. You want to keep this non-committal position as long as possible. A5 or bishop d3 would be consistent with this strategy.
Yeah, suddenly some questions. The black b7 pawn is backward now. Could be a target for the white queen a bit later on. Endgames, if it's the right kind of configuration of minor pieces, not necessarily safe for black anymore. I'm liking the way this is going. And also Firouzja, he spent over 2 minutes from starting this game. We're at move 19 now. You would have wanted to be a bit quicker if you were him, to be honest. No difficult decisions so far, but he has spent a significant amount of his allotted time. Under 6 minutes now.
Because we have this space now, it definitely whites for a choice. I mean, we have space. Space is a huge advantage. So having a lot of space, I mean, black just seemed like we could trade more pieces here, but white got this space with rook is active here. You have to be careful, and we have to use our time wisely here. And then b4, more space. d6 is kind of weak. So maybe we play this on as much as we can. b6 is weak now. Bishop d3 is probably a possibility. You may have some attacking chances. So definitely, I kind of like white here.
Well, black's idea is clear, right? He wants to get rid of all the rooks, so he's already gotten rid of one, but rook e8 is to follow to try to liquidate the position as much as possible. Dimitri still got more than half the amount of time. He's up by almost 7 minutes on the clock. Queen d7, rook e8 is a threat. How does white keep it going? How does white keep the pressure? You don't want to trade that those last pair of rooks.
You wouldn't love to, but giving away the e-file is also really committal. Rook g3, super tempting, especially for a lot of newer players. But black can slide the king over or play knight f6 to h5 and start harassing that rook. And you don't want that rook to meet the fate of Hikaru's rook on g4. Here it will be a white rook on g4, but it's still under a lot of fire. So decisions to be made for Dimitri, but even with the rooks off the board, he retains a slight pull.
Yeah, for example, if you just move your bishop forward, if the rooks do disappear, even if the queens disappear long term here, I don't know if black can take with the queen. Maybe you can, just because this pawn can't be captured. There's a nasty check. But even if the queens come off, this pawn long term is going to be a big weakness. Long term as well, white has the opportunity to potentially create a pass pawn on this side of the board. I like White's position. I got to admit, even in an endgame, and he's going for that second approach, not going for any attack. He's getting ready once the white queen moves later on to plant his knight in the center on a nice outpost on d4. So very much the long game here from Dmitry Kolarz, and will it pay off? That's the big question. Still 6 minutes ahead on the clock.
And another big question for Dmitry is, what does he do about this rook trade? Will he try to avoid it right now, or will he go for a rook e8 ideas, allow the rooks to be traded off the board? It is a big moment, which will also show us exactly how he's feeling about the position. What are you expecting? The rooks on or off?
I think he's going to keep them on. I think he's going to keep his rook on e3 and consider a move like knight f4 or take on e8. I think he doesn't mind the rook trade. As David indicated, that pawn majority on the queen side, possibility of c4 and b5. I'm licking my chops thinking about black facing that with 5 minutes on the clock. Rook d3, there is a case to be made for that, hitting the d6 pawn. There's a lot of logistical problems. Bishop b5, giving up the e file. Tactics with bishop c6 takes g2. Overloaded bishop on f1. I would steer clear of that, and I wouldn't mind getting the rooks off the board.
Yeah, I think he might capture this black rook because I think the black knight will be forced to retreat, so it does give you a move or two to kind of get organized as white, but equally you could wait and trade on your terms. Say to Firouzja, okay, you spend the move taking the rooks off the board. There we go.
There it is.
Yeah, the black knight, at least passive for a move or two. And Dmitry stepping forward. Daniel's plan of c4, b5, very much in the air. Also, watch out for that white knight going to h5, just in case, keeping black's pieces honest. Yeah, I would choose white here every time, but winning advantage, probably not with best play. Black still forced to defend. And it's not a Firouzja type of position. He doesn't necessarily... Well, actually, nobody likes defending slightly passive positions where it's just two results playing for the draw at the very best. But, yeah, he does tend to feel a bit uncomfortable in situations like this one.
And yeah, the more pieces that come off, I mean, it does look better, honestly, for Firouzja here. We do have the 3 versus 2 on the queen side, which is obviously in the end games. So they always tell you that that is great. You do want to have the queen side majority when it comes to the end games. I mean, but white is for choice, right? We got queen b6, c4, b5 at some point, knight h5 also. Just throwing it in there, just to throw it in there, make some weaknesses around the king there, right? We have options and possibilities, which gives us lots of good chances for counterplay, and also maybe just chances for some type of initiative, and having Firouzja low on time with no increment here as well.
Alireza's strategy looks super clear. He's just going for piece trade after piece trade. That knight on c7 is looking to head to that e6 square, hopefully get those knights off the board. Even if you go knight h5, hitting that g7 pawn, knight e6 is the idea. And your move on the board, Daniel, c4, always eyeing that b5 push, but that square currently is overprotected by black. Black's got 3 pieces defending that b5 advance, and that's going to be key to make sure that never happens.
This is very mature chess by Kolarz, not afraid of knight e6, but I was going to point this out, Tanya. d5 is a big move. I think that was missed by Dmitry, who probably devoted his attention to knight e6, which would have been bad. And he reacts quickly with knight h5. Firouzja, he can't afford to miss a second maiden one. Sorry, that was below the belt. There's also tactics. Knight e6, queen g4 again, threatening knight f6. David, he's walking on hot coals as Alireza. But
F6.
are these more than just one?
B5! Get him off the board! Get him off the board!
His bishop's almost trapped, and suddenly, watch out, because...
a6.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Make
goodness.
a new queen.
Alireza can't believe it. Just 2 moves ago, he had 3 pieces defending it, and now the a-pawn is advancing, marching down the board. Alireza is at the brink of defeat right now. How do you stop the a-pawn?
I'm not sure you do. If you move your bishop back, for example, where do you go? Then suddenly just pawn takes pawn. A pawn drops off.
Oh, gosh. He had to play king h8, and I think he was actually okay. He completely forgot about white's main idea, which is b5. Another blunder.
Yeah, another blunder. And it's natural. It's easy to blunder when you only have 4 minutes on your clock. He has to deal with the ruins of this position. Maybe the best is just take and drop back and hope that you can somehow stop this pawn, but I don't think you will long term. It feels like this is a potential killer. And simple play for white as well. That's the problem for Firouzja right now. Over 5 minutes down and with a terrible position.
That's tough. And they say that to play for a draw, you have to play for a win, right? So it didn't seem like black really ever tried to just do anything besides trade pieces, which seemed like he was trying to play for a draw there, which is easier said than done right now. Obviously, we have the trade here. You play a6. We take, the bishop can go back to c6. And it's not over yet, but you are definitely, I mean, what Engine's like, yo, this is over. Start a new game. Look at the bar. But it is, it's a practical chance as a human here. And, of course, he doesn't know. a6 wasn't even the move. That's crazy to even say that. I don't even know what the move was. But, of course, it's still chances here for black.
It's far from over.
Right, far from over.
I think we would have all played a6, but then the engine was like, no, why rush? Right. So maybe the white queen could have repositioned herself, but this looks very, very natural. And surely there's a way to kind of combine threats against the black king with kind of deflection tactics, pushing that white a-pawn even further.
What you got?
The thing is, it's so easy to sack other people's pieces. Knight takes g7 does not work. It's very tempting. Knight g7, queen c8, but black can simply block that with his queen. So you don't want, you don't want to walk into the trap of writing a tactics book here. You want to win in more straightforward fashion. I'd consider a slow move, David, like bishop f1 to d3, involving everyone in the party. Queen g4 can also drop back to g3, marking a path to b8. So one of those slow moves to keep the tension. Also, you're keeping an eye on black's clock because that could decide the game as well. f4 is a risky move, opens his own king up.
Yeah, suddenly this white king vulnerable to checks on the diagonal. I don't like it. To be honest, I'm very bad, actually. My biggest weakness in chess is kind of spotting the moment to push these pawns forward, just because I'm so kind of concerned and obsessed with king safety. Is this a good moment? Evaluation bar says, yes, it's okay, but not the best. And suddenly look at what Firouzja's doing. He's keeping an eye on this white king. I'm assuming he's going to drop his queen back now, and white's going to have to weaken himself even further if he ever wants to step forward. I really, really don't like it. And, OK, Firouzja's actually going in a different angle. Queen to d4, pinning the pawn in this direction. Still white advantage, you've got to say, but black with some chances of counterattack later on.
Absolutely here. This is white to move. OK, so he played queen g3. OK, well, let's see. Maybe f5 still on tap here. f5, queen b8 pushing.
f5, we live.
f5 and we live, absolutely. f5, also f6 possibilities too as well, but queen b8, a7 looks really good there. Yikes for Firouzja there. He's just moving a little too fast. Obviously, he had to and move quickly, being down on time, no increment, but also not playing for, I think, more ambition, just playing a little bit more ambitious, playing for the win. You wouldn't play for a draw, you play for a win, right? And I think he kind of played for a draw here.
Queen b8, we're doing great. a7, we in heaven.
Come on, bro. Right, that's my brother here.
Johnson Canty here. Right? You know, I'm learning from the best,
right,
but Firouzja, he is not going gentle into that good night at all.
Right.
Hitting the white bishop now. Do you ignore that threat? Do you kind of motor on forward, push the f-pawn forward?
Absolutely.
Let's go.
You don't even think twice about it.
It's too tempting.
Yeah,
Itchy
F5.
fingers, just push forward.
It's f5. f5.
Yeah, the option is moving the white bishop, which also looks tempting, I've got to say. But, OK, he chooses the latter option. Evaluation bar approves 2.5 minutes. Still so much tension, so many pitfalls to negotiate later.
a7? Oh,
yeah, but what's the move now? Because the bishop on c6 also holds the promotion square, so you don't have these deflection ideas where you promote, because black's bishop also holds the promotion square.
Okay, question, is f5 completely crazy here?
No, looks nice, Tanya.
It's definitely mine.
That's white queen. And, OK.
So many mating ideas.
Engine suggests 3 winning moves. There are probably more, but all of them are moving the white light square bishop. Just get out of the way, get out, dodge. And actually, black is a bit stuck as well. Black's queen has to stay on the diagonal, protecting her king side, protecting the g7 pawn. And wow, you can even let your pawn drop.
Oh, that's hard though, David. And if you move the bishop away from the b1 h7 diagonal, knight e4 is a very nasty move. That's a little bone in white's throat there. You don't want the queen off the g-file. So this is a huge moment. I think f5, very tempting.
So tempting.
Knight takes d3 though, and if you play f6, black plays g6, and black might be holding on there. Or
Looks
queen
like
e5.
checkmate, but queen
e5 wins.
Wow. Yikes.
You might have to take that knight back on d3, but then you've got to check on f5.
What have you done?
Tanya!
It's so tempting, but I love it. f5 on the board, and Alireza Firouzja, well, it's not the best move, but you have to say, this is the most tempting move.
White has to take back on d3.
Yes.
That's the only chance, but objectively, this might be close to a draw.
But yeah, the queen now is perfectly centralized for black. And the key is this position. I don't think black needs to take. That's the key. Because then the white king comes in. You just support your queen. And
oh, my goodness.
if you take, then black's pawns are running. It's Danya, the d-pawn, that's going to win this game. Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Huge turnaround.
5, and let's not forget that Dmitry has to win the game. A draw would mean that Alireza Firouzja takes the match. f5 was a tempting option, but it was incorrect. And now Alireza slows down. He's a minute and a half on the clock.
Charlie the clock.
Yeah, Charlie the clock is in play right now. There's no increment for the players. He can give a check on e5. I'm surprised at how much time he's taking right now.
Man, he knows that if he finds the right 2 or 3 moves, he can hold a very simple position even with 45 seconds left.
He
hasn't done it.
mind.
King f8.
What are you doing?
Allowing what? Queen g3?
You have lost it.
What's the win, though? I think it just might be queen g3, and there's so many avenues.
And David, that's not a mouse slip.
That's not a mouse slip. It also makes almost no sense. It just feels like panic from Firouzja. Queen g3 is one winning move. Just queen e3 just coming in any angles. But as Daniel says, queen g3, slide the queen back where she came from, block any checks, keep the white king safe, and many, many angles you can infiltrate black's position. He finds it.
Oh, man, I'm literally baffled by that one. You know what's funny? I felt weird because he was shaking his head before he played king f8. Like, he just was lost. But, I mean, queen e5 was just a start. Put the queen, centralize the queen.
James, queen e5, I'm sure he found that, but f6 could be a move that he missed, and now queen g7 check is coming in.
Yeah.
Might be mate. King there, queen check, king there, check there.
There must be a checkmate right now.
I think f6 might be made, but that has to be fully calculated. f6, gf, and then queen d6, followed by knight takes f6 and back to h5. I think that's mate.
Oh, my
Wow.
Yeah, you can give a check first on d6 maybe, and okay, he goes for the line you mentioned, Daniel, there.
That's a great call. And gf6 would be game over, as you mentioned. That's a mate with a check on d6. Maybe you've got to go king to g8, the other side then.
Whatever he does, he has to do it now. It's under a minute, and you have no increment.
50 seconds.
Yeah, at this point with the clock, even if he survives this mating attack, you're going to lose on, lose on time.
No, it's over.
Even if he had 10 minutes on the clock, it's hard to survive this game.
Now, we've actually said this several times today. Queen and knight versus queen and bishop, attacking combo. If you get the attack on the front foot with the queen and knight, your opponent's pieces can't fight back, and this has got to be mate, surely.
Queen d6, you go in. You've got to go king g8. King e8 is a mate in one.
Right.
Oh, you're running for the hills here.
Check.
And then you go queen d8, queen f8. How do you
King
save?
g6.
Black king has to
Oh
run.
my gosh.
Even queen g7 is winning. You can just take the f pawn and promote.
G4. Oh, yeah,
it doesn't
promote.
even matter what you do.
Yeah, that's true.
As long as you don't allow perpetual, like g4 queen a2 check would be literally the only way to mess this one up.
Yeah.
That's what I'd probably do.
Colas has been so professional, we've got to say. He spent his time so wisely. He's still got almost 5 minutes in the bank, and he's investing it now. Just spend 2-3 minutes, calculate your way to victory, and yeah, nothing Firouzja can do. 30 seconds. It's just been a disaster the last few moves, unfortunately.
An amazing clock management by Kolarz as well, to just keep 4 minutes on the clock, attacking possibilities in a Berlin. Not an easy task at all. He slows down. He's trying to calculate his way. Is there a direct path? Can he go for queen d8, queen f8? He goes queen b8, but I think queen f8. Oh!
I saw this too, but it's just he just repeats. You go king g8, and you have to do it anyway. You have to go for the same line.
So
B8.
professional. He takes even 1 second off Firouzja's clock is worth its weight in gold.
Right. Wow, that was sick though, Danya. That was very smart. I mean, because he's low on time, so what he did there was repeat. That was sick.
Queen g7, easy clap.
Yeah.
Or this.
Okay, knight g3, even.
Sheesh.
Well, woof.
Oh, king
What do you
f6,
even
queen
do?
d6 is forced mate.
Oh, wow. He spotted it, and you have to take on f6 because queen g7 check mate is the threat. And here we go, knight in.
Oh
knight and f5 will thrive.
Oh my god.
Get this off the
Queen
screen.
takes h6, unstoppable mate. Wow.
And there's not a single check on white right now. That queen on a6 isn't coming into the game at all. Queen h6 just blocks any path. He goes with queen f6, also good enough. King f8 runs into queen d8, bishop e8.
Queen h8.
Queen h8 is mate in one.
With the little T.
And you can see it on Dmitry Kolarz. He knows he's done it. He was the underdog in this match, but he's clearly been the better player today. And Dmitry Kolarz takes it in the Armageddon. He had to win with the white pieces, and that's exactly what he's done. What an Armageddon that was. And Dmitry always had it under control.
Yeah, Dmitry had it under control. A really good game in the end. We questioned his opening choice, but actually it turned out to be inspired. Firouzja never had enough time to really kind of fight back and keep things under control. And it was here that Black had the only chance, really, of the later stages of the game. Here, Firouzja, panicking on the clock, played king f8. A bit of a nothing move, losing time and giving white sufficient time to go on the attack once more. It was actually dropping back with the black queen that would have saved him. Queen to e5 check, centralization over everything here, COE. And after queen g3, f6, locking down the position, and actually white struggles purely because of this pin. Any endgame is savable for black. And as we saw after queen g3, it was a very quick checkmating attack, starting with f6. Really nice stuff from Dmitry Kolarz.
It's been a tough day for Alireza Firouzja. We also saw him struggle a lot in the I Things Masters. He's down to the elimination bracket. He's got only one life left now here at the ChessKid Cup. He's got to find his rhythm. Today looked extremely shaky, and the Armageddon was a brilliant play there by Dimitri. Let's take a look at our final scoreline for the day, and we see Hikaru Nakamura goes down to Jordan van Foreest. Alireza Firouzja also finds himself in elimination bracket, and we've got Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Fabiano Caruana, the two favorites who did go through, and they do stay in the winners bracket. What a day of chess it's been, and of course, with the double elimination, we will still have action from the players who did lose today. What was the highlight for you, Daniel?
First of all, the highlight was just being here and covering day one. This was amazing and lived up to its expectations. Obviously, Jordan van Foreest playing such incredible, inspired chess, and Dmitry Kolarz demonstrating such poise after losing game one. That final stretch of the Armageddon, that belongs in a textbook. And the way that he handled his clock. The two underdogs today, Tanya, they performed. But the silver lining for the top guys, it's double elimination. You can't say that enough times. An angry Hikaru Nakamura tomorrow, steer clear.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day of chess, as action will indeed continue. And as you mentioned, Daniel, the double elimination means that indeed we will see the players back fighting in their final life. One more strike and they're out. But right now, the player who is celebrating is Dmitry Kolarz after his Armageddon win against Alireza Firouzja. Congratulations, Dmitry.
Thank you. Yeah.
What a tremendous, exciting match it was to watch. Just an absolute delight. And I want to ask you, this is your debut in Division 1. You take down the world number 4. Sum up this roller coaster of a day that you had.
Yeah, I don't know if I can sum it up now. It was even more exciting to play than to watch, probably. Yeah, I feel like I should have lost the match, probably, but I made so many mistakes. I mean, first game I just blundered, and I can't even remember all the games. But yeah, somehow probably he had an off day. But okay, I also found some practical chances, I think, sometimes. But yeah, the last game, the fourth game was, yeah, also not great. I thought that was probably it, but then he was bidding so low in the Armageddon. I didn't expect 8 minutes. I don't know, maybe this is normal. I don't have any experience with this, but yeah, I thought this is not much. And yeah, somehow I got chances in the game, and yeah, worked out.
Out of the 5 games that you played today, Dimitri, you won 3. All of them were decisive. It was an amazing match to watch. And you mentioned the Armageddon, that you thought that Alireza bid perhaps a little bit too low. When he played the Berlin, what was your thought and what was your approach at that moment?
Yeah, I had prepared this a bit before the match because, I mean, makes sense. He could play the Berlin. I was expecting the Petrov, of course, because he played it earlier. It's also solid. But yeah, I just played what I prepared and hoped. I was a bit surprised by his line with knight e8 instead of rook e8. Yeah, I mean, this is at least slightly more pleasant to play maybe when I get d5. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. Also, the position is not so difficult to play. How many pieces on the board? I thought probably I won't get many chances, but maybe I can flag him in the end or something. But yeah, somehow the game went well.
An amazing day of chess there, Dimitri. And I have to ask you, as your debut in Division 1, what's your ambition in this tournament and just your thoughts on the ChessKid Cup?
Yeah, I didn't have any ambition. I thought I'll be here for 2 days and then then I'll start watching. But now I have to play a bit longer. Yeah. I also have to switch some plans now, I think. But yeah, it's just exciting to play. Yeah, of course, something completely new for me. Normally, I don't get these opponents. Not sure who I'm playing tomorrow, but yeah, still can't speak apparently. But yeah.
And do you think that's the special part of this year's Champions Chess Tour, the format with the play-ins? It gives the opportunity for strong grandmasters like yourself to compete against the world's best?
Yeah, this is something very interesting about it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the only one who qualified from this rating range. Yeah, I think that's very interesting to have the top players against some slightly lower rated ones. And yeah, apparently it can also be exciting. Yeah, I thought probably I won't have a chance today, but yeah, somehow I had.
Well, Dimitri, it was an amazing start by you and a super fun match to watch for all of us here doing commentary as well as for the chess fans. And we wish you all the best here at the ChessKid Cup.
Thank you. Thanks.
Dimitri Kolar takes a win in the Armageddon against world number 4, Alireza Firouzja. What a performance by him. And as you mentioned, he wasn't even expecting to make it through. He was ready. He had other plans there, Daniel.
Gonna have to cancel that dinner, that date, that doctor's appointment, whatever it is that he's doing. He's got more important things to be doing right now. He's modest, super nice, but obviously he must be thrilled. He's just defeated Alireza Firouzja. He'll be on the cover of all the magazines. Dimitri Kolar and Jordan van Foreest. Boss performances by them.
Absolutely. 2 underdogs score 2 big wins. That's what we love, big upsets on day one. And let's take a look at our bracket. And these are the challenges going forward. Dimitri Kolar will have to change his plans, and he will be playing Jordan van Foreest, the other big surprise of today. Jordan took down Hikaru, Dimitri took down Alireza Firouzja, and these two play against each other. And we've also got 2 heavy hitters, Fabiano Caruana versus Abdusattorov. David, what stands out to you in this day 2 of the ChessKid Cup coming up?
Well, it's not just the winner's bracket, Tanya. It's also the loser's bracket, the elimination bracket. Nakamura against Alireza Firouzja. That is just going to be incredible. Both fighting for their life now. Imagine one of those going home after just day 2. That will be worthy of a final, but we'll be keeping an eye on that one as well, obviously.
And that's almost heartbreaking, right? Out of Hikaru and Alireza, one of them will be knocked out tomorrow. But of course, the action is not on only in Division 1. And we've got Ginger GM back with us for his final thoughts of the day. Simon, what's going on?
Yeah, well, there's been lots of action in Division 1. Was, well, quite brilliant, wasn't it, today? Loads of upsets. And let's now take a look at the other divisions, Divisions 2 and 3, see how things developed there. So we have, first of all, Division 2. And, well, some shocks there, as we spoke about last time. Maybe biggest shocks, Armageddon going out, who's one of the strongest players in the world, and also Dmitry Adriakin. So the winner of Division 2 gets a load of money, $10,000, but also gets an invite into Division 1. And that's maybe the most exciting thing. And then we've got all these games going on in Division 3. And even for a grandmaster who is okay at maths, it's quite hard to keep up with them all. But let's have a look. There's pages and pages of games. And how many great players there as well. You've got older players, you've got younger players, you've got a fantastic mix of generations. And well, there you go, that's the first page. Sam Sevion, his games today seem to be very impressive if we're picking out someone for that first page. Yu Yang Yi is one of the higher rated players out of everyone. Gadakamsky won the first round there. Vieko Pons, one of Ding's favorite players. And let's also not forget Benjamin Bock, a famous streamer who's also a great player. And we'll move on to the second round of the day now in Division 3. And again, Sam Sevion won that in Armageddon, so off to a very strong start there. And we got Hari Krishna, who's a really legend of Indian chess. And the last page on this busy Division 3, we see Donanchenko coming back, Blue Bomb. So it's a good day for Germany today. Seemed like they did pretty well. And lots of people love David Navarra. He's a sweetheart of the chess world. And he won the second match there. So, yeah, it was exciting. There was loads happening. And, well, the action's going to be going on tomorrow and every day this week. So it'll be fun.
It is, Simon, going to be so much fun. And as you mentioned, tour points on the line, prize money on the line. The winner of Division 2 will play in Division 1 of the next Champions Chess Tour. But before we wrap up, I have to ask you, we saw some amazing action in Division 1 today. 2 big upsets. What was the highlight for you?
I think the highlight was just Jordan's play. Jordan played very exciting chess. He's a really exciting player, and it was a very tense match against Hikaru there. You don't often see Hikaru lose. And, well, tomorrow, as David said, Hikaru versus Alireza, and one of them is going to go home crying, and they will be crying. I don't know who it's going to be, but that's going to be worth tuning into tomorrow. That's the second chance, but their only chance, so make sure you come back and watch.
Oh my gosh, love it. Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja are in the elimination bracket. They will be fighting it out for their last live here on the ChessKid Cup. We've got a big day of action coming up tomorrow. Day 2 will be on. We will be back with all of it. We'll see you here, same time, same place.
Where is his queen? Queen.
95 to e3. Let's call the Jordan Van Forest mate. This is painful.
Hikaru Nakamura resigns in a position. Daniel, you said it's still game on. A big move. That could be game over. Alireza makes a mistake.
Whoa.